Talking about tapes.
Tony, what is that?
It is the dog alien from Alien 3. I found it at Walmart.
Wasn't it like a cow or an ox?
No, Johanna, you're thinking of the assembly cut of Alien 3. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, these two versions of Alien 3, just YouTube search Alien 3. But today, we're going to talk about Silence of the Lambs.
A good movie.
Yeah, a good movie.
Thank you.
A good movie produced by Dino De Laurentiis. We haven't really... we got lucky with Kong 76, which ended up being okay.
Yeah, it's literally okay.
But Dino De Laurentiis really let us down with the sequel. But here we are. One of his companies has failed, but he's made it back.
It's fine.
We're back with the Silence of the Lambs. And now we are doing this because they are going to ruin Clarice with the new TV show.
I'm so scared.
Oh, it's Alex Kurtzman producing. He's the guy who, like, ruined Transformers and everything, I think. Whoever the producer of Clarice is a producer
I don't know. Whatever.
I hate. But, you know, people are looking, because the show, unlike Hannibal, which was like a reboot, the show is supposed to be a continuation of the Silence of the Lambs story. So let's go back and talk about Silence of the Lambs, written by Thomas Harris. Have you read the books?
I got the audio one from you.
Did you read them?
No, I listened to it.
Well, did you listen to it?
I did.
Okay.
No, I did. I actually want to kind of go back and listen to it again because I feel like there's stuff that like I missed.
I got sick last year and I just binged all 4 books and I finally got to read them for the first time. I love these movies.
Oh, I love them too.
Yeah, and I'm not going to do too much of a movie versus book on this. I'm going to bring it up when I think it really matters. There's only a few things. It's a really faithful adaptation.
Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy, like, because I, you know, obviously listened to the book or whatever, and then I watched the movie last night again.
Yeah.
Like, I've seen this movie 1,000 times, but I still wanted to watch again because refresher.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, wow, this is actually really close to the book.
It's really close.
Like-
There are some big changes that don't ruin the movie. There's just changes, and I'll explain why as we get into it. I'm surprised it's so close because Thomas Harris is famously very shy. He's not a very public figure. He had nothing to do with the movie.
Oh, wow.
He gave it their blessing. He said he didn't see the movies. I'm sure he did at some point when he stopped writing the books, but he's like, I don't want to see someone else's interpretation of a character I created. But I wish him all the best. But then he wrote the 4th movie, so I assume he saw the movies at some point. That's another reason I'm shocked it's so faithful, because he had nothing to do with it, but they kept it really, really close. So the opening of this movie, we meet Clarice Starling at the FBI Academy. And I needed a woman in this episode, because women love Clarice. A lot of women find her, like, real relatable, because she's like...
I feel like people in general can find her relatable.
Yeah, but women in particular in the 90s. It was like a big deal in the 90s.
I mean, it was a male-dominated
Yeah, so it's
career.
It's like a woman like working by herself pretty much to establish herself and make it in this world. And a lot of women relate to that. Not you, because you found your job because of me, you met your boyfriend because of me, and you have a little bit of internet fame because of me. But for independent women, they really, really love Clarice. And
throw something at your head.
Anyway, Clarice is training, and she gets a call into Jack Crawford's office. And I really like, this movie does good visual storytelling.
Yeah, I was actually going to point that out because, like, obviously in the book, you get the internal monologue.
Yeah.
And you get to see more into, like, what she's dealing with.
Yeah.
But the framing of the camera and stuff, whatever, especially it's like that male gaze.
Oh, yeah. So, like, it comes up in this scene. But, yeah, this movie kind of breaks. There are no rules in filmmaking. There's stuff that you should probably do. But this movie kind of, Clarice is always looking half off the camera.
Yep.
And all the characters, not just the male ones, but most of them are looking directly in the camera. It's to make you feel like uncomfortable.
Yeah. I love it.
Yeah. But even before that, like, she's in Jack Crawford's office by herself and she's looking at the board of all the murder. So you get the idea of like what's going on. So when they mention, is this about Buffalo Bill? And it's like, all right, I get who Buffalo Bill is because we just saw it. I'm connecting the pieces. Really good visual storytelling. It's so refreshing to talk about a good movie on this show. By the way,
the music is done by Howard Shore. Same dude that does The Lord of the Rings. Slaps.
Titanic, right?
No, James Horner does Titanic.
Oh, James Horner did Titanic.
Yeah, but you won't let me on the episode, will you? Even though I know everything.
The episode isn't shot yet. Who knows? Anyway, yeah, so Jack Crawford comes in, and now this is one of the biggest changes of the book. So the book is a sequel.
Yep.
But the movie is not. However, there was a movie called Manhunter, which is actually pretty good. It's one of Michael Mann's first movies. I don't know if you've ever seen it.
I don't think I have.
It's really good. It's another thing where it's really faithful to Red Dragon until the third act. They don't do like the twist ending or anything. It just ends in a big shootout.
Okay.
Which is kind of a letdown. But it was a very good movie. Bombed at the box office. Completely just failed at the box office.
I assume cult following now.
Cult following now,
Okay.
yes. If you ever wonder why Red Dragon is such a good movie, even though it's directed by Brett Ratner, it's because he basically just copied Michael Mann and just did the right ending to the movie.
I mean.
That movie was a failure, so they made a decision to not reference it in this.
Okay.
But that changes the Jack Crawford character.
It does a lot.
A lot. So in this movie, before you read the book, what did you think of Jack Crawford in this movie? Like his relationship with Clarice? Seems like he's into her, right?
A little into her, also a little misogynistic.
It's accidentally misogynist. Like he's not trying. That's what he knows. But he makes an effort.
It's not on purpose. But like, I know later when the police chief thing or whatever, he makes a comment and then he's talking in the car with her, and she's like, "Well, I mean, they're gonna follow your lead."
Yeah,
and I'm just like.
It's like someone who's kind of like, they're not quite set in their ways, but they're like, oh, what I've been doing is wrong. How can I fix it? Not like, in my day, it was fine. But he changes in this. So how he is in the movie, it seems like he's kind of into her and attracted to her. And he looks like a nice dressed guy. It's Scott Glenn from Daredevil. Because our fans probably watch stupid shit like I like Daredevil, but they probably only know him from Daredevil. Yeah. He's Stick in Daredevil.
Oh my God, he is.
Yeah, Scott Glenn. He seems like he's into Clarice. She kind of likes him. We find out because she has daddy issues. However, in the book, he was very depressed at this point because the Red Dragon movie changes it. And we'll get to Red Dragon at some point. But in the book, Will Graham's face gets cut up by the Red Dragon. And you find out in the beginning of Silence of the Lambs, they're like, yeah, Will Graham is a drunk now. And it's like, oh, it's really depressing. So Jack Crawford has screwed up his previous protege, who was in almost got killed. Then he brought him out of retirement, almost got killed again. So Jack Crawford's like, oh, I fucked that one up. In the book, his wife is dying of cancer. So in the book, it's like he's trying to like get his mind. He's focusing on the case because of everything else going on, and he's trying to like build Clarice up as this next protege, but he's fearful because of what happened with Will, and maybe there's like a hint that he's kind of attracted to her, but that's not the important part.
And also, he doesn't dress as well.
He does not dress as well in the book.
Not at all.
So yeah, the movie totally changes that, and it changes the character Jack Crawford, but it's not.
It also is kind of like a weird, like, I guess, unfoiling of like Clarice too.
Yeah, it makes her daddy issues a little weirder.
Yeah.
It's because they hint at the romance, and I'm like, I get in the book she needs a strong male role model that's in an authority figure position, but now she's kind of into him. It's like a whole thing, but it doesn't ruin the movie. It's a change that doesn't hurt the movie. So she gets told that she has to talk to Hannibal Lecter because they're trying to build a profile on Buffalo Bill. This turns out to be a lie. You can find out later. And she has to go meet Hannibal the Cannibal.
The psychiatrist, Hannibal Lecter.
Hannibal the Cannibal.
Who is the best part of this movie, obviously.
He's so charming. It's disgusting.
However, before we get to how charming he is, we have to deal with Dr. Chilton.
I hate him so much.
That actor...
I'm going to bring him up again at the end of talking about the movie and then compare it to the book ending because I have some stuff to talk about.
Dr. Chilton, and this actor is great. I've seen this actor in a lot of things. He is a creep, and he's so good at being a creep.
You know what? A lot of people who are in this movie that are supposed to be like creepy really sell it. And I'm like, oh my God.
Whoever did the casting for this movie, you found the perfect creeps. Like, hey, you know any creeps for this movie? Yeah, I know a lot of creeps.
I have a list.
They just picked every guy who's ever tried to hit on them. Yeah, this fucking actor, he'll be in it. He's a creep. He's rude. He is misogynistic and not apologetic about it. Like, he's just like, oh, hi, young FBI girl. You want to fuck? Like,
this town's pretty good if you have someone to show you the way. I'm like, are you kidding me? And then
Baltimore could be quite fun. Like, oh, yeah, we're great.
Clarice is just like, yeah, sure. I just want to get out of here and do my thing. Thanks.
So he takes her down to Lecter's dungeon. He keeps Lecter in the dungeon. We meet Barney, who was in the other movies. He was actually one of the 2 actors from Manhunter that made it into this movie.
Oh, nice.
He played a different character.
Okay.
I think he played a cop in Manhunter, and I'll get to who the other actor is. He brings her into the dungeon. We get to see
By the way,
some.
can we talk about how Clarice basically told freaking oh my god.
Chilton?
Hold on. How do you say it?
Dr. Chilton.
Chilton?
Chilton.
Okay, sorry. Can we talk about how Clarice tells Chitlin?
I'm leaving that in. I'm leaving in that setup.
Can we talk about how Clarice basically tells Chilton to just fuck off?
Pretty much, yeah.
At the end, and he was just like, "Well, why did I come all the way down here?"
Yeah, you could have just told me. And she's like, "Oh, then I wouldn't have your charming number."
Yeah.
Before I know we keep building up to Hannibal, but we keep getting distracted. He shows her the picture of like the nurse that he like.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why does he carry that around?
I don't think he carries around.
I think he carries it around.
I don't think he carries it around all the time. I think he just put it in his pocket for this time.
I think he carries.
Yeah, you find out that Hannibal one time faked chest pains. And then when the nurse leaned over, bit her face. And there's
he
usually
can keep his heart rate at a certain...
his heart never got above like a certain point. And sometimes in movies, they always say show, don't tell. But sometimes it's more effective to tell and not show. And this is one of those times where it's like you're imagining it. It's pretty creepy. And then they show you it happening in Hannibal, and it kind of looks cartoony. So I just wanted to bring that up. Hannibal is another one we got to do at some point.
I'd like to do the show, too.
Yeah, the show will be fun to do a little recap.
Show's fun.
We finally meet Lecter after we meet a bunch of other crazy people and multiple MIGs.
Yeah, it's actually really funny because you like have her walking down and she has no idea what she's gonna expect there or whatever. Yeah. Like she's read stuff about him and everything, and she's like read his papers and stuff like that. But then like she's walking down and there's like actual crazy people, but they're just behind bars.
Yeah.
And then you get her, and then there's just the camera panning to him, and you see the glass, and he's just standing there all like prim and proper, like, hey.
Does this scene remind you of anything?
No, Tony.
No, this scene's been parodied so many times, but you know what did it the best? Creepy doctor behind glass in a dungeon in a prison. Mummy Cop season 1 when we had Dr. Frankenstein behind the glass.
What?
Mummy Cop.
What's Mummy Cop?
Fuck you. Mummy Cop, my old show. That's how much I love this. When I did...
You had an old show?
Yes. Dr. Frankenstein, MD, we decided to basically make him Hannibal Lecter, and we put him behind the glass.
I remember.
Yes, Anthony Hopkins is ridiculously charming. One change from the book. Every single live-action version of Hannibal Lecter has omitted his 6th finger on his right hand.
Yeah.
Which isn't a problem for Red Dragon and Hannibal, or Red Dragon and Silence of the Lambs. It becomes a problem when they adapted Hannibal.
Because that's how they ID him.
Yeah, and then they figured out a way around it. It was so stupid. Yeah. But yes, they all got rid of his 6th, which is a weird thing anyway. It almost makes me feel like Thomas Harris was like real into James Bond movies where they all had to have like one little physical quirk.
What was it? He had like an extra middle finger?
No, I think it was just a pinky. Just like an extra finger. That I think worked. I think it like was a functional finger. Would this movie have been better if Anthony Hopkins had a 6th finger?
I wouldn't have paid attention, really.
So I love how she like tries to give him the questionnaire and he just doesn't give a shit.
He's just like, yeah, whatever. I want to know more about you.
Yeah, he's like, I was enjoying talking. Screw it, I'm not gonna do that. Why are you ruining this? I really enjoy this. I love how he goes from charming to just really mean. To the point he like makes fun of her accent.
Apparently that was like a real thing too. Like her genuine reaction to that was real. Yeah. And I'm like, that's mean.
And that accent you've tried so desperately to shed, pure West Virginia. What does your father do? Is he a coal miner? Does he stink of the land?
So he pretty much figures out that she's there for Buffalo Bill.
Yeah.
And
like she tries to like I guess, like, change the subject back to the questionnaire thing, and then he gets mad and, like, calls her rude for it.
Yeah. And he asks her, like, well, what do you think about Buffalo Bill? And she's like, blah, blah, why does he skin? So he's called Buffalo Bill because he skins his victims.
Yeah.
Not fully skins them, but he takes pieces of their skin away.
He flays them in certain parts.
He finds them, starves them, skins them, shoots them, and then drops them off. That's why he calls him Buffalo Bill. And he's like, oh, okay. He says, why do you think he skins his victims? She's like, oh, serial killers like to keep trophies. And he goes, I did it. And she goes, no, you ate yours. And he's just like, I did.
Oh, yeah.
And then that's when he, like, verbally destroys her. But then she, like, fights back with it. She kind of mocks him
sassy,
back. And he's super into it. He basically just tells her to screw off. Oh, no. He tries to scare her.
A census taker once tried to test me. I ate his liver with some fava beans and a nice Chianti.
In the book, it was an Amarone.
Yeah.
Amarone? Which apparently does go better with liver.
So, like, the thing with that, it's not, like, the worst change, but it's still, like, a little, like, I'm gonna nitpick at it a little bit.
Yeah.
But basically he's supposed to be well known for, like, his palate and, like, serving these great dinners and such like that. And the fact that that's, like, change, and, like, because no one's gonna drink a Chianti with some freaking liver. I mean, I'm not gonna eat liver in the first place, but
What if he changed it, like, too much? What if it's just like whatever Anthony Hopkins had that day? It's like, I ate his liver with, I don't know, like he's in Maryland.
rum and Coke. I don't know.
Like crab fries, because I'm from Maryland. He's in Maryland. You would eat crab fries in Maryland.
Oh my God.
I think that's why I really like this movie growing up, because I spent a lot of time in Maryland. Not Baltimore, but in Maryland. So, you know, when you're like a kid and a movie mentions where you live and stuff, it's like, oh, cool. I didn't live in Maryland, but my grandparents did.
The movies where I was like, oh, cool. Philly was M. Night Shyamalan. And
so he basically tells her to screw off. And as she leaves, Miggs throws some semen in her face.
He bit his wrists.
Yeah, and he goes, look bleeding, at the blood, but it's not really blood.
It's not.
And when I was a kid, I had no idea what it was. No one would tell me what it was. I was really confused. And then I watched it as like a teen. I'm like, oh, it makes sense to me now. What? I learned what it was.
I bet you did.
So Hannibal doesn't like that Miggs did this, because Hannibal's about manners.
Pissed.
He like scream. You rarely see him scream. I mean, he has to scream over everyone else, but he rarely like scream. It's the only time we ever see him like yell.
Even in the book.
Yeah.
Like he said it like multiple times, and she just kind of was just like frozen, like, what the frick just happened?
Yeah. So he calls her back and he's like, oh, I wish he didn't do that. Look, the answers you seek are deep within yourself. Search out an old patient of mine, Miss Moffat, I think.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, so she leaves and she's like real upset. And we get a flashback to her with her dad. In the movie, he's like a sheriff.
Yeah.
In the book, he was a night watchman.
That's it.
Which is fine for this movie, but they screwed up in Hannibal. Because when Hannibal writes her the letter, he refers to her dad as a dead night watchman. And at first, when you watch these movies, you're like, wow, that's really mean. He was a sheriff. But then it's like, oh, no, the people writing the script for that movie remembered the book.
Yeah.
In the book, he was a night watchman who got himself killed on accident. He's still the same, only now he's a cop, which makes... I see why they did it, because he was her whole world in this version. Her mom does not exist in this version.
The thing that annoyed me the most about the whole change between like the sheriff and like the night watch person or whatever is the fact that how he died was because he like, I think he like loaded the shotgun. Yeah, he cocked it. That's it. And like that comes into play later too.
Yes, it does.
That would have been so good. I'm so annoyed that they changed that. But yes.
I don't know if she mentions how he dies, but I don't think she goes into super.
Yeah, I don't think. I
do like this scene though. I do like this scene though, where she like starts crying next to her Pinto. She drives a Pinto.
Yeah, a Ford Pinto.
The kind with the flint bumpers that would explode if they got reared into. Clarice, what are you doing? You're supposed to be smart. Why are you driving a Pinto?
She's got a death wish.
She starts crying, and apparently she learned this from a woman at the FBI that she was like researching with. She's like, yeah, sometimes I sit by my car and cry when things are getting too much.
Oh.
A modern movie would not have her cry. She would have punched Hannibal Lecter.
How dare people have feelings?
No, not in these days. In 2021, your female protagonist, she'll go in there. Hannibal would be like, hello, and she'd be like, shut your goddamn mouth. She's also sassy.
Shut your goddamn mouth, mister.
Now you're going to listen to me, and Hannibal would be like, oh my God, you're right.
I'm your simp.
The patriarchy is wrong. Here's where Buffalo Bill is. And then that guy who threw his stuff on her, that wouldn't even happen. What would happen in a modern movie, the guy would be like, hey, baby, can I get a feel? And she'd be like, okay. And then when he puts his arms out, she would break his hands like Catwoman in The Dark Knight Rises, that movie I was in. I don't know if I ever mentioned it. And then she wouldn't cry in her car. She would get in her car and like peel out listening to some Gwen Stefani.
Not in a Ford Pinto.
And then she would blow up and die in her Ford Pinto. I don't know many car facts, but I know the Ford Pinto, was a death trap.
Bad.
But no, it's nice to see a character have
actual
flaws
emotions
and stuff and emotions.
Yeah,
and whatnot.
and that's the other thing too. Whatever, like later on, like they show that she's not perfect. She makes mistakes.
Yeah,
and it's great.
Which apparently that's another thing that's a little different. In the book, she's a little too competent sometimes. But that's related to another change coming up. We get a training montage. We see like a day in the life of her at the FBI Academy.
Again, this is what I was pointing out, where it shows she's not perfect. Like she never checked her corner.
Yes, there is that. And also, one thing about the FBI, they actually worked with the movie. Because they thought it would lead to more female recruits, which I guess it did. They show her roommate, Ardelia Mapp, who is greatly reduced in the movie version.
Yeah.
And totally cut out of the sequel movie version. But I like Ardelia. I like that she has like a roommate. It would have been nice to see more of their relationship a little bit. Like, oh, how are you doing as a woman in the FBI? Then she gets a call from Jack Crawford. And apparently Hannibal likes Clarice so much that he convinced Miggs to kill himself in the middle of the night.
How?
The orderly heard Lecter whispering to him all afternoon and Miggs crying. They found him at bed check. He'd swallowed his own tongue.
So she's a little horrified by that, but then she figured out his yourself thing. She's like, that sounded a little cheesy for him. And she's like, well, he's in Baltimore, so I looked it up and I found a storage thing. So she goes to the storage facility with the weird old German guy. Just, that feels like a weird character. I don't know what it is about. He's like, hello, I have this very famous, very secure storage thing. Privacy is very important to my. I'm like,
that's
why?
Not how he talked at all, but okay.
He looks like he's dressed like a vampire or something. And then he's got that weird driver who doesn't leave the car. And they're like, hey, can that guy help me lift the door? And he's like, no, he won't do it. It's like, all right, well, that's a weird thing. She has to use her own car jack because she can't rely on men.
Damn right.
To open up the door. Although, to be fair, the old man there, he can't really help much. She goes into this storage thing and she finds a head in a jar, which is horrifying.
Little eyelash is just like
the eyelash is hanging off. All right, so here is another change from the book. And I know we're doing this a lot. Trust me, we're leaving out a lot of changes. And I'm only mentioning this because it becomes a continuity error in the other movies. They merged Benjamin Rasbell with, what was his name? Klaus. So in the book, spoiler, Hannibal knows who Buffalo Bill is. And in the book, he goes back into his memories and replays his session with Benjamin Rasbell.
Yeah.
And it's like, yes, I'm dating Buffalo Bill, not his name. And I'm also dating this guy, Klaus. And Bill got jealous of Klaus and killed him. Because in the book, Hannibal killed Benjamin Rasbell. Yeah. Bill killed Klaus. But in the movie, they combine them. So then Hannibal's like, no, I didn't kill Benjamin Rasbell. I just found him that way and tucked him away. It's like, oh, okay, Hannibal. Yeah, I went over and I'm like, oh, they're dead.
Best thing for him, really, his therapy was going nowhere.
And in case you guys are wondering who Benjamin Rasbell is, if you've seen Red Dragon, he's the flutist in the beginning that kept screwing up, so Hannibal cooked him. Hannibal admits he knows who Bill is, but he's not going to tell her. Yeah. But he's going to help her try to find him and give him clues. And in exchange, he wants a transfer to an institution with a window.
Yeah, he wants a view and be able to walk around sometimes.
And Anthony Hopkins is acting his heart out in this scene. He's really good in this. He got the Oscar, which I don't really give a shit about the Oscars, but he's not in the movie that much.
You know what it beat out?
What?
In the Oscars?
What?
Beauty and the Beast.
Oh, for Best Picture?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Understandable, but I love Beauty and the Beast.
But Hannibal, like Anthony Hopkins, he's not in the movie much, but his acting is so good and memorable that it really sticks with you. It's almost like Alec Baldwin in Glengarry Glen Ross. He's in one scene of that movie, and he's the most memorable part of that movie.
It's funny, too, because, like, he's so good that you kind of are rooting for him a little bit.
A little bit.
It's
like, well,
weird.
So nice.
Yeah. And then you, like, see the things he does and how he is, and you're like, oh, maybe I don't want to root for him, but also, like, still kind of are. Kind of like in Breaking Bad with, like, Walter White, like, later on.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think The Sopranos started that, where it's like, this is a bad guy and a murderer. We probably shouldn't be on his side, but he's just so likable. When in real life, you'd be like, oh, that's an awful human being.
No, I actually really hated him the entire time. I hate Tony.
Tony Soprano?
Yeah.
I never actually watched Sopranos.
Oh, you should watch it.
I have the box set, the VHS box set over there of season 1. Maybe I'll watch it that way.
Or use HBO Max that I give you my account for.
So Hannibal makes his offer, and then we cut to Bill's next victim, which is Catherine.
Yeah.
Who we will find out is the daughter of a senator. So Bill really fucked up this one. But she is singing American Girl, and she's got the thickness. So that lets you know that she is an American girl.
By the way, with the scene, obviously it didn't happen yet. She's still driving in her car, but the size 14 thing. So when I was like younger and watching this, and I don't know, I was probably like a size maybe like 2. I was like I was stick thin. Come on. And,
I remember. We went to high school. I remember.
Yeah. And
I was also stick thin.
Yeah.
God damn it.
I wanted to say that. So
I was 135 pounds when you met me.
That's not stick thin. I was like 115 pounds, dude.
I was super thin. I was a lightweight wrestler.
Anyway, and you got your ass kicked.
I did.
But anyway, I just remember specifically the size 14, and I don't know why the size 14 stuck with me so much. Of all the things with this movie, you would think like
about size 14.
Yeah. And I just remember when I was recently rewatching this, I was just like, oh, I'm now a size 14.
Oh no. Oh no,
he's gonna come for me.
Don't say that. Someone's gonna come for you. Oh no.
Someone's gonna wear my skin. It's gonna be Ian.
When we do Hannibal, can I just have like a person like wearing your face?
How did they do the Justin face?
Oh,
can
Joe
we do
did
that?
Our friend Joe made that.
We'll do that.
We'll just get a mold of your face.
Do that.
We're like, oh, hey, Johanna, hi. Yeah. So we'll get up to her kidnap for a second, but this scene, I love it when she's singing American Girl, because whenever this song would come on the radio, like me and my mom would sing it together.
Oh, I think it's Scrubs.
Yeah, well, then we would like start quoting the movie, and I actually got like really happy watching this scene because I realized like I really love this movie from when I was a young kid. Me, my mom, my grandfather, for like between the age of like 5 to 10, I watched this movie. It's one of my childhood favorite movies.
You watched this when you were like 5?
Yeah, and it was one of my favorite movies. We used to watch it all the time and quote it.
This is not appropriate for a 5-year-old.
What?
What do you mean, what?
You weren't watching this with your mom?
No!
So when you were 10, you weren't excited for Hannibal to come out because you had already watched Silence of the Lambs like 50 times?
No! I didn't see this until maybe I was like 14, 13 maybe.
I gotta make a call.
Hello?
Hey, Mom, it's your son, Tony, from Hack the Movies.
Yeah?
Question. Were other parents showing their young kids Silence of the Lambs growing up?
Only me.
Okay, because I'm being told that it's weird for like 5 or 6-year-old to be really into this movie, and then for a 10-year-old to be real excited for the sequel because they probably shouldn't have been watching this movie.
I don't think you were 5.
I remember this movie at a young age.
Well, young is young, but not 5.
Okay, I'm also being told that it's weird for a mother and son to sing American Girl because it reminds them of this movie where women get butchered and turned into a skin suit. Were other moms doing this, or was this just you? So none of the other moms you know were showing their young kids Silence of the Lambs and then quoting the movie and singing the songs together? That was just us?
It was probably, I don't know. I know your friends used to come over the house to watch stuff like that.
Okay, yeah, now I am remember that. I used to bring people over the house to watch like R-rated movies, and I think I showed a lot of people Silence of the Lambs.
Tony.
All right, well, this is news to me, and now everyone who watches this episode is going to learn that I had a weird I have a weird relationship with my mom where we really love this movie that kids should not have been watching with their mom.
I don't think it's a weird relationship. I think it's a special relationship.
All right, we're getting bad signal down here. Bye, Mom.
Bye.
In this movie that women love, that's supposed to paint a good picture of women and show that they are smart and intelligent, this dumb broad does the dumbest shit ever. She sees a random guy.
Look, she's a good person.
She's
a good person.
She sees a random guy who she doesn't know in a cast just moving a couch at night by himself. That's just a normal thing people do. That is just a normal thing people do. And then look, I don't want to victim blame, but she had so many opportunities to avoid the situation.
So where I pretty much was like, you're a dumbass, is when she decided to go into the back of the van.
When he's like, can you get up in that van? And she's like, okay. And I'm like, what are you doing?
Like, that was the dumb thing. I can understand helping him, but actually being, like, cornered in there, because the couch is there. Like, you're screwed. Yeah. You can't go anywhere. You're going out the other way? Like, no, you're done.
So Bill goes, are you model size 14? And punches the hell out of her. He cuts the back of her jacket, and he sees her skin, and he's, like, all being creepy.
Touching it. And
he throws her shirt out the window and drives away. This is also when we first see the night vision goggles, which come back later.
Oh, yeah, that too. Also, that poor kitty cat.
Oh, yeah, she was going to feed her cat.
Yeah, she was going to and the cat's just like, man, I want my food.
I also like that they show that physically Clarice is struggling to keep up with the male students. Like, they're doing, like, punching stuff, and she's doing things. She's getting her ass kicked. Where in a modern movie, a guy would be like, hey, little girl, why don't you let the big boys play? And then she would be like, oh, yeah, play with this. And then she would, like, punch him. And then she would do that thing they do in all the Marvel movies where the girls jump up. They do that Hurricane Rana.
Yeah, like, we get it.
Do you know
our powers in our hips.
do you know what a Hurricane Rana is? Look up Rey Mysterio. He does the Hurricane Rana. But, like, every girl in, and I guess Ant-Man does
Lita
it too.
Used to do that too?
I'm sure they all did. But that's how it would be in a modern movie. And the guy would be like, oh, I can't believe I'm shit by a girl. But this movie is, like, good. So they're just like, yeah, Clarice is going to struggle to deal with these guys.
And she's tiny.
And she's very tiny.
Especially, what was it, the first scene where Crawford called her into the office?
Yeah.
And she's in the elevator.
Oh, my God, I forgot about that.
She's so tiny.
Yeah, there's a great scene early on that really, like, sells you on, like, this girl feels out of place. And what better way to show that than her in an elevator with guys who just tower over her.
She's so tiny. How tall is Jodie Foster?
I don't know, not that tall. She's very tiny.
Well, yeah, I was just curious in general.
I forget the size. You know who would know? John Hinckley. I think he knows how tall. That's the guy who shot Ronald Reagan.
Yeah.
Because he wanted to impress Jodie Foster. Clarice then accompanies Jack on the way to a new victim. They found a new victim. It's not Catherine, it's a different victim. And on the way there, we get an important piece of information that we don't know is important yet.
Yeah.
But he's like, he tells him how he does it. And he's like, this is the girl. She was the first one killed, but the third one found because he weighted her down. And then he got lazy with the other ones, he says.
Lazy.
But we know, we find out later there's more to that. So on the way to the autopsy, Clarice basically goes like, hey, you sent me down there because you knew Hannibal would have, like, more to say. And he's like, yeah, if I sent you down there knowing exactly, you would have figured it out and then made fun of you and then just shut down.
Yeah.
Which is smart on Jack's part.
Yeah.
Remember, we don't know this. This would make more sense if it was a sequel. But Jack knows how fucking Hannibal works. He's seen what it did. So he's like, oh, God. When I sent Will down there last time, he ended up calling the goddamn killer. It was a whole problem. So I like that he's, like, learned from that situation. But in this movie, you just assume they have a history together. Maybe he's the guy who arrested him.
FBI.
In this version. Yeah. They get to where the body is. It's in a funeral home, which I guess makes sense, but it's at the worst time because there's a funeral happening.
Yeah.
And this is where he's like, oh, I don't want to, these kind of violent sex crimes. Let's talk about it away from the ladies. And they go away and they talk and they just leave Clarice there. And that's another creepy shot where just everyone's staring at her.
Yeah, she's sitting, like, some of the dudes are just like, look at this.
Which, by the way,
lady.
How were guys in the... did they just assume guys were just always staring at women in the 90s? Is that the 90s were like? Let us know. Were you an old...
I think it's because, especially because they were cops. They're just regular cops. Yeah. She's in the FBI, so technically she has authority over them. So I think that's why they were like a little like...
I guess so.
This chick.
Yeah, but she walks around the funeral home and she gets a flashback to her dad's funeral. So we find more out about her dad. Do you know who was playing the organ who ends up being in the autopsy room?
No.
That actor didn't look familiar?
No.
Look around. Look around the story. You might recognize that actor.
Nah. I know what you're going to do. I know. Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Yep.
The guy playing the organ is Bob the Goon from Batman. We have his action figure here. Remember Bob the Goon from Batman? Joker kills him for no reason. I like that actor. He shows up in a lot of things.
He's pretty good.
He shows up in a lot of things. I didn't know that for years. And I watch Batman a lot. And I watch this movie a lot, as you found out.
I think you were more concerned about actual Batman.
No, I used to quote Batman, too. I was the weird kid that would quote Batman and Silence of the Lambs.
No wonder you were picked on.
So they do the autopsy on the girl.
Can we talk too about how like, all right, gentlemen, like go on,
yeah. Like Clarice has to like kick all the guys out, and they're like, they would appreciate your help and thank you, but we're gonna take care of her now, so go on, get out. And they're like, all right. I don't know why they look so offended. Like I'd be like, I don't want to be here for this. Not my job. Bye.
So a woman told them.
So they examine the girl. They find out like there's dirt under her fingernail. They cut out diamond shapes on her back.
Weren't some of her thumbnails like kind of like, or thumbnails, fingernails like kind of like damaged too?
Yeah, some of them were like gone.
Yeah.
And the other ones had dirt on their nails. She realized she's from like a city because she's got like tattoos and stuff.
Glittery nail polish.
Yeah. But the important thing is Clarice looks in her throat and they find something in her throat. And at first like, oh, is that like a sea pod? Like a leaf or something? It's like, no, it's a cocoon for some kind of moth.
Yep.
Which I know you're a fan of. You have her Mothra shirt, which don't plug what website you got it from because they screwed up that printing.
Thanks, Amazon. But
it's a really cute design. It's just the printing is really bad.
It was a $12 shirt. I don't care. Like it's like from far away, it looks fine, but then when you actually see it, it's like, but whatever. The shirt's actually comfy, like the material, so I don't care.
Yeah. So after that, Clarice, and I like the scene, she calls out Jack Crawford. It's like, he's like, hey, did I make you uncomfortable?
Get in the car.
There? And she's like, yeah, well, the people look to you. It matters. He's like, all right. He's not just like, listen, honey, this is how it works here. See? And he smokes a cigar or something. I should have
twirls as much. No.
Oh my God. Could you imagine me adapting this book? Clarice, lame. It's a guy named Clarence, and he's big and buff, and he's Italian. And his favorite movies. His favorite movie's Roadhouse. He tells everyone about
misogynist.
She takes the cocoon to the museum. What museum is that? I've seen that in so many movies. She takes it to this very famous museum, and we find the bug guys, who people only know as the bug guys. The one guy was the second actor who was also in Manhunter as a different character, but then there's the guy with the wonky eye, who I've always called Guy with the Wonky Eye, who in the book she ends up being in a relationship with.
Yeah, and it changes the whole ending of her being with him, too.
Yeah, but in this one, I kind of like this, too, where he's, like, flirting with her and she's, like, into it.
Yeah, he was just like, oh, yeah, cheeseburgers and beer, maybe some wine.
And she's, like, totally fine with it. She's like, oh, are you flirting with me? It's like, oh, wow. She has, like, a little...
your shot? Hey.
Because that was a problem with Agent Scully. There was a problem with Agent Scully where it's like, wow, she does not have, like, she goes on one date early on in the series, and we never see her go on a date until she randomly shacks up with a dude in the Jodie Foster episode.
Huh.
You know, Scully just sleeps with a dude in Philly, and then it turns out he's being possessed by his Jodie Foster tattoo.
Huh.
But yeah, but other than those two times, like, Scully never dated. It's like, wow, you can have a strong female character that also likes to date and stuff. It doesn't have to be one or the other. So I like how Clarice is like, yeah, I'm kind of into you. What's up? I'm a little busy right now. We're trying to catch a guy who skins women, and there's this other guy who's into me. He killed a crazy person for me. He likes to eat people's faces anyway.
I got a lot of baggage.
So this is Clarice's choice in men. The guy who skins people, the dude who eats people, her boss, or the bug guy. And at one point you sit there, you're like, I think the bug guy is the best one for it. But they find out that it is a death's head moth because it has a skull. And it's like
on the back.
Yeah, and it's super, super rare.
I think it's poisonous too.
I don't know if it's poisonous.
But I saw that was poisonous.
I don't know, but it's definitely rare. Like you said, you have to special order these.
Because they're in Asia.
Yeah, because they're like from eggs, you have to like really, you got to keep them temperatured and stuff. And what I like about the death's head moth is on the cover. I don't know if you've ever noticed it. You see how it has the skull?
Yep.
That's not actually the skull on the moth.
No, I know.
That is the famous picture of the naked girls making the skull face. That's another thing I didn't notice for years.
Oh, yeah?
And then I thought, someone pointed out, I'm like, oh, that is that thing. Who did that picture? Dolly, maybe? I forget who it was.
I don't remember.
That one artist, he like shaped a bunch of naked girls, which we probably can't even show on YouTube. But you can do naked yoga on YouTube. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I've seen.
What the hell? Let's do naked yoga while we review these movies.
Yeah, that's what they want to see.
Someone's watching, they're like, is she a size 14?
No!
So we get a look at Buffalo Bill's dungeon, and it looks exactly how you think it would.
Yeah.
It's the scariest goddamn thing I've ever seen. It's like its own little house underneath the house.
It's
like
weird. Why is it so big? Did he like carve stuff out? Because like
it's a little over the top. If I'm going to be honest.
When we look at like the actual like where it is later, like I'm actually wondering if he was like digging stuff out to make it bigger, because there's no way that was just underneath there.
You know what I just remembered? There's a guy. He's been doing this for years. I think he's still doing it on YouTube. He's been excavating his unfinished basement with like Tonka trucks, remote control Tonka trucks. He gets his trucks and he scoops the thing and he takes the dirt out, and he's been digging in his basement for years just with these trucks, these remote control trucks.
But why?
I don't know. I don't know.
Does he work or anything? Like,
It's probably real therapeutic. It's like how old people do train sets and stuff. It's probably like, I'm going to play with my tractors and excavate my basement. But yeah, his basement looks terrifying. We hear her screaming, and he's got a little dog.
He's a little puppy.
Precious.
He's precious.
He's precious. So in the book, I don't really need to mention this because it's not that important, but I want to mention it. In the book, Bill, he likes to cuddle with Precious and watch old film strips of his mom winning some beauty pageant and then going down a sliding board. And at the end of the book, they're like, okay, so we looked into him, and that first film strip, that was his mom. But the sliding board, that's just some random woman. I don't know. But when he's with Precious, he's like, here, Precious, Mom's going to go down the sliding board. Bill talks way more in the book. In this movie, they're like, all right, I think we can sell this without too much dialogue other than her use of 14. I wish he talked more because I love the Buffalo Bill voice. So as I said earlier, Catherine is the daughter of a Senator, Ruth Martin. They turn on the TV at the FBI Academy, and Ruth Martin's on TV, and she's like, please.
Pleading for,
you're in control. My daughter is Catherine.
Yeah, we'll give you whatever you want.
Yeah.
Like, blah, blah, blah.
I'll forgive you. Just return her. My daughter is Catherine. My daughter. And they're like, wow, that's really smart. If he keeps saying her name,
it makes her a person.
It humanizes her, and it makes it harder for him to kill if he doesn't see her as an object. But here's the problem with it. I don't think Bill's watching the TV.
Yeah.
I don't think Bill's watching the TV at all.
And I don't think he cares.
Well, no, he does, because at the very end. The very end, we realize he cared a little bit, but yeah, I don't think he was like obsessively watching because he wanted to get away with it. But so Clarice goes back to Hannibal, and she's like, I've got an offer for you. Oh, 3D glasses dropped. She goes, I have an offer for you. I found this institution on an island. So she's like, 1 week out of the year, you'll be able to walk on the beach and swim in the ocean with SWAT team surveillance, blah, blah, blah. And then he looks at it, he goes, Institute for Anthrax Research Animal Test. He's like, that's just one part of the island. But it is only good if Catherine gets rescued. That's like the little caveat there. And Hannibal demands that she gives him more personal information about herself in exchange for information on Bill. That's like their agreement, the quid pro quo, Clarice. We find out that the movie has killed off Clarice's mother.
Yeah.
Who was alive in the book. She's like, yeah, my mother was dead, and then my father died, and I went to live with an aunt and uncle on a ranch. In the book, like, her mom's alive, but can't, support her.
She can't support the whole family because there's, like, a bunch of children. I forget how many, but,
Right,
yeah.
so she, like, sends her off.
Yeah.
Which I thought was a little interesting, but I guess it builds up her and her father's relationship a little bit more.
Yeah, and how they were so close. And,
which ties into her wanting, like, respect from male authority figures, the whole thing. But yeah, she mentioned she lived on a horse and sheep ranch. And if you're looking at the title of this movie, that's going to make sense later. So here's the big part. Hannibal mentions that Buffalo Bill is... he explains what's the purpose of the cocoon. What does it represent? It represents change. Bill is trying to change. He mentions he's tried to be many things over the years. When we see, getting back to visual storytelling later in the movie, we see one of the things he was trying to be. But he's like, yeah, so he's trying to become like a woman. And she's just like, that doesn't make sense. She's talking like transvestites. Don't cancel me. It's what they were called back then. It's what they're called in the movie.
Say trans.
She's like, trans people, they're not like really violent. They don't really exhibit these kind of behaviors. And like, I was trying to think, how has this movie not gotten canceled? Like years later, how people love to look back.
I've seen some stuff.
There were some stuff. Newt was telling me when the movie came out, a lot of people were upset about it. But the movie and the book make it very clear that he is not actually trans.
Yeah, there's like other shit going on with him that
he's got like he hates himself. He hates what he is. So he's trying to constantly change and be something else.
Billy is not a real transsexual, but he thinks he is. He tries to be. He's tried to be a lot of things, I expect.
And this is like the current thing he's trying to be. In the book, when Hannibal replays his patient's like sessions, he remembers, I think it was Benjamin, was just like, yeah, I don't even think he's gay. I think he picked up on it in the military and it was just something he was trying out. I'm not even sure he's really gay. He's just doing it because it's different than what he's used to. So I think the movie makes a really good point. Like, hey, he's not really trans. He thinks he is. The book goes into more detail. There was a deleted scene where Hannibal went into more detail and they cut that out. I think he even tells him like, there's a few major places that deal with gender reassignment surgery. Hit them up, cross-reference them and whatnot. And then, since we're talking about Bill, we get one of the other famous scenes from this movie. It puts the lotion on the skin or else it gets the hose again. A scene that was famously recreated, and I think done better in a little movie called Joe Dirt with Buffalo Bob, who was played by Brian Tyler, who was also in the X-Files. And
oh my God.
Who else was he? Well, he was one of the punks in Terminator, but he was Shao Kahn in Mortal Kombat Annihilation.
Whoa.
But yeah, Catherine's in the thing, and he's making sure he lotions up her skin. It's kind of creepy that the dog, who has no idea what's going on, it's like, what? There's a person in the hole. What's going on?
Hi down there.
Like, I have no idea what humans do, and this is really horrifying, I guess. Whatever.
I mean, that's probably all the dog's seen.
Yeah.
So it doesn't seem like anything different with it.
Yeah. But yeah, he wants her to lotion up her skin so it's nice and smooth for when he eventually does what he does. And there's that really creepy shot where he's pulling up the thing and you see the fingernails that they hinted to her.
She's screaming.
This movie is when I really...
Yeah, when he makes fun of her screaming, I'm like,
yeah. Ted Levine, so fucking good. He's such a good actor.
Everybody in this movie slaps. Like, perfect casting.
Yeah, that... It's one of the most chilling scenes of the movie because it's like, oh man, she's fucked. Chilton decides to let Hannibal know that whole offer was bullshit. He's like, yeah, it was a scam. You got scammed. But I have a different thing, better deal. You're going to tell them all about this. And I love Hannibal's in this fucking containment thing and his nose is flattened. Chilton is an asshole. I mean, Hannibal doesn't deserve to be respected. He's a fucking murderer.
He's still a person.
He eats people. Like, come on, he eats people.
Yeah, the dude goes too far.
Hannibal, they only hint to it a little bit in this movie, but Hannibal straight up in the book, like, murders people and makes art out of their bodies.
Oh, I know. Well, I mean, they kind of do in this.
A little bit, but not to the level.
Well, yeah.
None of the movies really show him doing that other than this one scene that's coming up.
Yeah.
The show does it a lot. But yeah, Hannibal is like awful, but like it's so funny. We're like, Chilton is so scummy that we're rooting for the killer. Chilton is such an idiot. He leaves his pen in Hannibal's cell.
Freaking idiot.
Why would he do that? Why would he do that? Yeah, so Hannibal is basically like, I'm only going to tell who he is if I could talk to the senator in person. Then we get a call. Jack Crawford gets a call being like, from some guy. And who is that guy? Famous producer Roger Corman. He's just in the movie. It just cuts to Roger fucking Corman going, hey, did you have a trainee make a fake deal? It turns out the deal was fake for the Anthrax Island thing. He's like, yeah, I kind of had to. And he's like, all right, well, so-and-so here is pissed. Everyone's angry at you. Speaking of Roger Corman, I think a year before, actually maybe the same year, he directed his last movie, Frankenstein Unbound. Go back and watch that episode. It's a really good episode.
Oh my God.
All right, so they bring Hannibal to Tennessee. And he's finally wearing his iconic mask, which is like a half hockey mask that they put on him. And like right away, he's just being a dick to everyone. He's all like, Senator Martin, did you breastfeed Catherine? And she's like, yeah, why? He's like, oh, toughen your nipple.
What does he say? Like, when she's on the slab.
When you cut off a man's limb, he can still feel it. When they put Catherine on the slab, will it tickle you? He's such a dick. But then he gives them like a ton of information, or supposedly. He says Buffalo Bill might have lived in Philadelphia.
It's vague stuff. Like, he gives a description of them, but it's so vague.
Yeah.
But it's enough to like keep them interested to be like,
and they say
what does he know?
They say his name was Louis Friend, which turns out to be a trick later on.
Yeah.
Oh, and Senator, just one more thing. Love your suit.
In Tennessee, Clarice, who again is not supposed to be there anymore, she's been removed, but she sneaks in. There's a lot of character actors in there where you're like, that's the guy from the Austin Powers. Yeah. That's the guy from this thing. There's two of them that are coming up. A lot of character actors, but she basically sneaks into Tennessee, or pretends like she's supposed to be there. She returns Hannibal's drawings. Mm-hmm. We mentioned earlier that Dr. Chilton took away his drawings because he draws things from memory. Because memories are all he has.
Yeah.
I don't know if you got to Hannibal yet, the book.
I didn't get to the book yet,
But Thomas Harris added something where there's he's got some super memory thing where he has a memory palace that he can go to. Photographic memory, but it's like he recreates the memories in his mind and he's making a palace of all his favorite things and he can relive moments. It gets a little cartoony.
What the hell?
The Hannibal book gets a little cartoony. So she returns the paintings and she's like, hey, your anagrams are showing. Louis Friend is, I have it here. Louis Friend is an anagram for iron disulfide, which is fool's gold.
Yeah.
That's kind of funny.
Yeah.
He basically tells her, I want more information on you before I give you anything else. And then she tells the story of the Silence of the Lambs.
Yeah.
Which is another big change from the book. Not a bad change. Actually, it is a pretty big change. It works. So in the book, she's at the horse and sheep farm.
Yeah.
She wakes up to see her aunt and uncle slaughtering the sheep, as you do. And she's
as you do.
What else do you do on there?
I wouldn't kill a lamb.
You're not a farmer.
If I was a farmer, my animals would be alive.
Anyway, they're killing them. And she had a blind horse on the ranch, and they were going to kill him too because
make some glue.
Yeah, he's not useful anymore. So in the book, the screaming of the lamb scares her, but she tries to rescue the horse. And then she succeeds in rescuing the horse.
Yeah, she part rides him, part leads him to an orphanage.
An orphanage that just
then she just stays there. They don't care.
The orphanage.
And keeps the horse.
The orphanage takes her in. Well, the farmer didn't want the horse back. They were going to kill it.
Still.
Yeah, so they let her keep it there, and the horse apparently has a long... So in that version...
Apparently the horse died a year before the actual story.
So how it is in the book is her seeing something was in danger and saving it, fulfilled this thing in her where, I need to be able to save other people.
Yeah.
I need to save them. This feels good. I was alone and scared, and I wanted someone to save me, and I have now saved this horse. I want to go into a career where I could save people. The movie... They get rid of the horse, which I'm fine with that. It simplifies
Silence of the Lambs, so it
simplifies it. In the movie, she saves a lamb, but then she gets caught the uncle sends her away to an orphanage and they kill the lamb.
Yeah, they still kill the lamb.
So now it's changed the context a little bit to where it's like she is like sad that she never got to save that lamb. And now it's like, I need to save Catherine to fill this, because again, no one was there for me when I was a kid. I need to like save this person so I can like feel good about myself. It changes the context. It's a little different. The characters are very different from that point, but it still works.
Yeah.
It's not like a change that ruins the movie.
Yeah.
Would I have done it differently? I don't know. But I thought it was like a perfectly fine change. But he lets her know like everything is in the case file that she needs to catch him. Then she gets kicked out by Dr. Chilton.
Yeah, and then she actually breaks free from all these people who are trying to lead her out. And then she
grabs the
back,
file and he
does
rubs her finger.
ooh.
So it's supposed to take place in Tennessee. Yeah, it's supposed to take place in Tennessee. That's the last time we see her. But it's shot in Pittsburgh. Do you know how I know that was shot in Pittsburgh?
Because you've been to Pittsburgh?
I have been to Pittsburgh. I was at a movie called The Dark Knight Rises. I might have mentioned it, but no, that is not how I know it was shot in Pittsburgh. I've never even been to that building. How do I know it was shot in Pittsburgh? Because George A. Romero, the creator of Night of the Living Dead, is an actor in that scene. He's the guy in the walkie-talkie.
Huh.
And he's from Pittsburgh.
That's funny.
Do you know George Romero? Me and him made a movie together. It was called Hack the Living Dead.
Yeah, I was in it.
Yeah, you were in it.
Yeah,
it's a really good movie. Go ahead and check out Hack the Living Dead. I think me and George worked really well together on that movie, which is amazing because I made it, like 4 or 5 years after he died, and he shot all his scenes, I think, before my mom was even born. But we really came together and we made Hack the Living Dead pretty great. We have merch available. Please check that out. Anyway, so she gets kicked out. And then I kind of want to mention that we see Hannibal. They're pissed that they had to give him a second dinner. He ordered extra rare lamb chops. It's like, all right, come on, guy. He's a little... Sorry, we have people knocking on the wall over there. They're still mad about Ghostbusters 2. They come back once in a while. Someone threw a brick into the store the other day. He's drawing new pictures. And one of the pictures he drew is Clarice with a lamb. Now, I want to tell you fans, if you're enjoying this episode, if you would like this VHS tape signed by me and Johanna, whoever can draw Johanna carrying a lamb like Hannibal Lecter the best, whoever draws Johanna carrying the lamb, just like Hannibal Lecter, whoever gets as close as they can, the best Johanna carrying a lamb picture,
my God.
I will mail you this copy of this VHS signed. Do it. Tweet it, Instagram it to us, let us know. And whoever does the best one, I'll send it.
Oh my God.
Hannibal breaks out. This scene is awesome.
How well he planned this is insane.
He hid the thing in his mouth.
What was that? What part of the pen was that?
The clip of the
clippy
pen.
part?
Yeah,
Okay.
it was metal, so.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what exactly it was.
So he breaks out of his cuffs. He cuffs the one guy, beats the shit out of the other dude. Then he bites the other guy's face. And this part used to give me chills as a kid. He's listening to the music, and then you hear the other cop getting away, and then he grabs the knife, and he's like, ready when you are. And I'm like, oh my God. So then the cops downstairs realize something's going on.
Yeah, they see the elevator.
They see the elevator go down, then they hear gunshots, and they're all freaking out. So they go up, and they're going to see where Hannibal is. And when I used to watch this on VHS, shitty VHS, which you can own the copy that I grew up with, because it wasn't widescreen. I always thought this scene was funny when they break in and the one guy points to the ceiling. And I'm always like, how is he going to hide there? And now when I watch it on widescreen, it's oh, there was another level.
Yeah.
That I'm all right, now it makes sense. But when you watch it on VHS, cropped, you're like, what? Do you think he was Spider-Man? What the fuck? But yeah, they kind of do the Blood Angel when he hangs the cop up. So
but he's gutted too.
Yeah, he's
so it's
gutted.
Weird, but he's still spread out. But it's not an actual blood eagle.
Yeah, it's not an actual blood eagle. But when you first see it through the window, it's really creepy.
Yeah.
So what the blood eagle is, and I think they mentioned this in the movie Rotor, which we talked about in rental reviews. You cut out the back and you pull out the lungs to look like wings.
You also break the ribs and rip them open.
Yeah, you break the ribs, and they did it on the show. And you
ever watch Vikings?
No.
They do it on Vikings.
Yeah, so you hang out the lungs to look like wings, and it's real chilling and creepy.
Yeah, the skin's out too with it.
Yeah, but in this one, it's he's cut, he's disemboweled, and then they have that American flag behind him, and it still looks creepy. And then they notice Pembrey, Sergeant Pembrey, is on the floor bleeding out of his face. His face is mutilated, which is also really creepy. So Hannibal is gone. They have no idea where he is. A SWAT team shows up, and the 2 SWAT team officers we see are singer Chris Isaac.
That is Chris Isaac.
And Daniel von Bargen, who was the military school teacher and Malcolm in the Middle, and Kruger on Seinfeld, George's inept boss.
Yeah.
So we get like one of the best twists I've seen in a movie.
It's so good.
They're taking the cop out and they notice blood dripping and they're like, oh, he's up there, and they gotta like be quiet about it.
Yeah, I forgot, they said something on the walkie-talkie like, oh, everything's clear or something like that.
Yeah, they're like, everything's clear. So they open up the thing and we don't see Hannibal's face. This is because Hannibal is not in the elevator shaft. He switched clothes with the guy, much like Michael Myers in the beginning of Halloween Resurrection.
Also peeled some of his face off to wear his face.
He's wearing how creepy would it be if someone was wearing your face? I'd be really freaked out if someone wore my face.
Would you hack me? I'd hack me.
And then it cuts to like Ardelia running and stuff. It's real freaking tense. She's talking to Clarice. Ardelia's talking to Clarice, and they're like, is he going to come after you? She's like, I don't really think so. I don't see why he would. But then they start to investigate the case closer. And something Hannibal told her was he covets things. What do we covet? By what we see. And they realize he must have known the first girl, because it's the only one he weighted down, because he didn't want people to find her, because then it would link back to him, which it ultimately does.
Yeah.
So she goes to the victim's house, and the dad's there. And speaking of good actors, even bit part actors, that dad plays sad really well. Like, you feel really bad for the dad. It's like, it's still the way she left it. And
don't they say that in The Ring too?
I think so, yeah. You can tell like that's a dad who's going through a lot, and it's like, oh, that's a bummer. But she goes through her personal stuff, which I think is mean. It's meaner in the book. She opens up a picture and she sees like the girl like naked and stuff.
It's the jewelry box, and she notices that like the little felt part that you can like pull it out. Or silk.
This is like a weird change they did, because in the book that's Catherine's room, and she finds like Catherine was taking these pictures for some reason, and Ruth Martin walks in. She's like, "What do you have there?" And like Clarice is like, "No, trust me, you don't want to see these." And like Ruth eventually sees it. I guess they wanted the scene of her finding it, so they like, you do what you do with adaptations, rearrange stuff. But yeah, so she sees the pictures of her like all naked and stuff. And then because this girl was a tailor, she goes through her clothes and sees the diamond shapes. And that's when it like clicks. She's like, this person must be a tailor that this girl knew. She calls Jack Crawford, and Jack's like, don't worry, we already got it.
Yeah, we're on our way. We're in the plane now. We should get there in a half hour.
Yeah, which is smart what he did. Because they were basically, Hannibal gave them good advice. They're like, yeah, there's a few places for gender reassignment. So they crossed his name with like known offenders. And they found a guy named James Gum. In the book, they tell you he screwed up his own name. Who tried to import like a bunch of death's head moths and got caught. So they're on their way there. And she decides to interview the girl's friend. And then she's like, oh, who does this person she worked for? She's like, oh, it's this old lady. Here's her address. And another great twist. I didn't think they could top the previous twist, but this twist is so freaking good. When you watch this with someone who's never seen the movie before, this is one of those shit moments. So the whole time you see the SWAT team and Jack Crawford about to like storm the house, and then meanwhile Bill is fighting with Catherine because she like tricked Precious into the hole.
Yeah, she like tied the bone onto the thing with the bucket, and then she ended up pulling Precious down into the well with her.
So the whole time you're like waiting for them to like storm in. Which the first time you see this, I don't know how I felt the first time I saw this, but I imagine if you watch this the first time, you'd be like, oh, it's kind of weird Clarice isn't in this scene. Seems like this is like a big deal. They storm in, they break in.
Yeah, they're ringing the doorbell.
It cuts so well. It's so, again, I said this earlier, it's so good to talk about a good movie on the show again.
Thank you for finally having me for a good movie.
It's the fucking King Kong Lives, Collateral Damage. Ghostbusters 2. Oh my God, they threw another brick through the door. I'm sorry. Anyway.
Got a note on it?
Yeah, it's probably telling me to die. Anyway, and then they all storm in.
There's no one here, Jack. Clarice.
Your name is?
Oh, Jack Gordon.
Oh my God, we skipped the biggest part of the movie. I'm sorry. Back up. How did we skip this scene? Well, she figures out it's a human suit, but we see Bill dancing to Goodbye Horses, wearing the top of the woman's suit, and then tucking his penis. We can't show it.
And you see, like, because it's not like a perfect cut either. You see, like, the jaggedness of, like, the head. And
we see him dancing and pinching his nose. Goodbye Horses. Yeah. It's so creepy. I don't know how we almost went this whole review. This whole review not mentioning it. Holy shit.
I mean, so we were talking about, like, actual plot stuff or whatever, not, like, the
That was very important to the plot. I needed to see him tuck his penis on her. So Clarice is there, and I love Ted Levine so much because he's doing a good job. Like, Bill, like, Jane Gum, he can't, like, hide, like, he can't be a human person. Like, he's, like, doing a really bad job of hiding. He's like, ugh.
Did you know her?
No, Oh, wait. Was she a great big fat person?
But he's like, hey, so do you guys have any leads on what's going on with the killer? And it's so obvious, like, what's happening.
Yeah, the cops have no idea around here.
But there's a really great scene before Clarice figures out. She walks into the room and the camera moves back and there's just a picture of, like, a moth on the wall, like, framed. Then it's like you as the viewer are like, oh, no. But what finally tips her off, she sees all the thread around. And it's like, he's not the tailor, but he still has all his thread. And then a death's head moth lands on it, and you can see the string on it when you watch it in HD. There's a string on the moth.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, I have to look at that again.
She figures out who he is. She tries to arrest him. He runs into the basement. Now, Clarice is supposed to be smart. Why the fuck did she go into that creepy-ass bait? I would have called for backup. I would have seen if he had a phone. I would have went to my car, radio.
Number one, I think she knew that they were going to come to her anyway, because if they're going to the other place and it's a dead end and there's nothing there, like, they're obviously going to go.
Well, she needs to call someone now before she goes into.
But I think she was in a panic and in such a I gotta save a person mode.
Yeah.
I think she thought that something would happen to Catherine.
I'm sorry, if you were in a basement and I knew the killer was down there, I'm calling for help. Actually, you know what? If I stay there too long, he might come up and kill me. I'm just leaving you.
Yeah,
there.
if I knew you were in a well or something, I wouldn't even be in that area. I'd be like, oh, that sucks for him.
So instead,
thoughts and prayers.
Instead, she goes into the scariest dungeon basement. She finds the woman suit, which is stitched together, like, really poorly, by the way.
Yeah.
What, is he going to have two different boobs?
Well, that was the thing, too. Like, again, with the part of the head, it's, like, super, like, jagged cut.
I don't think the person doing the special effects was... I don't think they read the script where they said he's a great tailor, because they're making this janky woman suit. So yeah, Catherine is, like, really, really depressed. She's like, please help me. She's like, I can't help you right now. I gotta find this guy.
Like, shut up, shut the dog up. Like, I gotta find this guy. She's like closing all the doors to make sure he can't sneak in on her.
Again, visual storytelling. As she's going around, we heard earlier that he tried to be many things. We start to see SWAT stickers and anti-government stuff everywhere. And it's like, oh, that was one of his phases he went through. I'm like, that's a little disturbing. Yeah, then we see Mrs. Lippman, poor Mrs. Lippman in the bathtub. He left her in the bathtub. Why would he leave her there? Who would leave a dead thing in their house for that long?
I don't think he cares.
This is one of the most tense scenes. It's like the Hannibal Lecter escaping scene and then this.
My anxiety goes through I know what happens every time, but my anxiety literally goes through, like, to the hundreds.
Yes.
Every single time I watch this.
The lights go out. She has no idea where she is, but he's got the night vision goggles on. And we even still get that male gaze thing.
You hear the pew.
Yeah. Really, really creepy. But this is where we also realize Bill is stupid. He gets himself killed. Well, like you said, it's a callback.
Yeah, this is what I meant. I'm very upset about that, because that would have been great.
Yes. Here's what I want to tell you. It's a Colt Python, and they are, double action revolvers. They do not need to be cocked. You don't need to pull the hammers back on those. So he cocks the gun to be dramatic, even though he doesn't have to. It gives away his location. She just opens fire on him and kills him.
Yeah.
And he has more butterfly stuff. But then we see he was collecting newsprints of himself, which is pretty cool.
When she's shooting him, it shoots out the window in the back, so all the light's coming through, so she can actually see now.
Spits blood out everywhere. I thought it was interesting that Catherine keeps Precious when they're taking her away. Someone goes to take the dog and she keeps it.
It's because it's like the only thing she kind of had that was like a innocent thing. You know what I mean? Like she had like a companion for like a few minutes there.
Then we get to the end of the movie. And this is Clarice has graduated. In the book, it's not clear if she graduates.
Yeah.
Because she was failing exams working on Jack Crawford's case. But in this one, she graduates. She's there with Bug Guy. Bug Guy's friend is hitting on Ardelia. And then she runs into Jack Crawford, and she finally gets the respect from a male authority figure she's been craving. And it's a really nice scene. It's like, hey, you did really good. But then it's the added romance kind of like sours it a little bit for me. But she gets a phone call. Who's calling her?
Shocked Pikachu face. It's Hannibal Lecter.
Who's just living it up in South America.
It cracks me up too when they actually show it's him and the fly lands on his head.
He's wearing the wig. But he's basically like, hey, good job. Have your lambs stop screaming. Because this movie, she's haunted by the screaming of the lambs and she wants to silence them. Really, really good ending. And I love the line. He's like, I'd love to talk more, but I'm having an old friend for dinner. And it's Dr. Chilton.
And it's so unfortunate that the book doesn't end that way.
Yeah.
So because she ends up just with the guy.
Yeah, she ends up with the
guy. And she just falls asleep. And that's supposed to be the
Hannibal
silence.
is across the street. He wears bandages because he's across the street from a plastic surgeon.
Yeah.
And he's injecting, I guess he's stealing like silicone and injecting it in his face.
Because he wants to change his face.
And he's writing a letter. But this one is more dramatic. I kind of like this ending a little bit more.
And also, we get the presumption that Chilton dies. So
Yes, which is pretty good. I love this movie.
It's so good.
As stated, it's one of my favorite movies. I'm hoping the show doesn't screw it up, but I really don't like that producer.
I don't have any hopes for it. Also, can't they not even mention Hannibal?
That might be true. No.
I heard that was a thing. I don't know if that's like someone just being dramatic.
I think it was the opposite. I think other things couldn't mention Clarice. Like the TV show couldn't mention Silence of the Lambs specifically.
Okay.
But anyway, really, really great movie. I kind of like this whole series. Well, not the fourth one. I kind of like this series. I know people are very split on Hannibal. We'll get to Hannibal because that's a very loaded one.
Especially the book.
Oh my God. But yeah, I really love this. I highly recommend it. As a woman, how did this movie feel to you?
Oh no, it's great.
Yes.
It's wonderful. I love it.
I mean, again, you can't really relate because you had to rely on a man for all your success. But do you think women who have to rely on themselves can relate to it?
I'm going to eat you.
Anyway, this was Talking About Tapes. Check out our podcast, Castle versus the Pod Monster. We didn't mention that in the beginning. Make sure to like, share, and subscribe. And let's go eat some liver with fava beans and Chianti.
I don't want liver.
Too bad.
I'll drink the wine.
Okay, let's go do that. Bye.
Talking about tapes.
Buongiorno.
Oh, God. Tony.
Mamma mia. We're getting real Italian today. Hello, Johanna.
Hello, Tony.
Hello, Trisha.
Buongiorno, Tony.
That's so much better.
That sounds a lot better. Sounds a lot better.
Hey, wait a minute. What happened to your nose?
Oh, you'll never believe it. I was running in the woods.
Sorry, you running?
To find porn.
To get rid of the woods. That's a callback to the Blair Witch episode. And I was running and lifting weights at the same time, get my exercise in, as I often do. And just a cannibal came out and tried to bite my nose off.
Oh my God.
But I did karate on him. I know karate, by the way. And I was able to beat him up, but he got one little bite in on my nose.
You didn't play your Rocky moves?
I did, but he surprised me. So he got the one in, and I was like, boom, bang. Bada boom.
Oh God, I can't do this episode, guys. I'm leaving.
Look what you've done. Look what you've done.
So because I was using my Rocky moves, which are very Italian, and I was fighting a cannibal, it reminded me we need to review the sequel to Silence of the Lambs, Hannibal. And that's what we're doing today. Yes, Hannibal. For those of you who don't know, we've reviewed Silence of the Lambs. Go back to that episode. That's where I found out that, well, maybe we have a new person here. Was Silence of the Lambs like a big like family movie in your house? Like you watched it as a kid with like your mom and whatnot, like when you were 7 and whatnot?
Not really.
Okay, so still just me. I called my mom during that episode to let her know that other families weren't doing that.
You were doing that with your family at 7 years old?
Yeah, I was real into, yeah, we used to watch it all the time.
Oh my
And like
God.
when this movie was coming out, so this is 2001, I was like 10, 11, and I was like real excited for this movie. And then Red Dragon came out the year later, and I was like super into it. Everyone was all excited for like X-Men and Spider-Man, and I was too, but I was more into Hannibal. I was very, very excited for it.
I don't even remember when this came out, honestly. Like, I know it was 2001, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't remember this movie.
But yeah, not a lot of people were excited for this one. Oh, also, we are going to do Red Dragon, and we will do Manhunter, the first one, technically.
Ugh.
But if you want to see a movie that kind of steals stuff from that book, go to Patreon and watch our review of Opera. Yeah, the end of Opera. Oh, do you even forget you did that review with me?
Forgot.
So Manhunter doesn't use the ending from the book, but this Italian movie that me and Trisha
That's
reviewed.
Right. Okay.
I guess they saw Manhunter and they're like, what the fuck? Where's the book ending? So that movie just stole the ending of the Red Dragon book and just put it into their movie.
Sure.
So anyway, this is based off the novel, which I've read. This is one of those in the book episodes. I've had a lot of great revenge this year because I've read way more books, and for years I've had to listen to this woman just be like, "Well, in the book, Harry Potter did a polar bear spell, and that's how he beat Snorkel's block."
And now that's you.
And now it's me. Now I get to do it.
You know what? I might have some revenge right now. Did you have this marker in here to mark where you were?
Oh shit.
Did you move it?
I picked it up, not realizing that the marker was just gonna fall out. So you lost your place. I opened it up and I kind of assumed it was in one spot that was still open, but...
Well, that was going to be important to the end of the episode.
Yeah,
so thanks
so
for that.
you're welcome.
Great job.
You're
Great job.
So yes, for being snooty.
So yes, Hannibal, written by Thomas Harris. He took a while to write a sequel.
Also, why don't you have a real bookmarker? Just like bend the page. It's an old book. What do you need a marker?
What? Can I just get into the episode?
It's your fault, Tony. You're lucky that she told you, though. That was nice of her.
So, yes, he wrote the book. It came out in 1999, and everyone who read it went, "What? What was that? How the fuck are they going to make a movie out of that?" And a few people had that same thought, including Jodie Foster, who read the book, and I assume she got to the ending and went, "No, no,
That's a hard nope.
That's a hard..." And if only she knew that the movie was not going to use that ending, maybe.
Yeah.
Her official reason for turning it down was a scheduling conflict, but I think that was like
like she got like some actress that could be
but I think
Claire Danes, right? Wasn't it?
Yeah, but I think that was a happy coincidence. I don't think she wanted to do the movie, and then she did the whole like, "Oh, I can't. Oh, yeah, I got to do this other movie."
Too gory. No thanks.
Someone who was excited to do the movie was everyone's favorite actor, Gary Oldman. What is okay? So
I can't explain it. I don't know.
Last night, Trisha messaged me that she hates Gary Oldman. And I'm like, in this movie? And it's like, no, just in general. He's like one of the most celebrated actors of all time.
I don't know. It's kind of like that whole thing with like Anne Hathaway. Like, you know how I just despise her for no reason at all.
Okay, I just want to point out, you now hate two people that co-starred with me in The Dark Knight Rises.
What are the chances, Tony?
Let's see. What are your thoughts on Christian Bale?
Tom Hardy.
I don't like him either, but I'm not
Actually, I don't like Christian Bale
Tom
either.
Hardy, I don't know. He's fine. Well,
Okay, so
Christian
Tom
Bale's
Hardy.
like
So
it's fine.
do you like me? I'm also in that movie.
Let me get back to you on that.
Okay, all right. Well, okay. So far, Trisha, out of all the people who are in Dark Knight Rises, she likes Tom Hardy.
Kinda.
Maybe she's okay with me, and she doesn't like Christian Bale, Anne Hathaway, or Gary Oldman.
Right, but I hate Anne Hathaway and Gary Oldman. No, I'm sorry if you guys are watching.
Joseph Gordon-Levitt?
No, he's great.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
he's
that's 2 likes and 1 if.
Who's the girl who plays Anne Hathaway's like little sidekick?
Who the fuck knows? She's barely in the movie.
But like she's like a person. Like
She's a person.
So Gary Oldman just does it. You see Gary Oldman in a movie and you're like, nah.
No, I don't know. Especially in this movie. Oh my God.
Well, yeah, this movie, he's playing he's playing a more toned down version of an awful human being.
I just was really completely ruined by him when Tiptoes came out. I don't know. When I saw Tiptoes, I just couldn't deal with it anymore.
You knocked up this great girl and you didn't tell her that her baby's probably gonna be little. I'm not like you.
And in the role of a lifetime, Gary Oldman.
I really want to review Tiptoes, but that's one of those we need a little person in this episode if we're going to review Tiptoes. I want a member of that community to represent them.
Right. Get Peter Dinklage.
Oh, did you see Hornswoggle shitting on him? Mm-hmm. I never thought Hornswoggle would be on Tucker Carlson yelling at Peter Dinklage. I'm like, this is a weird world we're living in right now. Anyway, and by the way, she's texting this to me. She hates Gary Oldman. Meanwhile, I have a life-size mannequin of Gary Oldman Dracula in my basement right now, just propped up, and I'm
Which is super creepy. It looks like a real person, when you walk down there and it's dark.
Yeah, it's cool.
It's terrible.
I've always wanted a life-size mannequin of Gary. Look, I paid a lot of money for that Dracula mask, so I need to put it on display. So Jonathan Demme, director of Silence of the Lambs, he was one of the many people who read the book and went, nah. He thought it was absurd. Apparently, he declined. The writer of they couldn't fucking get anyone back except for Anthony Hopkins and the guy who played Barney. Yeah, that's the only people they could get back. They managed to get the mask back. They got the mask, that back. Yeah. So the writer also hated the book. They got a guy called David Mamet who wrote The Untouchables and Hoffa. He wrote the script and apparently it was terrible. So they got Steve Zalian who wrote Schindler's List. The movie based off that historic thing that definitely did happen. A lot of
looking at you, Whoopi Goldberg.
Yeah, a lot of celebrities are getting in a lot of trouble. So to ensure,
she didn't say it didn't exist, but what she said was fucked up.
Terrible.
Well, we can all agree it definitely happened,
and it was a race thing,
right?
Yes.
Okay.
100%.
Wasn't sure on you.
Get the hell.
Anyway, so he rewrote it.
There you go.
He rewrote it. They got Ridley Scott. Fresh off of Gladiator.
He was in he was filming Gladiator.
Yes.
And
you heard the story. Tell it, yeah.
Well, no, I don't know the story.
Oh.
Actually, continue. Sorry.
Oh, no, I thought you were going
I was going to, but it's after. Fucking everything up.
So we got a call from Dino De Laurentiis saying, hey, do you want to film Hannibal? And he thought it was about the, the Carthaginian general who weaponized elephants.
Which makes sense.
Yes. And he's just like, I just did a bunch of, I don't want to do that. And he's like, no, the fucking cannibal. He's like, oh, okay, I'll do that.
Oh my God.
Exactly.
Well,
yeah, the script was pitched to Scott by Dino De Laurentiis, which is the grandfather of Giada De Laurentiis, which honestly, if you know Giada, right? She's super famous Italian lady who cooks, and she has the most horrible Italian accent in the world. And I hate it. And I forget what
hate people with such a bad Italiano accent.
Me too.
Mamma mia, pasta visual.
I'm just kidding.
Sorry.
But no, her grandparents, her parents are obviously Italian, but the way that she speaks Italian is horrible. So someone commented on one of my TikTok videos oh, we should have Giada comment and see how she pronounces this word. And I was like, fuck no. And I blocked the person. It's are you dumb? Sorry.
Trisha, was that a bafangu from you?
Oh my God.
That was a bafanculo.
For all of you who watch Kieran's Twitch streams, anytime he steals our word, please call him out on it because he's been using our word a lot lately.
Exactly. That's this whole thing with the video, the Italian videos that they're doing now with this hand symbol.
Oh, yeah.
Dun, 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 dun. I'm just no. Anyway, I got off track. But De Laurentiis and Carlo Ponti, who was the husband of Sophia Loren, super famous actress.
Yes, I know her, yes.
Was one of the producers who actually brought Italian cinema to the international spectrum. So he's super, super
We've talked about De Laurentiis. I'm not doing it with the accent, sorry. We talked about him before. He's
Call yourself an Italian.
he's one of the respected big Italian producers who didn't. Sure, he produced King Kong Lives, but he's usually Italian producers is oh God, what do they got? But he was the more respected one in America. You see his name on something, you're okay, it might be good. Might suck, but it might be good.
Yeah. I don't like this movie, though. So. Just how it is.
Well, yeah, he was excited to do it because he kind of like outsourced Silence of the Lambs after Manhunter failed, and then that did well. He's like, well, fuck, I got to be more involved in this next one. So yes, I'm going to do a lot of in the book in this.
You go right ahead.
But here's some stuff that was just straight up left out. Ardelia Mapp, Clarice's roommate from college, just completely left out of the movie. In the book, she's like living with her in a house and everything. And Ardelia's like nice and organized, and Clarice is just a shit show. They just cut her right the fuck out. No, not even one mention of her. This is the big one. Mason Verger's muscle-bound lesbian sister, and the whole trying to get a male hair subplot is omitted. That's the whole thing. So she can't get her family's money.
Male hair?
Air. I pronounced the H. My bad. So only
I can't.
Only for some reason
they're and get your man hair.
For some reason the patriarch of her family is very sexist, so the fortune only gets passed down to a son. It's an
old Italian guy, like
I don't think Mason Verger's Italian.
No?
I don't know. But so her whole mission is that she wants her horrible
No, he's
brother.
American because they had the meat packing stuff since the Civil War. So no, you're right.
So she wants to get impregnated by her brother.
Civil War, then he's probably racist.
So she can have a male son who then she can inherit all the money.
This was in the book.
Yes. Oh, okay. And that's why she wants to kill Mason, because Mason's like sexually abused her and he's awful.
Literally assaulted her.
Literally assaulted her and many people. But she's keeping him alive because she needs his man juice so she can have a weird incest baby so she can inherit all that money and live happily with her lesbian lover.
Did you mention the children's stuff?
Oh, I go into that. Don't worry.
Okay.
But because she was cut out, Barney is super heavily reduced because he like hangs out at the Mason Verger estate. And he has this whole like him and Margot are just in the gym like working out and shit. And that's all cut out. He's only got like 2 scenes. Jack Crawford is completely cut.
Yep.
There's a deleted scene that even says, yeah, Jack Crawford's dead. I'm okay with this because the book, he's just kind of like, hey guys, I'm still around. Right. I was big in the last 2 books. Remember me? And they're like, yeah, that's great, Jack. And I think he just dies at one point. And they're like, oh, well, Jack Crawford died.
He died in the Atlantic Ocean with Rose. That's what Jack was.
Different Jack.
I always have to make a Titanic reference.
And then all of Hannibal Lecter's flashbacks to World War II of his family getting invaded by the Nazis were completely cut out. Don't worry, they made a movie about it. You can see it. It's terrible. Yeah, and then there's 2 other scenes that are faithful to the book but break continuity of the previous movie. I'll get to that. And then everything else I want to talk about is related to the ending because it's fucking bonkers.
I feel like they should have just cut everything out of this movie.
Just not even made it.
Exactly.
I honestly, people theorize that like he was writing this book just to see like
how far
they're like, hey, you know what? I bet they'll never put this in a movie.
And it's correct.
Yeah, it got to the point where people always say this movie's gross, it's disgusting, and it's just like, oh, you got the tame version. The TV show uses some of the stuff that was left out.
Oh my god, the TV show's so good.
Yeah.
So like, look, I get that it's definitely gorier than Silence of the Lambs, but like a lot of the shit that was happening in Silence of the Lambs, yeah, they weren't showing it, but like that was fucked up. So why is this? Oh no, we see it now. Oh, the cannibals killing people. Oh god.
This one's more played for like fun. I think that's where the issue is. Oh, and I forgot. At some point, Clarice meets another girl who ran into Biggs, and they both had the same encounter. That's the guy who jerked off onto Clarice in the previous film. Anyway, the movie opens with Barney at Mason Verger's estate, and we meet his assistant, Cordell. Who is that fucking guy? That guy's in True Blood, isn't he? Cordell?
He is?
I don't know.
He looks
I'd have to look at him again. Yeah. I definitely was looking at him like, I know you from something.
Yeah, he's one of those guys.
Wait, I don't remember. I love True Blood.
True Blood was good. Oh, God.
What?
They're coming out with a podcast.
I watched the fucking finale with Trisha.
Oh, that's right. We did watch it together.
Spoiler. When Bill died, she like jumped at the TV screen to like hug it and scream no.
Oh, I hated Bill.
She was like, no! And I'm like,
honestly,
oh
looking back, I don't know why I was so in love with Bill because Eric is obviously the better choice and so much better.
But also like the actor's a really good person, and also he's really with Anna Paquin in real life, and they're very cute together.
That's true.
Yes.
That is true.
So Gary Oldman, we get to see Gary Oldman as Mason Verger.
Gary
I forgot to
Oldman.
mention, we went into whole Trisha hates Gary Oldman. He was completely uncredited in this.
There was
Well,
something where
maybe
he
in the-
wanted to be credited with Anthony Hopkins and Julianne Moore.
And they said no?
They said no. And then I don't know what happened, but then they were like talking about other stuff, and then they realized like, oh well, with all the makeup and everything, put me uncredited, and then later
Because it's
like,
a surprise. You're like, oh shit, that's Gary Oldman. Where people like me were like, awesome. And then people like Trisha were like, oh, no.
Fuck, why?
Oh, we forgot. Yeah, so
Terrible
Julianne Moore is in this. Should have been Gillian Anderson from the X-Files.
Oh, I agree.
She wasn't allowed to.
Why?
I believe her contract, she wasn't allowed to play an FBI agent in something else because she was still doing X-Files.
Oh, no way.
And that's kind of like, I mentioned it.
Interesting.
I mentioned it somewhere before. Like they do this with James Bond. Pierce Brosnan, he wasn't allowed to wear a tuxedo in any other movie while he was playing James Bond.
What the hell kind of rules are those?
I mean, if you're James Bond, because because this happened a lot, they don't want someone else making a cheap, they want, they don't want to put him in a tuxedo in a movie that has nothing to do with spies to
Right.
trick people.
He could do another movie and just have like one of those T-shirts that look like a tuxedo T-shirt.
I wonder if that was like, he's like, you said nothing about tuxedo T-shirts. Sorry.
Exactly.
Jessica,
okay.
please Photoshop Pierce Brosnan in a tuxedo T-shirt. Gillian Anderson does make it into the Hannibal TV show, though. So she showed up
okay.
eventually.
She's so hot.
Yeah, I like her.
I like her too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so
hot.
he is
I know, she's
selling.
hot.
Well, like her. You know what I mean?
I really like the X-Files. So.
Yes, me too. Oh, love it. Sorry, I got really excited.
Literally never heard you mention the X-Files, but okay. Barney is selling him the famous Hannibal Lecter mask. Because it's very apparently in this universe, everything tied to Hannibal is super valuable, including the mask he wore one afternoon. Not even like, it wasn't even like his mask.
I guess, I mean, thinking about how weird people are with like serial killers and stuff.
Yeah.
And there are like museums that like have these people's things, and it's like, here's Ted Bundy's car.
Yeah.
Like the bug and stuff, whatever. Maybe that was just like a thing.
Yeah.
That's probably what it is. But yeah.
And he's also still not caught. Like, it's not even like, oh, he's on death row or something. It's like,
And,
oh shit, he's still out there.
We find out why Mason really is into Hannibal. He's got a personal vendetta. But yeah, he pays Barney like what, $50,000 for the mask?
Something like that.
250,000.
But yeah, they put that in there because it's like we got to let people know they're in the right movie.
Was it 500,000?
No, I think it was 50,000.
Was it? Okay, I don't know.
500,000? That's too much.
I don't
for a
know. They
mask.
mentioned something about 500,000. I was
No,
like,
that's
half
later. That's
asleep
later
by
in the
like,
movie. That's
5
later in the
minutes into
movie. We get some really cool opening titles with security cameras, which I believe are in Rome. It's hard to tell. It's so shoppy. I think I saw the Colosseum.
I think it was in Rome because I did have that in my notes, but I didn't add it. But yeah, I think it was the
That
original
makes sense
scene.
because then he goes into Florence too.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it would be like,
I do like.
Yeah.
I do like that the pigeons make his face for a second. I thought that was really fucking cool. When I was a kid, I'm like, that's awesome. I'm 11 and shouldn't be watching this movie.
Exactly.
So, Clarice, the FBI, the DEA, and the local police are trying to bust some drug lords at a local fish market in DC. The local police are assholes.
Yeah.
I love that they're only there because the mayor got busted for cocaine, so he has to like appear tough on drugs. So it's like, yeah, go with them. I that way I can take all the credit for it. Yeah. So Clarice doesn't feel good about this drug bust.
Yeah.
Because there's too many people around. The lady has a baby, and she wants to call it off, but the local police fuck it up, and it turns into a bloody shootout. You know what would have made this scene better? If the Macarena was playing in the background.
Why?
Because in the book, the Macarena is playing in the background, and it's called back to many, many times.
No way.
The day I read that, I literally took the scene and added the song to it, and I can't post it anywhere because like Universal flags it for the video, and then whoever owns the Macarena
music.
like flags it for the
God.
audio. So like,
That's horrible.
so if
though.
you're at home and you have editing software, add the Macarena
or
to the
just
background.
watch the movie while listening to the Macarena.
They make a point. They're like, and this is 1999. Like the song was not popular anymore. So it's like, everyone's just like shooting everyone.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, that's the thing that happens. So
Can I just add that Clarice, I don't know why I said it with that.
Clarice.
The best thing with Trisha is she goes in and out of the accent. And like, it's like she has personalities.
It's true, because sometimes like, oh god, I'm dying.
You would be like awful as like a secret agent or like a spy. It's like
just like, well, this actually goes along with the point, because then I like change accents, right? Because Clarice changes her fucking accent throughout the movie.
She does.
Yeah,
it's really bad.
Yeah, she's trying to do like the southern thing, like Jodie Foster, but she's fucking it up.
She's so bad at it. It's like, because then sometimes I would listen to her and I would forget that she had that accent, and it would be American. And I'd be like, oh wait, I mean not American, obviously, but like North American, and then from the South.
Yeah, where is she from in the book again? She's definitely down south. I forget
where.
I don't know.
So yeah, she confronts Avelda, the drug girl, with the baby in the carriage, and
way to put your baby in harm, by the way. Like, oh, I'm gonna shoot these people. They're not gonna shoot me back. Yes, the fuck they are.
It's terrible.
Oh yeah, she should know. She's like, oh no, the cops, they'll never shoot. Yeah,
Right.
you should probably be.
They'll shoot you, not the baby. Like.
Yeah. Well, the baby is supposed to be armor.
Yeah, but she shoot her like in the shoulder, right?
Yeah, she shoots her in the shoulder. And she gets shot too.
Does she die?
Yeah, she dies.
From being shot in the shoulder?
Yeah, it probably bleeds out and stuff. Okay, I know there's a lot of movies, especially this one at the end, where people get in the shoulder and they're fine, but like sometimes it can kill you. Like,
sus.
Okay. The fucking animatronic baby looks real as shit. Where she's like hosing the blood off the baby, because what's her face?
She's just blasting the hose, by the way, like,
she's like, it's okay.
It's like, oh
they
my
mentioned
God, put it on
she's
the side
like,
and then splash it on the baby, like, damn.
That was I think it's because they mentioned she was like HIV positive, so she wanted to like get the blood out of the baby. But like it's an animatronic baby and it looks real as hell. When I was a kid, I'm like, did they just like blast a fucking baby with that hose? Like that looks fucking horrifying.
Oh god, it reminds me of like those 90s commercials. Remember the baby that's like dancing?
Oh god, it's in a box. We literally have like a thing for that, like a t-shirt. It used to be over there.
Oh my god.
It was in Ally McBeal all the time.
Oh, okay.
She would hallucinate it. Not Ally McBeal fans?
No.
Okay, just me. Anyway, Clarice is sad. Because I guess you'd be sad too if your coworker got shot. Not me so much.
And also like the situation with the baby and just, yeah.
Nah, I don't care about that. But it gets worse because she's getting blamed for everything. And I'm on Clarice's side. I'm like, what the fuck? Why is she getting the blame for this? She didn't do anything.
Yeah, she was the one that didn't want to go. And
there's other people there that could be like, oh yeah, that guy fucked it all up.
Exactly.
Well, the dude's sexist as hell, so.
Oh, Paul Cranler, yeah.
He gets what's coming to him.
Who is in the first movie, played by a different guy.
Yeah.
And I guess we're just to assume that he got a lot of hair plugs between movies, because he was definitely balding in Silence of the Lambs, and now he's Ray Liotta.
Is he the guy that says, oh, you got a smart mouth, lady? I don't know. That's probably not the same guy.
It's Ray Liotta.
Oh, yeah, Ray Liotta. Okay, so wait, Ray Liotta.
Yeah.
When I first saw him in this, I thought it was Riccardo Scamarcio, who was like a really famous Italian actor. I don't know why.
How do you confuse Ray Liotta with anyone? It's Ray Liotta.
I don't know. I do love Goodfellas, though, so.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good one. I like Operation Dumbo Drop. I think that was like...
What?
It's that movie in the...
Where do you get these titles out of your ass? You're just
the movie in the 90s. They had
Dumbo ears.
It's the movie in the 90s where he has to like get an elephant somewhere. The only reason I remember it is because on a Will and Grace episode, he played himself. And he's like, everyone thinks I'm like mean, like my character in Goodfellas, but I'm more like my character in Operation Dumbo Drop.
Jesus Christ.
You guys don't have a good memory of Will and Grace? Anyway, let's continue.
No.
Anyway.
So Clarice is totally calling them out. She's like, you guys suck. Like, everything that happened was fucked. And again, I really like the character of Clarice. She's a self-made woman who's constantly being put down by men, and a lot of women relate to them. Again, Johanna doesn't, because I had to give Johanna her job, and I'm constantly giving her things to make her better. And I've been nothing but supportive.
Tony.
But other women relate to
Tony,
Clarice. Yeah.
We're not getting back together. Stop.
No, because you're getting married because of me, because I introduced you guys.
No, you didn't introduce us.
Yeah, I did. Anyway.
Oh God.
And Trisha, it's a whole thing. I have to argue with her dad. I'm like, I should be the one to give her away. And
yes,
we're constantly.
I actually was thinking about doing that as a joke. Have you on one arm and my dad on the other.
Oh,
just to be like, yeah. Like, that'll be the only way I'll walk down the aisle.
Oh, man.
Please invite me. I want to see that.
So you're the opposite of Clarice, but a lot of independent women out there really relate to her. And they've probably been in situations like this where they got the blame because the guys didn't want to throw their friends under the bus.
I was going to give you credit for like being really nice and like pro women, but then like the whole like throwing Johanna under the bus is like not cool. So
I just wanted to make
sure. I think this is the second time I'm just going to walk off set today. So.
Twice.
So she gets an offer to talk to Mason Verger, who has evidence related to the Hannibal case. He is the only victim of Hannibal to survive. No mention was made of him in the previous film or books, but I guess he just exists now.
Oh, okay. I was wondering.
I guess we're to assume he was in a coma for a really long time.
Did they mention him in the books? Like the Silence of the Lambs book?
No, as far as I can tell, Red Dragon and Silence of the Lambs, they didn't mention him at all. So again, I guess we're to imply that he was just in a coma.
Sure.
Because I'm pretty sure he would have been like, holy shit, my therapist is a monster. You should probably look into him. But that didn't happen. Considering what happens to him, I could see him being in a coma.
Was Hannibal really a monster to him, though?
Well, I'm just saying,
I think he deserved everything that happened.
If I'm reading the local paper and it's like, hey, there's someone out there eating people, and it's like, hey, you know what? My therapist, he was eating pieces of my face. I wonder if they're the same guy.
No, he just ate one piece.
Yeah, that's true.
The rest went to the dogs. Again, deserved.
So they're like, hey,
the dogs didn't deserve that.
So like, hey, you're in trouble. You go talk to the scary Gary Oldman. See what he has to say. His family's rich. I love that he's like, his family's not rich enough to buy a senator, but they can rent them. Like they're just open to like how corrupt they are. Clarice, you know, there's a lot of growth between films, and Clarice is smarter. She's no longer driving her Pinto. Because
Ford Pinto.
In the previous film, she was driving a Pinto. I'm like, oh, you poor girl. Someone's going to rear end you. You're going to blow up. Now she drives a Mustang.
Nice.
I'm like, okay.
There
Still
you
Ford.
go.
she's a Ford girl through and through. She's only driving.
Very American.
The nice Southern accent.
Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes. She sometimes has a nice Southern accent. Yeah, so Mason looks terrifying.
Yeah.
Like, I remember being a kid being like, and I didn't know it was Gary Oldman for the longest time.
Neither did I. I was literally horrified from this.
As someone who grew up watching Dracula like a million times.
I knew it was him. I could just sense it. This nasty Gary Oldman. I'm sorry.
So you don't like Dracula?
No. And not because I don't like Dracula, but because I don't like Gary Oldman.
I just realized Anthony Hopkins is in that one too.
Is he?
How many movies are they in together? I don't know. Yeah, so the book glances over how horrible Mason is. So he's a Cuties fan. He's a Cuties fan in the book. But he's like, so when he's not physically able to like abuse people, like his family still has like the camp with kids. And he'll like come in and make the kids cry and then has an assistant absorb the tears so they could put the tears in his cup so he could drink their tears.
Yeah, he like puts it in his like martinis, right?
Yes, they do that in the show, but it's like,
I haven't read the book, but I know of the stuff.
Again, the people reading the book are like, what the fuck is this? Is this like a James Bond villain? What is this? This is so stupid. This is cartoonishly evil. I love it. But they left it out of the movie, and this really...
You would also assault the children, by the way.
Yes, this really pissed me off. I think it's around here. I think it's in one of these scenes. They show the goddamn eel.
Oh,
They show the eel in a fish tank. And it's like, you sons of bitches. You knew you weren't using that ending. Why did you put that in there to trick us? This will make sense later.
Yeah, I'm so confused.
Oh, no, it'll make sense later. Like, they purposely do a close-up on the eel, and it's like... So anyone reading the book probably got real excited. And then they got to the end, and they're like, what the fuck was that? Yeah, the eel's there. So we find out that Mason hung out with Hannibal one night, who was his therapist. And Hannibal, like, got him high while he was swinging around and doing weird shit, and got him to peel off his face.
Seemed a good idea at the time.
I love that. It seemed like a good idea.
Yeah, right.
And then he fed pieces of his face to the dog.
And then Hannibal, I don't know if they don't say it in the movie, right?
What?
That Hannibal just ate his nose.
No, they don't say it in the movie.
Because I know that's a thing too.
Yeah.
See, I could be a book snob without even reading the book.
Why didn't Hannibal kill him?
He wanted to make him suffer. I know in the book he tried to kill him, but then it didn't work.
Yeah.
I don't know why they...
Yeah, in the movie, it's weird. It's like, I feel like Hannibal's usually pretty thorough with this stuff.
Maybe he just wanted to make him suffer.
I guess. And who would believe Mason Verger, I guess? Because I think he was already in trouble with the shit. Because I think they assigned him as his therapist after all that stuff went down. But yeah, Clarice, like, doesn't want to deal with his bullshit. She's like, look, I just gotta ask you a fucking question. He's like, let me tell you about God. She's like, God damn it. All right, just shut up.
That's how I felt too, honestly, listening to him.
So this all leads up to, they got an x-ray of a broken arm with Hannibal, and this part's real convoluted because in the book, well, I'm Johanna in the book. Did you know that Aragorn?
Wearing more than a Band-Aid on that nose if you keep your crap up.
Right.
Aragorn and what's her face, whatever, Lord of the Rings. I don't know. Anyway, in the book, Hannibal has an extra finger on one of his hands. Oh God, it's still there from the Psycho episode.
Oh shit! Here we go.
So Hannibal has an extra finger, I think, on his left hand.
Keep that right there for now.
For some reason, they gave him that in the other books. It's like, yeah, he has 11 fingers. It's like,
what?
Yeah. So in Hannibal, they find this x-ray of him like surgically removing one of the fingers, and that's what this x-ray is. But since they didn't establish the fingers, they come up with this whole convoluted, like Barney broke his arm or some shit. But yeah, so the evidence guy gives her all the tapes for Hannibal, and he admits that it's been stolen over years. And then he admits to possibly stealing cocaine. You probably shouldn't say that.
Right. Well, those are like, yeah, because then they're, I don't know. It was like the cops are taking all the cocaine that people are bringing in. And...
Yeah, which I mean happens. But that would be like me going into Ryan's office and be like, Ryan, can you believe someone here is stealing all the camera equipment
right,
and computer parts, LOL, and your video game collection? It's just, oh, someone's stealing it. He'd probably be like, all right, well, Tony, we're going to investigate you and you're probably fired.
Like, who the fuck says that?
We actually get to see the tape of what was mentioned in the previous film of the nurse getting her face bit off. Apparently, they had a camera in that room. They just happened to have a camera in that room.
Sure.
And he bit her face. Not as scary as just being told about it in the previous film.
Yeah.
I thought that was creepier.
Yeah.
So he sees Barney broke the arm, so she wants to go around and look for Barney. But they cut out a scene where she goes to the institute where Hannibal was kept. And she actually goes to his cell, and there's filing cabinets in it, and a crazy homeless guy confronts her. But in the book, the homeless guy was a former patient who just never left after they closed it down. He's just like, I'm crazy and I live here, I guess. It's weird they cut it out because it was in all the trailers, like her in the basement and stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like, you think you want to revisit that, but they cut it out. So yeah, Barney and Clarice.
Nurse Barney.
They meet up and they chat about their experiences. And I like that she's like, hey, Barney, I know you stole all that shit. And he's like, fuck. He's like, I make a lot of money from it. God damn it. Right. And she's like, you're going to have to give me all of that. I'm arresting you. And he's like, God damn. He's a little bit more calm. I would be like, oh, what the fuck? Gabagool, right?
We would just scream capocollo. It's just, that's what Italians do. Hey, gabagool! Così.
I assume that's what they do. I assume that's what they do.
Okay, there's a lot of stereotypes in this film, which I'm going to get into, by the way.
Okay, yeah. I'm going to ask you about one.
Jesus.
So yeah, apparently Dr. Chilton was taping Clarice.
Chitlins.
Chilton?
Remember Chitlins?
Oh,
Remember
yeah, Chitlins. You're like Dr. Chitlins. Dr. Chilton was taping all their conversations, which he definitely wasn't. I was just added for this. And Barney knows a lot about pigeons. He has a whole conversation with Hannibal.
What is it with the pigeons? In
He has a whole conversation about Hannibal, about pigeons and breeding pigeons. And while we're hearing this, we see him with a dead pigeon that he picked up off the street to do something with. I don't know about you. Anytime I've seen a dead pigeon, I've just carried on with my life. I was never like, oh no.
They're filled with
that's
disease.
just dead animals in general. You don't see me pulling to the side of the road like, this deer's dead!
Let me give him a hug. I feel so bad.
I can bring it back! I'm covered in blood. I'm just making ticks.
That's like fucking Freddy got fingered with him with the deer. That's it by the truck.
Oh God.
Jessica. Photoshop Johanna's face onto Tom Crean and Freddy Got Fingered where he's wearing the dead deer carcass. By the way, kudos to Barty. He has a shit ton of money, but he's living in a tiny apartment. He's still an orderly. He's laying low. He doesn't draw it. The opposite of Goodfellas when that guy's like buying fur coats and stuff. Like, what are you doing? You just stole so much money. You're supposed to lay low.
Exactly.
Barney watched Goodfellas and he's like, not falling for that.
Remind me of this off camera because I got a story for that.
Oh God. So we finally, after however many minutes, people in the theater were probably like, where's Hannibal?
Right.
I came here to see Hannibal. We see Hannibal. He's trying to get approved for a job as a curator at a library. Is this library real?
I don't know. What?
They're in Florence. Is the library real?
Yeah, but I don't remember the name of it. But yeah, it is real.
Okay.
No, because I remember looking it up. I'm sorry. I'm so unprepared.
Hannibal is going by the name. It's the opposite of Blair Witch, where you were like over prepared.
I know. I'm sorry. I really did not like this movie. Like, it was such a pain to watch it.
You represent everyone who watched this movie when it came out. We're the weirdos. Anyway, he's going by the name Dr. Fell, and just coincidentally, the previous curator just went missing. What a coincidence!
I wonder if he fell down the stairs. Sorry, I had to add something.
I wonder if he fell.
I wonder if he fell in his mouth.
So
did he eat him? I don't remember. Or did he just
I don't
kill
know.
him?
I don't think they even really go into it. So the previous movie picked a different ending with him in like South America going after Dr. Chilton. He's wearing a blonde wig.
Yep.
In the book, like it ends with him like with bandages, like he's getting his face changed.
Oh, like plastic surgery.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons it's like hard to find him years later.
A lot of criminals do that. You should look out for
Yes.
anyone that changes their face too much. Not that I know anyone that have done that. Tony, is that what you're doing?
Spoiler.
Totally a nose job.
Spoiler. I changed my nose so I can get away with.
Jesus. Oh God.
I didn't realize people get nose jobs when they get their deviated septums fixed.
Mm-hmm.
And then they just say, oh, I got a deviated septum.
Ashley Tisdale, that happened.
No.
She
I had my
like
deviated septum fixed. I didn't know I could get a nose job at the same time.
Yeah.
That wasn't an
They're
option.
already in there.
Yeah.
That's like when my dog ate the pacifier and they snipped him at the same time. They're like, well, while we're here.
Killed 2 pigeons with 1 stone.
Now he has no more balls.
Jesus fucking hell. Where are we? Anyway, Hannibal in the movie universe has made no attempt at changing his appearance. I'm just trying to keep this going. Hannibal is just walking around. It's like, hey, it's me. It's like he wants to get caught. He's like, hey, it's me, Hannibal.
I think that's why he doesn't get caught, because he's literally out in the open.
Exactly.
People think he's hiding.
It's one of those like
hiding in plain sight.
It's one of those like, well, no one would be dumb enough to walk around in broad daylight.
It's a serious serial killer. It's a narcissist. That's what they do.
And here we meet Inspector Pazzi.
Giancarlo Giannini!
Now tell me everything about this actor. I've only seen him in a few movies.
Okay, so Giancarlo Giannini is amazing. So he's a very super famous Italian actor. And he is from La Spezia, which is in Liguria, the region up in the north of Italy. On the coast, absolutely beautiful. You guys should go visit. But he lives in Napoli for most of his life.
Okay.
So he is actually the voice dub for Al Pacino movies.
Really?
Yeah. So anything
Al Pacino doesn't dub himself. Does Al Pacino not know Italian?
Secondo me no. I don't think Al Pacino speaks Italian, like italiano. But non lo so. I don't know.
Do you imagine like super broken Italian and him?
Usually
building
people who are
this?
bilingual, they'll just do their.
Yeah,
but
no,
that's
that's
pretty
true.
funny.
But yeah. But no.
Does he do
Giancarlo-
the Al Pacino accent?
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh my god. Yo.
He sounds like Al Pacino as if he were speaking Italian.
Yo, I need to get the Italian dub of Devil's Advocate. I need to know how he does. Where he's like, he's an absentee landlord. I need to know how what's his face does it. I need to hear that.
I'm sure it's on YouTube. Just look it up in Italian.
Jessica, look up a copy of the Italian dub of The Devil's Advocate. I want to hear what he sounds like.
È un padrone assenteista, ecco che cos'è. E uno dovrebbe adorarlo, non mai!
There you go.
Keep going.
Giancarlo has worked with a lot of famous directors like Luchino Visconti, and he was on the set of Sette Bellezze, which is a film by the wonderful Lina Wertmüller, who sadly passed away on December 9th of last year.
Oh.
She was an amazing director because she was actually nominated for the first female director nominated for Best Director.
Oh, wow.
At the Academy Awards.
Look at all this really great film knowledge we're giving you guys.
It's
and our
all
overwhelmingly male American audience is going to be like, talk about Star Wars.
Guys, this is really super interesting.
Keep going.
So I love the movie The Seduction of Mimi, which Giancarlo Giannini is the main actor in that. And you guys should watch it, or actually we should review that because it is a phenomenal Italian movie. It is about getting divorced in Italy. So this guy, I'm not going to go into like the whole plot, obviously, but in Italy, divorce was illegal up until the 1970s. The only way you could get a divorce
Jesus Christ.
is by killing your spouse, proving that they
sold. Don't even go any further. I want to watch the movie.
Exactly. I swear to God, this is like a real law. I swear to God. You had to prove that they like, you have to avenge your honor because they like, disgraziati, like they were just like terrible to you. So they like cheated on you or they did something bad. And then you have to prove that happened and then you can kill them.
Yeah.
Sold.
There was stuff like that in America for a while where you had to prove that to get a divorce. But then something changed. Like something with divorces changed, where you didn't need two-party consent, or something happened. I remember the sequel to they would have done a third movie in the Chinatown series, and it was all going to be about how that law changed, and a bunch of private investigators went out of business because they're like, oh fuck,
well, that's it.
I'm like, well, god damn it. I'm like, usually oh shit. But that sounds interesting.
Yes.
I still haven't seen the new Dune. But do they show the Emperor in that one?
Wait.
Because in the
Emperor.
made-for-TV Dune in the 90s, what's his name? Giancarlo plays the Emperor in the Dune made-for-TV movie.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I'm reading the book right now, and I'm about to watch all 3 film adaptations, and I saw his name in the credits. I'm like, oh, sweet, I like him.
Nice.
He's really good in Casino Royale, the first Daniel Craig James Bond movie. He's like the friendly guy, turns out to betray him.
No Emperor. Sorry, I was thinking.
Really? No Emperor?
No Emperor.
No. Anyway.
Wait, can I add something else? So Giancarlo in this movie, his last name is Pazzi.
Yes.
So Pazzi, do you know what that means?
No.
It means crazies. Like sono pazzi, like everyone's crazy. So when I was watching this, Pazzi just reminded me like this whole fucking movie is crazy and you're fucking crazy for making me watch this fucking movie. So sono pazzi.
Hey, don't believe me. Thomas Harris for writing this shit.
Siete pazzi.
You think he just got high and wrote this book?
Look how nice he looks.
Wonderful. He looks like a
this really nice old guy. And I said in the last episode, the audiobook for Hannibal Rising, he actually reads it. And he's got just like this nice calm voice to the point where I kept falling asleep during the book. He's like, hi. Yeah, and then he describes horrible murder. It's like, what's in your head, dude? Like, you seem so nice.
What? I mean, that's like A24 movies anymore.
Yeah. So, Detective Pazzi is looking for the missing curator, and Hannibal calls him out and says, hey, weren't you on the Il Monstro case? Which means the monster.
Il Mostro.
Yes, this whole thing, it's only mentioned in passing, but the backstory is Pazzi was looking for this killer. He arrested a guy. He became super famous for catching this awful killer. Turns out he didn't get the right guy, so he was like totally humiliated, which is why he's now in this case. And I think the book implies that Hannibal might have been Il Monstro. Did I say that right?
Oh, Il Monstro, yeah.
But apparently, there's a couple times they show this weird guy in the library, like he's cleaning the floor the one time. I read somewhere like that's supposed to be the killer.
Oh.
And that's why he gives Potsy like a weird look. And it's like, what the fuck? I'm like, you cut that out. You don't need that.
Wow.
But yeah, Hannibal's like, hey, I got all the dead guy stuff, or I'm sorry, missing guy stuff at my place if you want to go look at it. Clarice gets the world record for being the female FBI agent who shot and killed the most people. Is that something?
An award.
Yeah, I read Guinness Book of World Records when I was a kid. I never saw anything like that.
Yeah.
Jessica, look up Guinness World Records.
It might be like an internal type thing.
Yeah, let me know if the Guinness World Records has a record for a female FBI agent who's killed the most people.
That's not something that you would want. Like,
and she's so like calm about it. Like, oh, you can believe this? I killed so many people.
Well, don't they have that thing with that dude, the sniper, the American sniper dude?
Yeah.
He like killed like the most like people or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Like, but I'm pretty sure they're not gonna put that in the Guinness Book of World Records. And if they did, that's fucked up.
Yeah, exactly. Like, who's gonna like want to? I mean, there's people that would want to beat that record. Like,
I mean, there's a lot of stupid records. I could.
Oh, that's crazy.
This is actually interesting, so it probably wouldn't be in the Guinness Book of World Records. It's like, hey, here's the biggest fucking rock we've ever seen. It's like, yeah, that's real cool, Guinness. Anyway, she gets a letter from Hannibal. And this is pretty funny. So we talked about in Silence of the Lambs, they changed her dad from a night watchman to a cop for that movie. In this movie, he refers to her dad as the dead night watchman. And like, because it's accurate to the book, but if you watch the first movie, it's like, oh, he's just being really mean. And like, for years, I'm like, wow, that's really mean. And then it's like, oh, the movie is also pretty much just pretending Silence of the Lambs didn't happen at some points. It's weird.
There's just no consistency in this.
There isn't. There should have been a continuity guy that's like, well, it doesn't make sense in this version. Oh, so Hannibal is just loving that the FBI is treating her like shit. He just loves it. He's like, ha, you care about them so much, and they just threw you under the bus, you dumb broad. He literally says that in his note. But he's excited. He's excited for her to chase him. And I like that he's like, I don't know how much luck I should wish you, because you got to arrest me. There's some perfume assholes that are smelling the paper to figure out where the perfume came from. The one guy is, I think, an Italian actor who's in a lot of stuff. He's Hector Salamanca in Breaking Bad. The main guy who's talking.
100%, yeah.
But then the Indian guy is, what's his name? Samir Nahinanajar from Office Space.
Oh. I don't watch it.
I don't care about
No, not The Office. Office Space. The one with Milton.
Yeah, I don't watch it. I mean, I didn't watch it.
Okay, I was gonna say, I'm like, you know, it's not.
Aren't there like 2 movies or something?
No, there's just one movie.
Oh, I don't know.
It started out as a series of cartoons on Saturday Night Live, but it's only one movie.
Okay.
It's a good movie. You should watch it.
I've seen bits and pieces.
But this Indian guy's in it, and he's really funny. He's also in Bad Santa. He's the crazy guy who fights Billy Bob Thornton in the parking lot. Patsy sees his, or Patsy.
Oh, wait, but that's really funny, though, because they're, like, talking about this fucking perfume.
Yeah.
And they're like, it's only available where? In, like...
Yeah, he's like, you'll find it in, like Florence and stuff. Because it's made out of, like, a special whale oil.
Yes. Well, you know, I think that you can find this in the Palazzo qui a Firenze. Like, very specific. Like, shut the fuck up. I'm sorry. This movie was just so off the wall.
There's a lot of this stuff in, like, the book and whatnot. And I feel like Thomas Harris just wants to let people know, like, he's been around. Like, I know fancy things.
Right,
like,
exactly.
Okay. That's great, Thomas. We believe you. You don't have to put everything in your book. So yeah, what you call it? Patsy's coworkers duplicating the security footage, and he notices Hannibal on the tape.
This poor dude, though, like, he's trying to make the copy.
Yeah, and he pauses it. He's got to restart it.
He literally just like,
damn it.
So he pauses it. He sees Hannibal, and he's like, huh, the FBI wants security footage from this place, and here's a guy I'm investigating. So he pieces it together. In the book, this is actually less convoluted than the book, where he sees a drawing that Hannibal does. He's like, I remember when I was in Americana and I went to that one place and I saw his drawings and it's the same drawings. I'm like, that's super fucking convoluted.
I love those stereotypical accents, Tony. Again, with the hands.
I'm very Italian, okay?
Sì, si vede. Si vede.
I can't do my dad's accent that well.
You should have
can
your
you do my dad's
I
accent?
cannot do your dad's accent.
He should be on the show. We should do some Italian movie. Seriously, have him come on.
I don't remember the last time you saw an Italian movie.
Tell him to watch Mimi, The Seduction of Mimi, and then we'll all do it together as three.
Anyway, let me see here.
The first scene in Florence, like when
Yes.
Pazzi is like looking at this whole like Web Italia stuff.
Oh yeah, I have a thing later about Web Italia. Is Web Italia real?
No.
All right, keep going.
But like it's so fucking stereotypical because then his like wife or whatever comes in and she's like, we need the opera tickets. I'm just like, shut the fuck up.
Do people in Italy not go to the opera?
No.
They don't? Wait, you worked in Italy with like an opera singer, right?
Yes, I did. I worked with Andrea Bocelli.
The opera ticket.
Why are you throwing stones here? You literally worked at an opera thing in Italy. And you're like,
I did. But it was with Andrea Bocelli, which he's wonderful, right?
I literally had no idea who that guy was until you worked for him, and then I started seeing stuff with him like everywhere.
Right.
When I was in the Florida Keys, I sent you a picture of some old lady that had one of his hoodies on. I'm like, is this the guy you worked with?
Of course. Bocelli's super famous. And like
Yeah.
that's totally fine because in Italy, yeah, of course, people
How
go
do
to
I know
operas.
this before you and you're supposed to be the Italian one?
Let's get him on the show.
That's a good idea. Hey, Bocelli.
Has he worked on any movies? I literally know nothing about the guy.
No, I won't know.
Can you talk about Gladiator? That's a Ridley Scott movie in Italy.
He
Where did they
sang
use
for
his
the
song?
soundtrack of Gladiator.
What?
Well, he sang one of the songs. The yeah.
Let's get him in here.
Let's do it.
We'll talk about Ridley Scott's Gladiator.
What was the ice skating movie with like Will Ferrell and that other dude?
Blades of Glory?
Yeah, they use his song while they're ice skating.
Yeah, and in Step Brothers.
Yeah, that too.
Okay, so get Bocelli in here. We'll do a review of Gladiator and Blades of Glory.
Let's do it. That's a
Perfect.
great idea. I'd be like,
You know, there's people who don't
what
like
the
Gladiator.
fuck are you singing?
It's okay.
Do you like Gladiator?
It's fine.
Is that a Ridley Scott movie you
Yes.
like?
It's fine and
Not
fun.
this, though.
No.
Ridley Scott is like...
He should have just stuck with the gladiators.
Ridley Scott
not
is
the
like
cannibals.
what made me want to be a filmmaker because he directed Alien. But, you know, it's cool. Just shit on his movies. That's fine.
Oh, God.
No, his movies today are terrible. So you were actually ahead of the curve. I'm here defending him in 2001. I'm like, he's a genius. And then 2012 comes around. I walk out of Prometheus and I go, that was awful. That last...
You knew it was gonna be awful.
No, Prometheus I didn't. Alien Covenant. We went into
That's right.
We went into Alien Covenant like ready to hate it because of how bad Prometheus was, and then we walked out and we were like, I didn't think it could be that bad. Holy shit, he topped himself.
Bad.
Ridley, I love you, but stop making movies. Also, I think you might be an alcoholic. I've seen your interviews lately. You're not making a lot of sense. Did he do that House of Gucci movie? Did he direct it?
Yes.
Yeah.
I heard it was so bad. I didn't even watch it. You know why? Because of the accents.
Yeah.
I don't have
the
this
best
with accents.
The best movie he's done recently was The Martian, but he literally stepped in last minute to replace a different director. It was already like good to go. So that's like
Oh, God.
So he probably just walked in and went, "Yeah, do whatever you were going to do. Sure. I'm credited." Because I watched The Martian, I'm like, why doesn't this suck like everything
Right,
else
why
he's
is this
putting
good?
out? And I'm like, oh, okay, because someone else said
That was
it
the
all.
Matt
up.
Damon one, right?
Yeah. So,
Oh, that was a good movie.
yeah, it was a good one.
It was.
Too good for a modern Ridley Scott movie.
Right.
Yeah, so he's on Web Italia, and he's checking fucking. Little did they know, Osama bin Laden was on the FBI's top 10 most wanted, but this came out pre 9/11,
Yep.
so
Oh, that's weird.
they were ahead of the curve there.
Conspiracy
Now I'm
theories.
wondering if
No,
the
wasn't he still like involved with the FBI? Like,
well, no, yeah, he was definitely on there for like other stuff he was doing, but little did they know in 2001 he was going to be a little. They're going to bump him up a little bit more. So yeah, he sees that he can make $3 million from giving Hannibal over to Mason Verger, and he's very greedy. Again, they don't really tell you why he's doing all of this. They should have went into a little bit more detail. Like, yeah, he's fucking disgraced because
Right.
he's like an asshole.
Well, that and then family stuff too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The family stuff. I have questions about that. We find out the reason Crenler doesn't like Clarice is because she turned him down a few years ago.
Get the fuck over it. I know, right?
It's
Men are gross.
They really are.
Guys,
Gross.
It's just Julie.
Taking this off. Fuck you, Ian. I'm kidding.
Tony, not your chance.
No, I don't want. Okay. Now that you're both here, I think I did this in an episode with Crystal. Guys, I don't want to date any woman on the show. When I'm in, because they left a bunch of comments on Blair Witch. If I'm in an episode with a woman, I'm not trying to date them.
You can't have girlfriends. There's a space between girl and friends.
You shouldn't have girlfriends, but unfortunately, that's where my life led me. So I don't want to date anyone on the show. They're all awful. Oh, sorry. And I mean, look, you guys are okay, but I wouldn't make a sign for you guys at the Royal Rumble. That's all I'm saying. I'm so fucking mad she got a sign. Do you know about that?
I do. That's amazing. That's wonderful. Whoever did that is great. Thumbs up. I'll make one for us.
Just, I really love wrestling. I had a wrestler on this show, and it would have been nice to get a shout out at one of the 4 big pay-per-views, but instead Crystal got it, but that's cool.
As she should.
Exactly.
That's cool. And then, every time you guys are in episodes, the comments are overwhelmingly about you.
Where's my sweater meat heat?
I'm fighting with Teespring right now. They're not helping me at all. Teespring sucks. I'm trying to figure out a new merch store because Teespring is a pain in the ass.
Just make my shirt.
The thing is, I can't get one shirt up. It's annoying. Something happened at Teespring and they're falling apart.
If I sit down and I'm able to fix this in like 2 seconds, I'm actually going to unlife you.
I was fighting with we'll talk about it off camera because it's a problem. I want to just, that's a work conversation. Anyway,
my shirt.
The good thing about the comments about you, they're usually more negative than the other two. So actually, no, Crystal's comments have been more negative lately. Yours are overwhelmingly positive for some reason.
And they don't know me yet.
Yeah. Mint Salad went in the complete opposite direction. She went from being the most negative comments and then just overnight.
It's
just
because we memed her and now people are like, oh, she's actually awesome. And I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, and then, she wore a crop top in that one episode. So her comments went from she's the worst ever have her on to like, oh my God, I'm in love with Mint Salad. But yes, I'm not trying to date anyone on the show. I'm MGTOW now. Men go their own way. So where were we at here? Something about opera?
We were talking about...
Oh, Crenler, yes.
When he was turned down.
Yeah, he turned her down. It's Julianne Moore. Like, I like Julianne Moore.
Cute.
But like...
She was in that movie with, was it, Amanda Seyfried? Is that how you say her last name?
Sure.
Yeah.
It's a lesbian movie.
Sure.
Oh my God, it was such a good movie.
It was really good.
Speaking of Julianne Moore.
I forget what it's called.
Speaking of Julianne Moore.
Chloe?
Yes.
Chloe.
Yes.
It's good.
We have a commentary track. Me and Crystal, we did a commentary for the 1998 remake of Psycho where she plays Lila. And she's the best actor in that movie, but not by much. But yeah, it's just like Julianne Moore is like fine, but like relax, Ray Liotta, like calm the fuck down.
And also it's been 3 years, so
she's no Jodie Foster.
She is no Jodie Foster. Oh, and then she says Lecter killed a flutist named Benjamin Rasbell, which again is accurate to the book, but they forgot the previous movie used that name for a different character. So now it's like, are there just 2 fucking people named Benjamin Rasbell who both got murdered?
Yeah.
It's a very common name. It's like John Smith. Totally. I run into Benjamin Rasbells all the time.
I just met one at the coffee shop the other day.
Oh, yeah. Like, hi, I'm Benjamin Rasbell.
Right.
I'm a flutist. Okay.
Exactly. The Philadelphia Orchestra.
Yeah, so that like stuck out to me because that stuck out to me like even years back. I'm like, wait a minute, flutist. I'm like, what the fuck? That wasn't what they said. I like that Clarice and Franco, Potsy's like assistant, are like being really nice on the phone. Yeah, they're being really nice on the phone. It's like, oh, that tape should have got there. Like, oh, that's okay.
She's like, anything for you. I got
and then meanwhile, he's like drawing her naked and she's drawing him with like a mustache, like a pizza chef. Like they're being like real nice on the phone. They're real mean to each other. I'm like, what is this scene?
This fucking Mario looking Italian guy.
Yeah, it really is. Oh, that reminds me. I got to find a picture. There was a pizza place by my house like years and years ago, and their mascot was literally Super Mario, just with the chef hat. And I remember like coloring it in. I'm like, you sons of bitches, you just copy and paste. I don't know if Nintendo of America was aware of them, but they're not around anymore. Maybe that's what happened.
I wonder why.
It was like that bar by my parents that had the Roadrunner.
Oh, yeah.
That's gone.
Oh,
that was demolished. Rest in peace, Biggies.
So yeah, Potsy calls the Lecter hotline, and he gets told that he needs to get fingerprints first to verify that it is Hannibal, and then they will give him the $500,000 advance or $100,000 advance.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Hannibal says okie dokie now.
Okie dokie.
Yeah.
That's his catchphrase. I like that so Potsy's there to like get fingerprints.
He's purposely not touching anything. He's purposely not
touching anything and then putting on gloves. I love that he puts on gloves. He's like, it's so cold, but he's also barefoot. And he's like, you son of a bitch, you know exactly what he's trying to do.
Yep.
But here he tells him, it's like, hey, he tells him like, hey, are you related to this other guy named Potsy who was like he was tried for murder and like hung? Is any of this true?
Disemboweled while hung.
Is this true? Is this a true story?
I don't know.
Okay. So there wasn't a guy named Potsy who was thrown over a thing and hung?
I don't know. I don't know so. Now I'm curious. Look it up. Jessica.
Jessica's like, she's photoshopping two things. Now she's going like Italian literature. Or Sean, whoever edits this. We always say Jessica, but Sean's been editing a lot more lately.
You,
so
Sean,
if you're editing this, and let's all acknowledge Sean. Let's thank all of you.
Yeah, thank you, Jessica, too.
So, Potsy, he sees a pickpocket guy.
I love this scene.
In the book, it's a woman.
Well, good, because the man should die.
In a book, I think in the book it was a woman who had like priors, and he said like he'll.
Well, it's the same with this guy.
Yeah, but I think she even like had a kid. I think she was a drug addict. It's been a few years since I read it, but they switched it to a man for some reason. What were you gonna say?
No, I was really confused in this scene because I love watching movies with subtitles, even if it's in English, like with the English subtitles. But here he says something like once the guy passes and like pickpockets, and he's like, "Oh, kinyoka."
Yuck.
Or something. Like, I'm pretty sure that's what he said, and I was really fucking confused. I was like, wait, what? Because nyoka means, like, really sexy girl. And so I was like, why are you calling this pickpocket man a sexy girl? I don't know if that's what he said, but I had to, like, rewind. Sure. So I was confused, that's all.
Maybe he saw a sexy girl nearby.
Maybe it was like the way he said kinyoka, and then it, like, goes on to the pickpocket. I'm like, wait, what? I don't know. Maybe it's wrong.
Maybe he's just trying to fuck with a pickpocket. Maybe I have no idea.
I don't know.
So yeah, they have the whole plan. He's like, "Hey, you're gonna wear this bracelet." He's like, "You need to be caught." He
needs to grab your wrist.
He needs to grab your wrist, so you're not trying to get away with this
like,
one.
It needs to be a clean print. Like he needs to grab you the right way. Otherwise, like you're going to jail for the summer. Like,
yes. Are pickpockets really bad in Europe? I heard they're really bad in Europe.
Oh, yeah. In Rome, it's terrible. In Napoli, it's like the worst. Rome, it's really bad. You have to be really careful when you're getting onto the metro. Like, if you have a backpack or a purse, they'll literally just come up, take it off, and then the doors close, and you're fucked.
Yeah, in London, when I went for the first time, there was a dude who literally was, like, trying to drag with his foot this woman's purse, and I pointed it out. Like, I was just like, man, watch your purse! I could have died, probably, but... And then the dude leaves, and I'm just like...
My mom and my dad went to Florence for their wedding anniversary in 1990.
Okay.
And they were in Florence. My mom had this beautiful fur coat on, fake fur for anyone watching. And she had this really nice lighter because she smoked back in the day. And so my uncle had given her this as a wedding gift, this nice lighter. She had it in her pocket. This guy just comes over, reaches into her pocket. This is in the middle of Florence. Reaches into her pocket, gets the lighter, hands it over to the next guy, starts running. My dad, who was obviously Italian and he was like super hot-headed back then, goes running after this guy. He's like, ma vaffanculo, fermati, ma che cazzo vai? And then he like goes, like jumps and like tackles this guy in the middle of Florence, and he's like beating him up, and he's like, where the fuck is the lighter, right? And then the fucking the carabinieri come, right? The police, the Italian police. And they're like watching this scene and they're like, what the fuck? And then my dad's like, you gotta help me. And they're like, meh, coffee break. And they're like sipping on fucking coffee, right? So my dad takes this guy and just like throws him up against the freaking car. And he's like, guarda, devi fare qualcosa. Like, you have to do something. He just stole my lighter. And then they had to like go through this whole thing because the guy obviously didn't have the lighter anymore because he had passed it on to his friends. So they all like went to court. They were supposed to go to like Switzerland the next day. They didn't.
It's just a fucking lighter. I'm sorry.
So like they had to go to court.
It was a point of pride.
A light?
It was a point of pride.
Look, sometimes the bad guys win, all right? And they're going to get your lighter.
But when they went to court, like the Italian, like they still wear like the curly white wigs.
Oh shit, I got one in the prop closet over there.
So you got to go back to Italy and become a judge.
Exactly.
I didn't realize Italy did that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Ah.
Yeah.
They got to change that.
Yeah.
They got to.
I think I don't know if they changed
their hair.
Yeah. Yeah, they need the gel slick back.
So yeah, I heard
They got the
pickpockets
balls.
were really, really bad.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I know
Sorry, no, I
it was
just
lighter,
I got a flashback of your mom being really mad at me when I walked into your. This years ago, I went over to Trish's house when I was living, when we lived a couple towns over, and like you had that tiny dog. I'm like, hey, I don't want to scare you guys, but there's a rat in your house.
You did the same shit to me.
That's terrible.
I did it with your old dog. I'm like,
called her a skunk.
I'm like, guys, don't
My mom
relax.
was like so freaked out. She's like, what's wrong?
I'm like, there's a rat in the house. And it just pointed to like this dog that looked terrible. Yeah, I did it to Joanna. I'm like, oh my God, look at that skunk. Why do you have that?
Yeah, that's why Bear wanted to rip your face off at first. He's like, say something about me.
And then when
me.
the dog died, she was really sad. I'm like, hey, I'm like, look, it's impressive. Skunks don't usually live.
Oh my God.
So where we at, Potsy?
You about to be unalived.
So the pickpocket, he goes to steal from Hannibal, and Hannibal knows what's going on.
I like this little like scene, whatever.
The little
movie,
cat
and they look at
thing.
each other, and
and Hannibal stabs him.
yeah, because he ends up getting in front of him, and then he turns around to go, and apparently tried to stab him in the balls.
Yeah,
but
the guy doesn't know what's happening. He's like, oh, he tried to stab me in the balls, but he's missed. And it's like Hannibal didn't miss. He knew exactly what artery to cut.
But he got the print.
He got the print. He did get the print.
On the silver cuff.
And the silver cuff, and then we see a pig statue, a pig fountain. Is the pig fountain real? Can I go see that?
Oh my God.
You can go
that was a fucked up scene. He's like washing the blood off and the thing, and I'm just like, ugh.
It's like that Shakespeare play.
Terrible.
What is that Shakespeare play where they wash the blood off? Anyway, we find out that Verger.
Honestly, what? Like, you have to be more specific on when they're washing blood off, because that's a lot of Shakespeare plays. A lot of people die. Like, a lot of people.
Is it King Lear?
You gotta describe the scene.
I don't fucking know.
I want to say, but I think it's bad luck to say the name of that one. Right? I mean, we're not in a theater.
I think so. Yeah, I think it's just on a theater that you can't say it in a theater.
We're not in theater, so it's Macbeth.
Yeah.
No. Oh, it is Macbeth. Okay, yes, it's Macbeth. You're right.
A lot of people die in that.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I love that. Oh.
So anyway, the pig is there to let us know that a pig is coming. So Mason Verger has guys in Sardinia.
Sardinia.
Just raising angry pigs that are trained to maul humans when they hear the sound of humans being murdered.
No, screaming.
Screaming.
At this point, I had to turn it off. Like, what is happening?
Are there a lot of pigs in Sardinia?
There's a lot of pigs everywhere in Italy, honestly.
Aww.
Yeah. There's actually in my dad's hometown in Montella, I remember there's this huge mountain, and on top there's a church, and they always had the pigs crossing over. So it was like a traffic jam. It was between pigs and sheep.
I don't like sheep, but I like pigs.
Have you been to Sardinia?
I have. It's beautiful.
Oh.
It's probably the most amazing place in Italy. Sardinia.
Is it a great place to train killer pigs?
Probably for this fucking.
Can I bring my mannequin and throw it into a pig pen?
Yes.
Have like an audio recording in there of screaming.
Actually, you know what they do in Sardinia? I think it's Sardinia. They have kazumarzu, which is cheese. They make this like really illegal cheese made with maggots.
I heard about that.
Right? It's disgusting, but it's like a specialty.
To be honest, the whole process of cheese is disgusting, but then you add maggots, and it's like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Who thought of this?
I'm gonna yell at
like maggots.
I'm gonna yell at my dad.
It's like, I wonder if this is delicious. Like,
I'm yelling at my dad later. We're like, Dad, what the fuck's wrong with you? He's like, what? Like maggots? He's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Potsy's an idiot. All he has to do is tell Mason's men where Hannibal is gonna be. And he's like, I insist I be there. And they're like, these guys are professionals. He's like, so am I. It's like, what are you
he
doing?
wants to get back his honor.
Huh?
Yeah, he wants the reward and he wants the honor.
What's the honor? He has to do it secretly because he'll get in trouble if he collected the bounty independently. He's a cop.
Because it's for him.
Stupid.
Men are dumb.
Just call them and be like, yeah, he's at the library. He's a librarian. Like, it's pretty easy to find him. Just look for a building that has a lot of books in it, and he's probably there.
He's probably drinking coffee and then aperitivo and then wine, which is another stereotype in this movie.
Make sure your guys blend in with other Italians, so make sure they're wearing tracksuits.
And their hair's slicked back.
Is that a stereotype?
Yeah.
Wow, so you're saying I'm a stereotype?
You are a living stereotype right now, Tony.
What?
I think he always is.
Yeah.
I'm wearing a traditional Italian outfit.
And you just scream gabagool.
Yeah, we all do that.
Bancool or whatever.
But yeah, look,
said.
it's a traditional Italian outfit from the Italian film Rocky IV. That's Stallone, Italian actor Stallone, an Italian writer, because he wrote the first Rocky, sells on his store. It's even got the flag.
Taking place in Italian South Philadelphia.
Rocky has never been to Italy, has he?
Probably not.
I don't know.
You better go in Creed 3. Anyway, did we do that? Did I skip over the opera?
No, we're talking about the opera now.
Yes, they go to a weird-ass opera, and Hannibal is flirting with Potsy's wife.
Oh, no. Before we even do that, I love that scene where, like, Potsy's just, like, staring at him, and you literally see Hannibal's face, and he's just like, this motherfucker's looking at me.
And
I'm
he's
tired
just
of it.
like-
And then he literally just goes.
Wait, no. It's not even like this. It's like,
No, he just jerks it. No.
How you doing?
No, he literally goes. Like, he was just like, I know exactly what you're doing. You're not being subtle. You're looking at me, now I'm gonna look at you. And then he, like, immediately looks away, too. He's like, what are you talking about? I'm not looking at you. And then he just keeps staring.
yeah. And then,
eventually they're both like,
so he gives,
Hannibal's
I'm gonna hit on your
fucking
wife.
kill you, and I'm gonna hit on your wife.
he gives, what's her name, Allegra?
Uh-huh.
He gives her a famous, like, poem or something.
Ovviamente. Allora, Dante, Vita Nova, the first canto.
Yes, that.
That's what he quotes to her, which is like super romantic, but also like you're hitting on his fucking wife, and she's totally going for it.
Yeah. Well,
like,
see, killers recognize other killers, because if you've seen the movie Collateral Damage starring Arnold Schwarzenegger, you would know that she was the secret terrorist in that film, and they blow her up at the end.
so this has everything to do with that.
Yeah. So yeah, he gives her like an original copy, and I'm like, I don't think you're allowed. Like, you would think Patsy earlier, he was just like, hey Patsy, if you want that painting of your ancestor, he's like, aren't you trying to get a job at the?
Right.
What are you doing, you asshole?
Just going through like the Vatican archives and be like, this looks like a nice San Valentino gift.
But she said,
Which
like,
I
hey,
friends
do you?
with Hannibal.
Huh?
He was in the Vatican archives or whatever. I want that letter that Henry VIII wrote to Anne Boleyn.
What did he write?
I don't know. I want to see it.
No.
But they have it for some reason, probably because they're still salty that England broke off.
Is that the one whose head he cut off, right?
Well, he cut off 2 of their heads, so.
No.
But it was the second wife, who literally is like the reason that he broke off from the church.
What number wife do you get to when you start to think, maybe I'm the problem?
See, he never believed he was the problem, even though he definitely was the problem.
I don't know. If I get up to like wife 4 or 5.
Here, it's the first wife, he divorced, and then she died from cancer. The second one he beheaded. The second one just died after giving birth. Yeah, she died after giving birth to their son.
Okay.
And the son ended up dying young too. Okay. Then the next wife was divorced. The other one beheaded, and then the last one survived because he just dies.
So 2 wives he...
Yes.
Yeah, I think by wife number 3, once the head comes off, and I'll be like, I think I might be doing something wrong. What could I change so I don't...
Not Henry VIII. He was like, nothing's wrong with me. I'm perfect. That's literally. And then
I'm just saying. I feel that way about Stalin, how he kept killing all his friends. At some point, he should have been like, maybe I'm just paranoid. I don't know. So she tells him, like, hey, do you think someone can meet someone once and fall crazy in love? And you could tell he's thinking about...
Gasp.
He's thinking about Clarice. And like, how ridiculous would it be if Clarice and Hannibal fell in love with each other, right? That'd be ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Spoilers for something I'm mentioning later. Clarice calls Potsy, and she's like, hey, someone there is checking our system looking for Hannibal. And he's like, it's not a me.
We all use each other's computers.
She's like, I'm talking about the one at home. She's like, it's the one at your home. And he goes, Mamma mia.
My Web Italia.
My Web Italia.
Which in reality, they don't have Web Italia. They have Google.
Well, were you there in 2001?
Google.
Were you there in 2001?
No, actually, I wasn't. No, you know what? Maybe there was a Web Italia.
Yeah, maybe there was.
Google it.
Look up Web Italia.
Google it.
So she's basically like, hey, you're trying to collect that bounty. This is a terrible idea. Oh, God, don't do this. And he just hangs up on her because he's an idiot. He's a fucking idiot.
He really is. He's Pazzo. The name says it all.
Hannibal is doing a presentation on hangings and famous pieces of art. And he mentions Judas being hung with his bowels out.
The one picture was Judas without the bowels out. And then he was like, oh, my friend's here. This is a picture of this guy with his bowels out.
So after the presentation, Patsy stays, and Hannibal shows him a picture of his ancestor being hung
with the bowels out.
Yes, and why is Patsy having his back turned to someone he knows is a fucking cannibal? Like for so long, it's like, dude, turn. Look, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Like how many times they have to make it up?
Yeah, but he's giving very serious thought to eating his wife.
I'm giving very serious thought to eating your wife.
That's a good fucking... I think they put that in the trailer. That's a good fucking line. So yeah, Hannibal questions...
But which way? Because you were flirting a little bit.
He doesn't even have... Because he gets knocked out. He's going to be like, oh, wait, oh, God. Hannibal would probably be... would Hannibal be bad or good at that?
I think he'd probably be great, to be quite honest. I think he'd
but what part? At what point does the cannibal part hit in? He's got to like reel it back a little. Yeah. We're really overthinking this. Yeah, we should call Thomas Harris. Where does he live? Hold on. Native of Mississippi. Okay, guys.
Hey, Tom, how is Hannibal with eating?
Let's just go to Mississippi.
All right.
I've been there before. We'll just knock on every house until we find Thomas Harris. Like, hey, is Hannibal good at muff diving? We really want to. Anyway.
The world needs to know.
Thomas Harris is like, my 5th book's actually going to be about that.
Holy shit. I'll read it.
So. I got to do a poll now. Anyway, so Hannibal questions him. He's like, all right, you got me. You're ratting me out to Mason Verger. He's got men out there. And then 1 hour and 17 minutes, Hannibal finally talks to Clarice. The thing everyone wanted. The trailer made it seem like it was going to be them back and forth.
Hello, Clarice.
Yep.
I like that she's caught off guard. She's like, oh, shit.
Is he dead?
Yeah, and he's just like, yeah, you caught me at a bad time. I love it. So, yeah, you caught me at a bad time. He's really happy to hear from her. And then he cuts open Patsy and throws him over the balcony. And I like the tourists laugh because they're probably being told about the story.
Yeah, like they think it's like a reenactment.
Yeah, and it's awesome that they show the cell phone.
When it falls out and it splats on the ground.
Yeah, you see
but, like still a piece
You see the phone, and then you just see the guts of the phone.
But then there's just the one piece hanging. So like the way he had it been thrown literally like ripped his intestines too, because it went to the ground. Because like it wasn't hanging like from him onto the ground. It literally like ripped and splatted on the ground.
But to be fair, he was nice and said ciao.
Ciao.
Oh, and
he went ciao.
And then he says the okie dokie, like okie dokie.
He does okie dokie 3 times.
Okie dokie, ciao.
Okie dokie.
This was in Piazza della Signoria in Florence, by the way. So that actual where he was hung from is where the statue of David is. Inside.
Oh, okay.
Replica. So.
A replica of the statue of David?
It's not the real statue of David, but yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's not as cool.
So it's like the most famous piazza in Florence. So there were a lot.
But they don't have the real statue of David.
You just want to look at his dick.
I'm just saying, where's the real statue of David?
No, actually.
I have an apron that is the statue of David. Mid-Salad wore it the one time when she was at my place. I think, you know what? I'll go there. They can get rid of the statue and I'll just stand there.
That's a really good idea, Tony.
The apron. They'll be like,
the statue of Tony.
Like, wow, I thought
oh my God, I would fucking pay to see that.
Like, I thought that'd be more impressive. Like, I'll paint myself white and everything. Just wear this.
Oh God.
I should have wore that. The next Italian film, I'm gonna wear the apron.
Should. I thought that's a good
By the way, that's my dad's apron. I don't know why he bought it, but I remember the first time walking in and seeing like the David penis on it. I'm like, Dad, what are you? What the fuck?
Oh my God, I have the perfect gift I'm gonna get you when I'm in Italy.
Okay. So, he also kills one of Mason's men.
It was the younger brother of the dude.
Yeah, the younger brother of Carlo. He slits his throat.
Like the way he like slits his throat, his body like flies backwards.
Oh yeah, and it's
like,
that choppy.
What the hell? Yeah.
I hate that choppy slow motion effect that every movie was using around that time. So then we cut to the woods, and Hannibal is chasing Clarice through the woods, but she doesn't know. They cut this scene out of the movie, but this is also in the book. But he like gets in her car and licks her steering wheel.
So fucked up.
He like smells her steering wheel and like licks it, and then leaves her sunglasses on the steering wheel and leaves.
Ew.
And I listened to the commentary with Ridley Scott. And he's like, "Yeah, it's a really great scene in the book, but yeah, we didn't need it. It's like we probably didn't need this." They also cut out in the book. He like kills a few people to like, let everyone know he's home.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he like kills a hunter. And I think the way he kills him is used later on in the Hannibal show. Because you know how he like makes art out of his victims?
Yeah.
He doesn't really do that in this movie too much, except for Patsy, but not really.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like when he gets home, he's like, well, I got to do some murder art. And some poor ass hunter, I guess, gets it. So Mason looks fucking hilarious in the Hannibal mask.
Yeah, why was he wearing the mask?
That was fun.
Sure.
I mean, his face is.
I don't know if someone ripped your face off.
So you wear his face mask?
Yeah, I know. Oh.
Well, this is pre-COVID, so it's fine.
No sharing masks.
Alright, well, I'm done.
So we find out he is in cahoots with Krenler.
Yep.
And they plan to get Clarice suspended. This is the $500,000.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
So they plant a fake letter from Hannibal. And they're like, you hid this because you're in love with him, maybe. And the FBI superior's like, we're going to investigate it, but you're suspended. Hannibal apparently is the boogeyman or the devil. Because he goes into Paul Krenler's townhouse and the dog just gets scared.
No, that's like...
And I'm like, wait, what?
No, that's apparently a thing. Apparently dogs can like sense if you're like a fucking serial killer or not. Like, no, like, what was it, Ted Bundy like couldn't be around dogs.
I'm gonna tell you something right now. That's not a thing.
Okay.
Dogs aren't that smart.
Okay.
Because dogs like you, Tony, and you're saying that they shouldn't.
My dog hated him for like the longest time.
So here's the trick: if a dog doesn't like you, I learned this, and I tried it out on Bear. When
like
it
big Akita.
Yeah,
It's huge.
when it's barking, just fall to the ground. Because that's what I did. The one day it barked, and I just
Don't
felt...
listen to this because I have control of my dog. If a dog is barking and you lay on the ground and you die because of this idiot, like the dog's gonna end up mauling someone.
Every time I went to the house, the dog like would bark and scream at me. So the one day the one day I just collapsed, and I guess it felt like it did something wrong, and it was like, oh no.
Because was Bear. Bear said, don't be idiot.
And then when it was revealed I was alive, from that moment, I was just his best friend. And now the dog, like, now it's been a couple years since I've seen him. I'm going to have to rebuild that friendship. But, like, after that moment, it was so happy it didn't kill me that it's like, I love you.
And
you're
with him and everything. Like, I walked in, whatever. He's literally laying in my bed. Bear's on him, also laying on him on my bed. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, number one, get out of my bed.
The most important thing, get the fuck out of my bed.
When I used to crash at your place, I had to stay in, like, your nephew's room, and it was so weird. I'm like, I don't like this.
This sucks for you.
Well, the dog wouldn't be in your bed. You should have slept in your nephew's room and let me.
That was my bedroom.
Wow. Okay. Well,
fuck you. My comfy bed.
I thought you cared about Bear. He clearly wanted me in that bed.
You could have slept with him in my nephew's room. Asshole.
So yeah, he breaks into Paul's summer home, but not before locking some poor asshole into a freezer. Did you see that part?
No.
When he sneaks into a hospital to get the bone saw, and there's just this old man like putting a body into the freezer, and Hannibal just locks him in. Now, I'm pretty sure the guy can get out, because when I was in high school, I used to like get stuff out of the freezer for like the lunch ladies, and there was like an emergency thing in there.
Did you have to wear a hairnet?
No.
Oh.
I didn't cook the food. I would just like get them the food.
Yeah, but like
and
if
stuff.
you're in the cafeteria, I don't know, with all of your like big Italian
I
bushy
wasn't.
hair.
My hair wasn't bushy in high school, and I wasn't really in the. I just like gave them the food, and that was it.
Okay.
But I remember like being in there because like this movie, I was like, oh no, what if I get locked in? And there's like big freezers have like an emergency thing, because I guess that was a thing that happened. They're like, oh god, if someone gets locked in, we have to make sure they can get the fuck
Isn't that
out.
like a thing with trunks now too? Like there's like an emergency thing in the.
Oh, that's been in there for a while. Yeah, the emergency thing. So if you're in a big freezer, don't worry, you can get out. Just relax, push the button, and they'll let you out. You know, for all our fans who just wander into freezers.
Happens all the time.
So Hannibal sneaks into Clarice's house, and he sets up this weird cat and mouse game where he's like calling her on the phone, and he wants her to like find him, and she's being stalked by Mason Verger's men, and it's all convoluted. They get to like a local mall. Oh, Hannibal has a foot fetish. I thought that was creepy. Yeah.
What did he say about her?
He's like, you have very shapely feet.
Fucking nasty.
Like, hell.
You have very shapely feet.
God, it reminded me of the people in my DMs.
You got another offer, didn't you? What did you get offered this time?
Just $50.
$50 again?
$50, but not Bitcoin this time.
Bitcoin's down at the moment. But.
Maybe that's why they're like, oh shit.
Fuck that.
Wait, is it the same person?
No.
I think that's a good offer.
The other one just wanted deep V, and you would have gotten the same amount of money for doing less.
Oh my god. My favorite was when Ian saw that. He was just like, and I get to see him for free. And I'm like, well, from now on,
yeah, exactly.
$50.
I know what I'm worth.
Have you gotten any offers since the Blair Witch video?
I actually haven't.
Okay.
So I want to thank you guys for not being
Someone
creepy.
right now is like, what is her socials?
Yeah, exactly.
And, you know, I haven't gotten anything. I mean, I'll settle for a sign at WrestleMania this year. Could someone just print out the picture of my face? The Tony Peaks face. I will send
What
you.
if they put it like on a stick?
I will send you the high-res version of my face. Please bring it to WrestleMania so I can die happy. I can't let Crystal win. I need to be seen at WrestleMania. God damn it.
I'm gonna buy tickets.
So make
to
a sign talking about me, Trisha, and Crystal, and mint salad, not Tony, and like sit in front row and be like, yeah.
Tony, I'll go to WrestleMania and have your face on a stick.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You know, you're usually nice to me, and then of course I get you in here with Johanna, and now I'm getting ganged up again.
I said nothing.
The last time they're like, oh man, Trisha's so nice. Johanna and Crystal are too mean to. I love how there's just sections of
I just
fans.
follow the flow. I don't know. That's what I said. You guys don't know me yet.
And like I said, I know all of them. They're awful. Anyway.
Yeah, I haven't been mean to you this entire episode until you said shit to me. Just saying.
True.
So, he's kind of bragging. It's like, oh, all your morals and self-righteousness and your desire to do good and follow law and order, like it led you to just get screwed over by the FBI.
Like when he's on the carousel and he touches her hair.
Yeah. But so I love that it's sneaky for her, but meanwhile those two fucking Guidos are looking. They're like, I think he's on the carousel. I'm like, does she not see him? Like at any point they should be like, hey lady, he's.
Well, she knows he's around that area because she's listening to the music and stuff in the background. So
yeah, but I think he purposely. Oh, by the way, he's basically like the Joker to her Batman in this. This is how they're playing it for the movie version. Very different, especially with the ending. Very different. But yeah, he basically gets himself caught so she can see who caught him and figure out what's going on. Which she does. She gets the license plate and stuff, but her superior's like, God damn it, we put you on suspension. What the fuck's wrong with you? He's like, look, we'll look into it, but for fuck's sake, go home and stop pulling your gun out in public. It's just so easy. Stop shooting things, Clarice.
When I see movies like that and they're like telling the cops to like, go home, you need rest, it's fine, and they just stay there. I'm just like, dude, if my boss told me to go home and get rest, I'd be like, okay, peace. Like, I would have been gone 10 minutes ago.
So of course the cops go to Verger's estate and Hannibal's not there because why would he be? Because they probably assumed someone was going to be looking. Yeah. Which is what happens. Mason's like, bring him. I love when Mason meets Hannibal finally, because you could tell he's just been building up this moment for so long. He's like
has a script and everything.
I have a script. I'm going to do the scientific name for the boars, and I'm going to describe their teeth, and I'm going to talk about how I'm going to cook them, and then I'm going to say, bet you wish you fed me to the rest of the dogs, and then he's going to pee himself. And instead Hannibal's like, nah, you look pretty funny. Fuck you. And it's like, oh, he built up to this moment and it was just the rug was pulled out from underneath him. Not literally, because then he would fall into the floor. We should have Cripple Jesus watch this movie.
Oh my God.
And get his opinion on it. I would love to see this remade with Cripple Jesus. I'm going to fly Cripple Jesus out and we're going to recreate this scene together.
Okay.
You could be the pig. You could be the guy in the tracksuit. And I'll be Hannibal.
There you go.
What the fuck?
This will be on Patreon.
Yes. So I love that Mason forces Cordell to be there for the murder. And
he wants no part of it.
Cordell's like, I kind of want to go home. And he's like, no, this becomes a mistake. Clarice rescues Hannibal. I mean, to arrest him, but she rescues him, and she's
in love with him.
Yeah, she shoots Carlo right after Hannibal mocks him. He's like, I bet your brother smells as bad as you. It's like, dude, come on, Hannibal. Like, relax. Hannibal, you don't know 100% you're getting out of this. Why don't you fucking relax? The one line I don't like is when Hannibal's like, just like old times.
Just like old times.
Shut up.
It's like, what? Like, you guys have never been in this situation before. You've never been this close to each other before.
I don't know.
That was annoying. But yeah, she kills Carlo. She shoots the other guy who falls.
And then she gets shot in the shoulder.
Well,
yeah.
Before they start shooting, they're like, oh, bella ragazza, which just means like, what a beautiful girl.
Oh,
I'm just like, that's also another fucking stereotype. Come on, man. I mean, actually, it's true because Italian men are really like skeevy at times. I mean, a lot of times. So like, I remember walking down the street one time, and not one time, but like a lot of times when I was in Rome, and this one specific time, a guy in a car was like turning the corner. I was standing there, was another girl, and this guy is turning, and he like stops his fucking car right there, and I'm just like waiting for the light to turn green, right? And he just stops and he just goes, Mamma mia, che bella ragazza. Così, I swear to God, that's what he said, right? And he's just like looking me up and down, and then he drives off. And then like the girl that was standing there was just like, ma che cazzo, ma lui non ha mai visto una donna in gonna, ma che significa? Like, oh, he's never seen a woman in a skirt before. Like the Italian women are so fucking fed up with this bullshit. They're just like,
why are the Italian men so bad at talking to Italian women?
Italian women
Ask
love.
your dad.
Yeah, he's pretty bad. My dad like gave me no fucking good, useful dating advice. And the little that he did give me, I managed to use it, but to varying results. But we would drive around, and he would see like a beautiful woman, and he would just be like, hello.
Hello.
That's his thing, like, hello. I'm like,
you should tell him.
Thanks,
Dad,
Anthony.
you're Italian. You have to say bella ragazza.
That's it, hello. And then literally the only dating advice he ever gave me was, Tony, you got to start talking to girls more. Just go up to them and say, hey, I'm Tony Peluso. Want to make out? I mean, I've used the line. It's worked a couple of times, but it's failed more than it's worked.
You should put that on your dating app. Hey, I'm Tony. I'm the really famous Tony Peluso from Hack the Movies. Want to make out? Punto.
So, yes, Clarice gets shot. And Mason's like, what the fuck's going on? He's like, Cordell, jump into... By the way, as this is happening, the fat guy's just getting mauled to death by the boars. No one makes any attempt to even see if he's okay.
Oh, yeah. What was it? Because they ended up breaking in and he's holding Clarice or whatever.
Yeah.
I think they went towards the dudes, whatever, because they probably smelled blood and they were
I think that's
on
what
the
it was.
ground. So they were like, oh shit. And like Hannibal didn't move. He was just like,
the irony that they're literally trained from birth to specifically murder Hannibal. And then they get their moment. It couldn't go any worse. They killed their trainers and then they eat the guy that was meant to.
And then the trainer was also like screaming. So obviously they're going to stay over there and not even bother with Hannibal.
So
Cordell.
Mason's like, Cordell, jump into the pig pen and shoot him. And he's like, Cordell's like, I'm not doing that. But I love that Hannibal just goes, hey, Mason, just throw him in. You can always say it was me.
Yeah, just say it was me.
Or Cordell. And Cordell's just like, oh yeah, I could just say it was Hannibal.
He does. He's like, all right.
I love that Hannibal's just ready to take. He's like, yeah, blame it on me. I got priors. It's fine. Throw a couple fake ones in there. I'll take the credit for it. And I love the whole Cordell. Like he gets real quiet. Like, Cordell, are you still there?
When he speaks Italian, by the way, I mean now he's like dead, but when he spoke Italian back in other scenes, and he would be like, "Ciao, come stai?" I can't even
he's like, "Carl, come stai." Did you enjoy his death? Did you enjoy the pigs ripping him up?
I don't enjoy anyone's death.
Can we talk about it?
I like the other death.
Okay. And if you've watched the Hannibal show, much toned down version, but they did do this. So Trisha, this is how Mason dies in the book. It also goes
back to the eel.
Yeah, it also goes horribly wrong. His plan is not working. So Margot is like, okay, shit's fucked. This is my chance. And she's got to milk Mason. So she gets an electric cattle prod. Just shoves it up his ass.
Oh my God.
And stimulating, what is it?
The
prostate. So she gets what she needs.
She gets the milk.
Yes. So her and her beautiful lesbian partner are very happy. But now that she's got what she needs, no need for Mason to be alive.
Yeah, exactly.
So she literally takes his pet moray eel out of the tank and shoves it down his throat, and it eats his tongue, and then he suffocates on his own blood.
This is so fucked up, but I like that version better.
Yes. And they
I mean, both are very satisfying, whatever, but like the book version compared to, because who he is in the book, it's like,
exactly.
So they do it in the show, but instead of Margot being this muscle-bound butch lesbian, it's beautiful fucking Catherine Isabel from Ginger Snaps.
Yep.
So they totally, I'm like, why would you, come on, guys. I want the butch girl. Come on. Give me Jordan Grace. I want her. That wrestler Jordan Grace should be her.
You remember that show Avatar that I liked, and then they came out with the other one with Korra.
Yeah.
And she's like a buff girl. At least like if you wanted to give like a petite looking buff girl, like do that then. Yeah. Like the frick.
So anyway,
more muscle bound girls.
So that's how Mason dies. He gets a cattle prod up his ass and an eel shoved down his throat.
Wonderful.
So that would have been better,
that
right?
That would be so awesome.
And then they have a beautiful incest baby. I hope it turned out okay. And she becomes a billionaire. Good for her.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, would it really be incest, whatever? Because like, doesn't the partner have the baby?
Oh, no. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I think she does put it in the partner. That makes more sense.
Yeah. Because I'm pretty sure the sister at that point like does not want her brother anywhere near her ever again. You know what I mean?
That makes more sense. Anyway, so we get to Paul's house. Hannibal knocks out Paul. He stitches up Clarice. For some reason, Hannibal just left the handcuffs out in plain view and didn't disable the phone. So Clarice is literally like, I don't know where I am. Track the number. Bye. It's like, Hannibal, what are you doing?
You're supposed to be a professional.
Like what the fuck? You're really dropping the ball here. So yeah, they have a lovely dinner. I like that Paul's hat says PK. I kind of want to get that for Tim. They're having dinner, and it looks like they have some wine. And what else are they eating, guys?
I think it was a nice brown broth he was making.
Yeah. What do they put it in?
It's disgusting.
Fucking Ray Liotta's brain.
This is the fucking worst scene. I almost threw up.
And we could have done like a really funny visual gag because we literally own a brain prop and we could not fucking find it before we shot this.
I literally have seen it just like sitting here before. Like it was like literally on the...
No.
I thought you were going to pull it out. I was literally about to be like, oh my God.
No.
That smells great. Yes.
I would really like some wine.
So yeah, this is the scene where everyone went, what?
Yeah.
Ew. In the book and in the movie. When this has happened in the movie, people are like, I remember like my grandmother, my mom being like, oh God,
I
what
love
the
that
fuck?
you just watched this with your family. Like it was totally.
Oh, my grandmother
totally
hated these
normal
movies.
for
My
me.
grandfather loved them.
See, my grandmother loved these. And I always remember them like being in her like display case of all her movies and everything. And I remember at one point her telling me about the book differences or whatever. And I'm just like, Clarice, what?
We're not up to that yet.
I know.
Trisha doesn't know that part yet.
I know. We'll get.
So yeah, he's
You're gonna say the same thing.
I like that. Like, so like Paul's like drugged and everything, and like he's cooking his brain, and Paul's like, that smells great.
Yeah, like what the fuck?
And Clarice is like too drugged to do anything, so she just has to watch it, and she's like, oh Jesus.
Can I have wine, please?
I just need some alcohol.
And Hannibal, he's pretty much doing this whole like, hey, here's the guy. He like ruined your career, and look what I'm doing for you. I'm such a good guy.
Yeah.
He's such a good guy.
The ultimate simp.
Yeah, he's simping hard for Clarice. A lot of people simping hard for Clarice. Like Hannibal, you could probably. They mentioned in the book, because Krenler does say he thinks he's gay earlier in the movie. And in the book, Clarice is like, no, he apparently dated like several attractive women, had relationships, and
Bisexuality is a thing.
no, I'm just saying, like,
I'm just saying in general.
I'm just saying, book version, he'd probably get better than Julianne Moore. Like, Julianne Moore is cute, but he could probably get like a Gillian Anderson, is what I'm saying. What would you rather have?
Jodie Foster.
Well, yeah. Anyway. So yeah, this scene's nuts. I love this scene when I first saw it. Is this your first time seeing the movie?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you never saw this until now.
Nope.
This is great.
I remember when it came out, my brother liked the movie, so I would see like bits and pieces that I never actually watched.
Do you like Silence of the Lambs?
I saw that. I don't really remember the whole film, but
Okay. Yeah, because like how you're acting, it's just like, because this is a very like big movie for me, and it's putting me back in 2001 where people are like, this is stupid, fucking eating his brain. Like, what the fuck is this? I agree. Compared to the ending of Silence of the Lambs, it's not really tense. It's more gross than anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do like the whole thing whenever he's like yelling at Paul because Paul is being like rude the entire time. Like he calls her like Southern trash or whatever it was.
He's like, Paul, what did I say?
Or white trash.
Yeah. I like when he's like, Paul, if you can't keep up with the conversation, don't join in.
Then he starts like drooling.
Yeah, he's, you know, when you start pulling pieces of your brain out and eating it, like things are going bad.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know this, but your brain's not supposed to be out in the air.
No.
He even took like the film.
Yeah, he
of the
took the
brain.
sack that your brain
Stop
sits.
it. Oh my god.
And it's cool. Some of it is practical. Some of it is like digital, like composite and whatnot. I like when he puts Paul in the kitchen and Paul's like clearly dead. He just throws a towel over his head. So, couple different endings here. The ending in the movie, Clarice goes to attack Hannibal. He locks her hair in a refrigerator.
Breaks the door handle off so he can't, like, no one can open it.
Yes. How does she get out a scene later? Probably because that was tied to the original version, and we'll get into that in a second. So he basically is like trying to get her to like give up all her moral stuff and her standing with the FBI and admit that it's all a joke and just be more like him. And again, it's the Batman Joker thing where it's like, hey, I know these people are corrupt, but I still believe in good or whatever. And I love the whole like, did you ever think to tell me stop? If you love me, you stop. And she's like, nah. Like she won't. Like I think that's why he likes her. It's like she will not give in to anything.
None of that shit.
He has a moment of weakness, like most men do, and he goes to kiss her, and she.
Well, did he try to bite her first?
Yeah, he tried to scare her, but it didn't work.
Yeah.
So he goes to kiss her, and she handcuffs him.
He tried to bite her, and then didn't she say something, or he just said, "That's my girl"?
Yes.
And then they smooch. Well, he smooches her.
Yeah, he smooches her, but she handcuffs him, and he's like, well, I'm pressed for time because the police are on the way. So he has to make a decision. And he ends up cutting off his own hand because he doesn't want to hurt Clarice.
Why didn't he just cut off his thumb?
You know, they never actually show it. That might be something he might have done.
Okay, because I was going to say, like, he didn't need to chop off his whole hand. Could have just been his thumb, and he could have easily just went bloop. Also, those handcuffs were not on that tight.
Yeah.
I was looking at Clarice's, and I'm like, just slide it off her damn hand.
Yeah.
No,
but, you know, because he loves her, he decides to take out his own hand. And then she's outside suddenly with her hair fine. Because
it would have been cool if she at least, like, saw a knife on the side or whatever and then cut it, whatever, so she had, like, this short haircut like in the first one.
So the alternate version, she, like, attacks him. She somehow gets a gun, I think, and chases him out in the woods, and he just escapes.
Mm-hmm.
And then the rest of the movie plays out the same, except he doesn't have a bandage up hand.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the movie ends with him like on a plane going to Japan.
Yeah.
Probably Japan if you factor in the next book about his origin and whatnot. And this little kid's like, I hate the food here. And he's like, what's that? By the way, they don't let you bring your own food onto the plane. I don't even.
They do.
In 2001, I don't think they were letting you bring your own food onto the plane.
Yeah, I think it just needs to be sealed up.
You can. Mm-hmm.
What?
Yeah. For sure.
I didn't know that.
You can always bring your own food.
You can still do it.
Yeah.
Those sons of bitches have been scamming me for years. I thought you couldn't bring food.
Yeah, it needs to be like sealed or whatever. It can't be like, you know, giant liquidy things, whatever. But like, if you wanted to bring like a small thing of like if you want to bring a brownie with you or something like that, whatever, like it has to be in a little container.
But this kid is literally looking at his brain sitting there in this fucking tray. And
He's like, oh, it looks good.
That looks good. I kind of want some.
If anything, I would have been like, can I have some of the figs or something? Like, what the fuck?
And I love that he's like, what is it? He's like, if I tell you, I don't think you'll like it. So yeah, and then it ends with him getting away.
I've eaten sheep brains before, though.
Have you?
Yeah, that's a thing.
It is a thing in Italy.
In high school, we had to dissect something, and there was a picture of me holding the brains up like earrings.
Was it McDevitt?
Yeah.
When we did the mink.
Yeah.
I took out the intestines and I was jump roping with it.
Oh
and then my teacher was like,
God,
stop! And I'm like, all right.
Okay, third time's a charm. I'm fucking out.
wait, come back. Come back. If you don't come back, you're gonna miss what happens in the book.
Oh yeah, I really want to know actually.
Okay, so
it's probably better.
This is gonna make you leave.
So, how you know Clarice is a fictional character is because she really loved and had a good relationship with her father. So, and Hannibal knows this. So, in the book, when Hannibal brings her back to the house and everything, he has dug up the corpse of her father.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. Oh, and he even, I think, if memory serves right, I didn't have time to reread it. He even kind of wears like his uniform. And then he uses like psychoactive drugs and like hypnosis to like try to cure Clarice of her trauma of losing her father and basically be like, I'm your father now. And the reason Hannibal wants to do this is because he really loved his baby sister who was killed by the Nazis in World War II. I forget if it's in this book or definitely in the next book. You find out that they murdered his sister and fed it to him because they were running out of food.
Is that how he became a cannibal?
Yeah, it's stupid. That Thomas Harris only wrote the fourth book so he could write the screenplay for the fourth movie and make more money. And you could tell he was kind of just phoning it in.
Right.
It's like him in Japan and he's going on a whole murder thing. I feel bad. The actor in that fourth one just died in a skiing accident.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
and he was in all these foreign films, but because in American stuff, they were like, he's in the upcoming Marvel show and was in Hannibal Rising. And it's like, oh, man. I'm like, that's like...
Not what you want to be.
Yeah, you don't want to be remembered as the other guy who played Hannibal, who's not Mads Mikkelsen. So he's doing that, and he's basically like, I want to replace my sister Misha, and she's like, I want a new dad. But then she realizes, she's like, hey, look, we're never going to get replacements. We should be here for each other, but be our own people. And she is bonding with him. She's like, yeah, you know what? I was screwed over by the FBI, and they're like out to get me like they were out to get you. They're the only person I relate to, really. And then she's like, hey, remember in Silence of the Lambs? And he's like, the book or the movie? And she goes, both. Remember when you asked that senator if she breastfed her daughter? And he's like, yeah, I remember saying that. Why are you bringing that up? She's like, I'll breastfeed you. And she puts wine on her boob, and then Hannibal drinks it.
What?
Drinks it. Skip to 3 years later. Barney has
Did
a
he
lot.
bite her boob too?
Maybe Barney has a ton of money because he's been selling all this stuff, and I think Hannibal wired him money, or Margot wired him money. So he's in I think Buenos Aires or whatnot with some lady. He's like, let's go to the opera.
Shout out to Argentina.
Yeah. He's like, let's go to the opera, baby. I got all this money. And then while he's at the opera, he's like, oh, those two people look familiar. And he realizes it's Hannibal and Clarice because they're in love and in a relationship and they're hiding from the world together. And Barney, I think Hannibal sees Barney. He's like, I don't think he's going to kill me, but just be safe. We're going to leave. And then the book tells you, like, they're great. They have a great time, and they have, what is it? There's something. They have a lot of sex together. It goes into how they have sex. And so Hannibal and Clarice fall in love, and they're together, and they're fugitives together. And they're replacements for their dead sister and dead dad.
I have no words.
When my grandmother told me this, I literally was like, Clarice, what?
Everyone involved in the first movie who got to that page was like, what? No.
Like, what the?
No. Even like Jodie Foster was like, it felt like, it's kind of mean. Everyone says it's a betrayal to the character, and it's like, well, yeah, but the guy who made her wrote it. Like, I feel like that's mean to Thomas Harris. Like, you might not agree with it, but it's like, you should be like, how do you mean I'm betraying my own character? But also, I think it's a really funny joke. He's like, there's no way they'll ever film
Right, exactly. Like,
I'm surprised they didn't just do like just a different sequel to ignore it. There's plenty of famous books that have famous like follow-up books that they just ignore.
Mm-hmm.
We just talked about Psycho. Psycho 2 ignores the book Psycho 2. Like it's just so bizarre.
They just go off on their own thing.
So I love this movie. It's very flawed. It's very flawed, especially in the third act where they threw the book out and then they didn't really know what to do. I understand a lot of the criticism, but I don't think it deserves all of the hate. What do you think, Johanna?
I enjoy it. Like, it's not the greatest thing in the world, but like, I still watch it.
Yeah, they definitely.
I should watch the show. I think you would really like the show.
Hannibal, not Clarice.
Yeah. Right.
Clarice is bad.
No. And then because of this movie being so fucking divisive, but everyone was really hyped, they did Red Dragon. Because
I do like Red Dragon.
No one remembers Manhunter was a movie, so they're like, well, let's just do it again with all the actors people remember. They tried to pass off Anthony Hopkins being 10 years younger. Didn't work. But that's a much safer movie and it was more accurate to the book. But yeah, a lot of people are real divisive, and you did not like it.
I fucking hated it. I'm sorry. I don't know. I couldn't get into it. It was my first time watching it. But I thought the acting was horrible. I thought that there were just too many flaws. Nothing made sense. And I fucking hate Gary Oldman.
I can't believe you hate Gary Oldman so much. My co-star. He was a good commissioner. Can I get it? He was a good commissioner, Gordon. That's Batman.
No, I know.
Okay.
I know exactly. The
I think he was
character.
better as Sirius Black.
Was he just like the book?
No, he wasn't.
It's fucking Harry Potter. Anyway, well, how did you appreciate all the Italian stuff in it? Was Italy well represented?
No, actually, it was very fucking stereotypical. So every time that they were in Italy, they played fucking like classical music. And I'm like, why? And this is why people have the wrong stereotype ideas about Italy because of movies like this.
I blame Tony.
Me too.
What did I do? I've never even been to Italy.
No, but look what you're doing.
I'm a proud
You're playing
Italian,
with the
but I don't want to hang out with real Italians.
Hey, Tony. See how I'm holding the knife?
No, stop
See
it.
how I'm holding
no,
the knife?
You don't know how to hold
You
a
see
knife.
how I'm holding the knife?
No, we have a whole clip. I literally clipped that from Lake Placid. And there's a video right now. There's 2 clips on the clip channel, everyone. There's proper knife technique, which is Johanna not knowing how to stab. And then there's girl directions, which is about me and Trisha talking about women giving directions.
Do you know, speaking of directional stuff, that he thinks Google Drive Google Drive is sometimes Google Maps because he thinks Google Drive because you drive.
So whenever I'm about to drive somewhere, I'm like, let me pull up the map, and then I click Google Drive instead of Google Maps. I do it every time.
You're done. That's it.
But he wants to talk about women not knowing directions.
Right, exactly.
Google
So
Drive.
anyway,
Told you I was going to bring that up.
So anyway, Joanna has a doctor's appointment in like 40 minutes.
Yeah.
So
you gotta go get your plastic surgery fixed.
No, I was fighting a cannibal.
Oh yeah.
Stop, just lie with me. You know what? You were so nice, and Johanna corrupted you. You're both off the show.
Yeah, okay.
Flying Mint back out. I'm gonna hang out with Mint.
Man.
Oh, any Dick Show fans of the Dick Show, I'm sure a percentage of our audience love the Dick Show. I will be at Dick Show Road Rage Los Angeles 2, March 5th, I think. I will be there. I'll probably wear this. I'll be disavowing everyone live now that I'm famous and they're all problematic. I'm going to disavow them all. And Mint Salad will be there.
So you'll be there from the 4th to the 6th. I don't know when the actual thing
The
is.
5th is the actual night of the show. So I will be there. Check that out.
I'll be in Disney World.
I wasn't invited.
You know, I don't think you would really get along with the Dick Show crowd, so I'm sparing you.
I mean, I like dicks, so Richard.
No.
I mean, guys named Richard.
All
right.
So on that note, Trisha, where can we find you?
At Trisha's Italy on all social media. Go follow me. Italian culture lessons, language, everything, all that good stuff.
Yes. Where can we follow you?
Not Castzilla.
It'll come back one day.
Stuff like hearts, Twitter.
And look, if you are willing to give $50 for nudes, my DMs are open. I keep telling you, my DMs are open.
No one wants to see your boobs.
Get those requests over to Tony.
Yes, just forward them to me.
I'm just gonna start forwarding and be like,
Here you go.
no, I'm just gonna ask for you to take pictures of your chest, and then I'm gonna send it to other people and be like, yeah, that's exactly what I look like.
The money up front, though.
Money up front.
I'm so hairy.
Anyway,
my boobs also shrunk a lot.
We will be back at some point. Me and Johanna. I don't know if Trisha wants to follow up on this series.
No, not this series.
We'll be back with Red Dragon.
Red Dragon's very good.
I think we're gonna review Red Dragon.
Is it Ray Fiennes, right?
Yeah, Red Dragon has an anniversary this year, so we'll probably do it closer to that.
Okay.
And I think when we do that on Patreon, we're gonna do a bonus of Manhunter because they're basically the same movie.
Yeah.
Yes, and check out our review of Opera on Patreon, which just steals the end of Red Dragon.
I don't remember what I talked about, but okay.
About the killer and the opera.
Yeah.
They use crows to identify him at the end. It was really stupid.
Terrible.
So yeah, check that out. And buongiorno? No. Ciao.
Arrivederci.
Arrivederci.
Buona giornata.
Gorlami. Okay, that's it. Goodbye.
My God.
Hi everyone, Tony from Hack the Movies here, and today we're going to talk about the book Red Dragon and its various live-action adaptations and figure out what is the best Red Dragon adaptation on today's episode of Hack the Movies. Hello, Johanna.
Hello, Tony.
We made it.
We finally did it.
We made it. We did. We did Silence of the Lambs. We did Hannibal, and now we're back for 2 movies and part of a TV show. We're really putting overtime into this one. Yes, Red Dragon, the first book by Thomas Harris. Yep. I'm shocked he doesn't write more books. It's literally Black Sunday and then the 4 Hannibal Lecter books. You think he would write more because 1, he's very good. 2, every single thing he writes gets a film adaptation or TV adaptation.
Maybe he doesn't have the inspiration right now or something, or doesn't want to shell out something.
He probably
crappy,
makes a lot of bank. He probably makes a lot of bank from those movies. Like I think he specifically wrote the script for the 4th movie just so he can make more money. But now with Hannibal and I know the Clarice show was a bomb, but he probably made a pretty coin off of that.
Probably.
I want him to write more stuff. Thomas Harris. I mentioned this in the previous video. Like the one picture I found of him is like him holding a possum up. Yeah. Thomas Harris, put that possum down and write another book.
I want a possum.
No. Anyway.
Why? They don't get rabies.
Anyway.
Little babies. I mean, they could, but it's like very rare.
Anyway, Red Dragon.
Red Dragon.
I've read this book. a few years ago now. So I'm a little hazy on stuff. I looked up the thing.
Ages ago.
So
I would have had more time to prepare, but someone decided to be like, Johanna, we got to film some episodes.
We got
watch these 2 in like 3 days.
We got a little busy. It's been a very busy month. Okay, we've been doing that Halloween parody, which is coming out soon, which is going to be a lot of fun. Probably be out
2 weeks after this.
Well, the week this comes out, it's probably coming out the same week if things go. Hopefully, if everything goes well tonight, because we're shooting tonight. Yeah, there's been a lot of stuff going on. I had my birthday. Thanks for not showing up, or anyone showing up for my birthday. It was sabotaged by Mr. Lobo.
Birthday's not even here yet.
You idiot! This comes out after the birthday episode.
I'm talking about right now.
Oh my god! Anyway.
No, I'm definitely not. No one show up.
that's an update on Tony's life and the show.
Mine's great. My life's great. I'm going to Disney again.
Oh, wow. What a shock. What a shock.
I'm getting my wedding dress next month. I'm getting married next year. Things are going great. No, there's no
Allegedly,
maybe.
You're getting married.
Oh, my God.
Allegedly, you're getting
We're
married.
talking about eloping now, so.
Anyway, Red Dragon. Really good book. Apparently, when Thomas Harris was writing Black Sunday, I think he was like meeting up with a lot of FBI guys, and he started learning more about this stuff, and it inspired him to write the book. And for those of you who haven't read the book, I did this in the Dune episode. I'm like, let me give you a quick breakdown of the book before we get into the adaptations. It's a lot easier than the Dune book. The Dune book was actually really hard to condense, and somehow I did it. Okay, so the Red Dragon novel. Will Graham, who was scarred physically and emotionally when arresting Hannibal Lecter, is pulled out of retirement by Jack Crawford to investigate the Tooth Fairy killer, not to be confused with Darkness Falls,
I was gonna say.
which we already reviewed. We didn't plan that initially.
Yeah, I thought you were either going to say Dwayne The Rock Johnson or Darkness Falls.
A man who has been murdering families and performing sexual acts on the mothers. Will reaches out to Hannibal for help. This backfires once he finds out Hannibal is in communication with the killer and gives him Will's address. The killer is Francis Dollarhide, who was a victim of abuse from his grandmother and other family members at a young age. He also used to be disfigured. At some point, he became obsessed with the Red Dragon painting by Robert Blake. I think it's Robert Blake.
I'm pretty sure.
And believes he is becoming the dragon himself. He even gets a full body tattoo of it. He's not gay. And if a reporter calls him gay, he takes it very personal. Francis learned we'll talk more about that in a minute. Francis learned how to process film while in the military, and then he got a job doing that in the States. There, he stumbles onto a romance with a blind coworker, Reba. This throws a wrench in his murder, family / become a dragon plans. Yeah. We've all been there. We have a plan. You're like, I'm going to murder this family. I'm going to become a dragon. And then some lady comes into your life and you're like, oh, she's pretty cute. I guess I could murder the family next week and go on the date tonight. But anyway, Will finds out that the killer is using the family's videos to target his victims. They go to hunt him down, but he kills himself in front of Reba. Or does he? This was a fake out. And he attacks Will's family at their house, only to be shot by Will's wife, Molly. During the attack, he cuts up Will's face pretty bad. And that's basically the book.
Yep.
Not a lot of Hannibal in that book.
Well, it's the same for Manhunter.
Yeah. Well, Manhunter had the appropriate amount of Hannibal.
Yeah.
Okay, so the first movie is Manhunter. By Dino De Laurentiis. When did you find out this movie existed? Because this went under everyone's radar.
Not like recent, but maybe like high school time. So
okay,
I don't know, between 2003.
I didn't know it existed until I saw this. Not this same type of tape. I bought this a few years ago, but I remember being in a Rite Aid, I think, and they had this tape. And I'm walking by and I'm like, oh, Silence of the Lambs. And it's like Hannibal Lecter's Legacy of Evil begins here. And I'm like, I'm sorry, what? They put this out in 2001. So this is right after Hannibal came out and a year before Red Dragon. Yeah. So they're definitely like, it's definitely one of those, like, let's repackage this movie to make it seem like it's a part of this. I bought the tape. It didn't work. It was broken.
Amazing.
And then I rented it from Blockbuster, the DVD, and I watched it. And I really, really, really liked it.
It's good.
It's good. Directed by Michael Mann, who is no stranger to crime dramas. Let me see here. He produced the shows Miami Vice, Crime Story. He even came back to direct the Miami Vice movie in like the 2000s. Yeah, it's really good. It was going to be called Red Dragon, but I think Dino De Laurentiis, he put out a Mickey Rourke movie called Year of the Dragon or something, and it bombed. And he was all like, Mamma mia, no a dragon in the title. You called a manhunter. But that's what he did. Let
you and your pasta face.
I talked about that. Oh, by the way, Tab show, here's what I don't get. It's not canceled.
Oh.
It's continuing. I'm now one of the rotating guests, and I brought in Pasta Face as my problem. Tom Hanks as Geppetto, God damn you. But we're not here to talk about that.
But you came out on Twitter recently saying that you're not actually Italian.
That was you hacking me.
I don't know what you're talking. I'm not hacking anything. If someone just leaves their screen up,
as soon as,
and I see Twitter sitting there, I'm just like,
Let me know how that defense works up in court.
Okay.
Anyway,
you're like, hi, I'm a high-ranking member of this company, and I have access to this Twitter. Why can't I say anything?
Anyway, David Lynch was set to direct this. God damn, would I have loved that. Apparently he thought it was too violent for him. It's like, David Lynch? You? I mentioned that in another episode of like, this was too violent for this? David Lynch, you've shown me some of the most horrifying imagery in your films. That was 86. I guess it was a different time.
You say so.
Yes. A lot of people auditioned to be Will Graham in this, but one of my favorite thing that I found was Timothy Dalton was going to be Will Graham.
Huh.
And then he was like, wait, James Bond's available? And then like he went and was James Bond. Very underrated James Bond, I think. Timothy Dalton.
Yeah.
Not so much his first movie. I like his second movie. But anyway, the cast for this is William Peterson as Will Graham, who went on to CSI fame, right? He's CSI, right?
And he's in Fear.
Oh, yeah.
Marky Mark.
He's the dad in Fear, isn't he? Yeah. Tom Noonan as Francis Dollarhide, who we talked about in the last Action Hero episode. Yep. We are also going to be talking about him later on in October for Monster Squad. And recently he was in a movie called House of the Devil by not recently, like 10, 11 years ago.
That sounds super familiar.
By Ty West, the guy who just did X and Pearl. It's one of his early films.
I need to see Pearl.
He's the bad guy in House of the Devil. He's really good in that. I really like Tom Noonan. Brian Cox is
love Brian Cox.
Hannibal Lecter, spelled Lektor, but the VHS has it spelled the way it usually is to cash in.
Where's Brian Cox from?
X-Men 2.
And
other stuff.
Trick or Treat. You should check out that episode.
That's right. You should check out the. I think it's still not monetized, so I mean,
whatever.
If you don't watch it, it's fine.
But we should do X2.
No, you know what? Listen to the Trick or Treat episode and watch it on Odyssey, because those two platforms are still monetized for that particular episode. YouTube, skip it. Anyway, watch an episode that's monetized, most of them. Yes, Brian Cox as Hannibal Lecter, Dennis Farina as
Rest
Jack.
in peace.
Oh, he died? I didn't know that.
2013, I believe.
Oh, I didn't know that. As Jack Crawford, he was in that show, Crime Story, I think.
In that show.
And Stephen Lang as Freddie Lowndes. I always forget that Stephen Lang, because he's such a squirrely looking dude. And usually in modern movies, he's like a tough, chiseled guy. And Joan Allen as Reba. And then some lady as Molly. I forgot to write her down. So yeah, I saw this movie actually right before Red Dragon. So it was like back to back. Because I wanted to see what the previous version was. And
Joan Allen.
Yeah. No, Joan Allen was
Reba. Hold on. Kim Grease?
I'm sure that's Molly. So yeah, I watched this years ago. I've seen it a couple times, and yeah, it's really good. It's got a very unique style to it. I have here, it's very 80s.
They definitely try to do the cinematography thing a lot, whatever, but it's a lot of like beach or just like nothing in the background. You know what I mean?
There's a lot of like synth music,
yep.
Or just really, really overbearing power ballads.
Or absolutely nothing.
Or absolutely nothing.
But some scenes it works with absolutely nothing.
Yeah. But then there's like, you're right, there's scenes where like you got these deep blues, and then Francis' house is all neon and weird and spacey, and then you have like Hannibal, it's just bright white. Yeah. There's a lot of creepy imagery, a lot of slow-mo dream stuff in it, which I appreciate it. I do want to say there's an effect later in the movie where he's like, because Will Graham has that imagination projection thing, and he's like hallucinating the dead woman in the bed with mirrors in her eye. And I don't know how they did that effect in 1980 something, but it's like haunting. It's like terrifying. Like that image like is real creepy because she's like moving with the mirror. Yep. I don't like it. By the way, so the Tooth Fairy killer, he breaks into people's houses. He kills the families. He puts mirrors in their eyes, and then he has his way with the mother.
A mirror.
But he wants he smashes the mirrors because he hates himself. But he also puts the mirrors in their eyes so it looks like they're alive and stuff. He's a creep.
Yeah.
He's a creep. And it's a woman's fault. His grandmother and his mom. They don't touch on that in the movies, but in the book, the one movie they do a little bit. Yeah, but getting back to very, very 80s, at one point, Will wears tiny pink swim shorts. Not a lot of male heroes wearing pink swim shorts.
It's fine.
It would be a comedy. Like, I can see someone in a Marvel movie wearing that as like a joke, but like, you can't really. I love the 80s and 90s where you were allowed to do that. There's like an X-Files episode where like,
why can't you do it now?
You could do it, but it'd be like a joke for some reason.
It's clothing.
An example. Early 90s, there's an X-Files episode where David Duchovny is swimming in a red Speedo. And it's just a completely normal scene, and he's just wearing this tight little red Speedo. And then the X-Files revival, the one good episode, guy's peeking in on Mulder in his bedroom, and he's wearing the original red Speedo, and it was treated as a joke. For some reason, red Speedos are jokes. You're saying that they shouldn't be treated as a joke.
Yeah.
So if I wore them in an episode, you would not laugh.
I'd be very uncomfortable because I don't want to be near you in a red Speedo, but you can do you.
It's a manhunter. What did you think of Will in this movie?
I like him. He definitely has the unhinged thing going on.
Yeah.
Like, I guess since we're talking about Red Dragon 2, whatever, I actually prefer him over
Ed Norton?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I feel like Ed Norton's a little more like chill with everything.
Yeah, I have it.
This you feel like he's gonna freaking like pop off at any second.
I have it here. Like, he's supposed to be haunted by like the past trauma with Hannibal. So they explain it in the movie, and it's funny. The book and this movie, they kind of like late into the story, they're like, oh, by the way, here's what happened with that guy Hannibal. We kind of stumbled onto the fact that he was the killer.
Yeah.
He tried to kill me, but I stopped him, and then he got arrested. Red Dragon, they decided to elaborate more on that. But he's haunted because he's like, yeah, I was physically damaged, but then like my brain was all messed up because he puts his mind into the killer. And Hannibal also does that, but Hannibal's an insane person. Yeah. So when a normal guy does it, it fucks with their brain a little bit. But he's supposed to have trauma and whatnot. But yeah, the movie makes it seem like he's also a fucking creep.
I mean, he kind of is.
Honestly, in this film, they don't introduce Francis like proper till like 50 something minutes into the movie. And even then, they don't really introduce him really until like a little bit after that. So for the first like hour of this movie, it's kind of like, is Will the killer? Because he's really fucking creepy. Yeah. He's talking to himself and monologuing. I'll explain how they got around that in the next one. I really like, he's a really good actor. I really like him. But yeah, it's a choice. His performance was a choice.
Yeah. And he's more unhinged than Brian Cox's Hannibal.
Yeah, right. All right, so Brian Cox's Hannibal is pretty nonchalant.
He's chilling.
He's still menacing.
He's just a dude.
He's still menacing and whatnot, but he's not like the charming Hannibal that we now know.
He's talking very fast, very blunt, matter of fact.
Like, yeah. I do like how they film their scenes together for the most part. When they're talking, they're framed through the same. Every time the camera cuts, they're framed through the same bar. Because the whole thing is like, are they so different? Are they the same? Which the book plays on in the TV show. The TV show.
I really need to watch everything with the
TV show like made so that good. Like the theme of the fucking thing. But yeah, Hannibal Lecter, he just seems like kind of like an asshole who's mad he got caught. Which I guess he is, but like it's just so blunt in this. He's like, you asshole. You're kind of like me. That's the only reason you caught me. I hope a tooth fairy eats you. But yeah, he's not like, he's only there to give the information to the killer to raise the stakes, which is what he was used for in the book. But I guess the character stood out in the book, which is why he brought him back in Silence of the Lambs. But yeah, Brian Cox, I think, does a good job.
I still think he's like not creepy. What's the word I'm looking for?
I said menacing.
I guess menacing, yeah. There's just there's a presence about him.
Yeah. I will say they filmed, I don't know if you could tell, they filmed his whole prison thing where he's at in a museum, and you could tell because it looks like the architecture for a museum and not a prison. I'm looking at it, I'm like, I looked at the facts, it's like filmed in a museum, like, oh yeah, that's totally a museum. Like, what the fuck? That's the most
oh my God.
Like, that is a really fancy looking prison. Holy shit. Yeah, he gets regular bars. He doesn't get the glass. Lucky him. Lucky him. So, by the way, I forgot Dr. Chilton was in this movie.
Chitlin?
Chilton, not Chitlin. He's only in one scene, and he's just a guy.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, I like the pervy dude.
You like chitlins?
Yeah. There's one scene that I don't remember from the book, and it's not in the other versions, where like they're trying to bait the killer out. Well, they do it earlier by calling him gay.
He put the shorts on Charles Leeds after he was dead. I believe he did this to make sure we wouldn't think he was gay.
That was the funniest thing in this. It's like they don't realize. They're like, oh, wait a minute. We'll just keep calling him gay because it gets under his skin, and he'll like at some point he'll show up and be like, I'm not gay. They're like, well, that's the guy. That's the guy. Would that work now? For serial killer?
Depends on the person.
No. Yeah. Well, now the killer wouldn't want to expose himself. I'm like, well, I don't want to be like a homophobe. People might try to cancel me.
That's not how everybody acts, but it's fine.
I just love that, like Francis is supposed to be like real, like focused and whatnot, and then like one guy calls him gay. He's like, well, I gotta nip this in the bud. Holy shit! I don't want people thinking that. It was the 70s when it was written. It was a different time. Now, if you did it now, Francis would be like, you know, maybe I am. That might be. I should really explore this.
Oh my God, explore it. I'm not going to use the wife anymore. Now it's going to be the dad.
Anyway, well, there's a fake out where they're like they're setting up a sting, and this jogger is coming up to Will, and you think he's going to like murder him. By the way, Will like beats the shit out of him. And earlier when Freddie Lounds,
and he flips him on the car.
So Freddie Lounds is an asshole reporter who took pictures of Will when he was in the hospital.
Yep.
And when he like confronts him again, Will flips him, dude, shatters breaks someone's car.
I'm not kidding. When I watched that,
no,
I'm bursting out laughing.
And then you see in the next movie, he's like, "You're an asshole," and then he walks away. I'm like, "Oh wow, this Will's a little bit more restrained." So they beat up this guy.
Unhinged.
They beat up the guy, and I love that. It's one of the only comedy moments. But it's like the movie is so serious that you don't even realize it's a comedy. But he's just like, so the guy thinks he's being mugged. He's like, take my money. And then the cops swarm. And they're like, it's not him. And I like the guy doesn't realize what's going on. He's like, he literally says,
what you moving in slow motion for, man? I'm being mugged.
My God.
So Francis is home in Manhunter. In the book, he lives in his grandmother's mansion, which used to be a retirement home. I guess it was left to him after she died.
Yeah.
In this, he lives in like a really stylish fucking house that's space themed.
What is that one wall?
It looks like a picture of Mars.
Is it Mars?
It's Mars or a desert. Well, yeah, it feels like it's spacey. He's got like that cool star lamp. He's got like the moon framed.
Is this your bedroom?
We were just talking that a few months back, I was transferring people's home videos, and I'm like, oh, that's how they catch the killer. And now I'm realizing that I also have space themed stuff in my house. But my grandmother didn't abuse me. So I think we're good. I don't think I'm going to be.
If I see something super sus with any type of murder, I'm literally just going to be like, just check on this guy. I have a key to his apartment. I will rat you out. Oh, I will rat you out. So
I'm going to come in and like, hey, Johanna, I got a tattoo today. Like, oh, where? My entire body. Everywhere.
I'd be like,
what are you? I'm the great tiger. I'm Tony the Tiger. I'm a tiger now.
Immediately I would call you out. You're going down. Then I'll really be on your Twitter and be like, hey, I am a murderer.
I'm not like Francis Dollarhide, okay? He was a guy who lived alone and couldn't get laid. Manhunter. So, yeah. I really like Tom Noonan's Francis Dollarhide, but they really choose not to give you any backstory on him.
Yeah.
None.
There's just nothing. So, I think he's terrifying.
Yeah.
Okay, because you don't know what's going on in his head.
Yeah.
Unlike Ray Fiennes, you get the backstory and kind of become more sympathetic to him or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm not sure who I like better.
I will say, I think they used this for this approach of not explaining the killer for the next film.
Yeah.
Because James Gunn, Buffalo Bill, we talked about in that episode. Go back and check that episode. We talked about how like he does have like a fuller backstory in the book, and it's purposely made, but they leave clues. Like I was joking with Sean, like it's funny in that movie. It's like you can see the different phases Buffalo Bill went through. It's like, well, he had a Nazi phase at some point, and now he's going through his lady phase. He's got many phases. But yeah, because like the teeth that Francis used, he uses dentures, and they're molded after his grandmother's teeth. And that's like a big deal.
Yeah.
And they establish the teeth in this version, but they never tell you why he has it. So I get it. It could be creepier if you don't know.
Yeah. Like a Michael Myers.
Like a Michael Myers.
First movie, terrifying because he's just a dude and he's doing these things. Then they decided to add other stuff.
But
and
no,
it's like,
it's his sister. Oh no, he has to kill his whole family. Now a cult made him do it.
now he's marrying his niece.
Mm-hmm.
Had a baby with his niece.
Yeah.
I don't.
And then he's like, oh wait, my sister's still alive. All my burns are healed. Anyway. Anyway, yeah, but I do like Tom Noonan as this character. I will say, this version of the movie is like, it's real sped up.
Yeah.
They kind of like, I guess because there is so much slow-mo and dream stuff. The beginning's it's paced well. And then like toward the middle, they start speeding things up.
Yeah, it gets weird.
Yeah, like the Reba, Joan Allen's Reba. She needs to slow the fuck down. Yeah, that whole relationship is sped up because he meets her.
And I don't think she's as charming as the other girl.
No, he meets her. He takes her to the tiger like right away, which was a real tiger. I don't know if it was a real tiger in the next movie, but yeah, it was like a sedated tiger. And like the doctor in that is like the actual tiger's doctor. And then they're boning on the couch like a scene later. I'm like, that's a very quick relationship. Holy shit.
Have you met me and Ian? Have you met a lesbian?
Anyway.
I'm not kidding.
Anyway. Yes, we all know the joke.
It's not even a joke. If you have friends that are lesbian, look at their relationships. I guarantee it.
You know the joke
like,
I'm talking about, right? Okay, well, what does a lesbian bring on the second date? A U-Haul to move in. What does a gay guy bring?
Wait, why's it got to be a U-Haul?
What does a gay guy bring on a second date? What second date? A gay person told me that joke.
Bruh.
I think Rosie O'Donnell did that on she definitely used the U-Haul joke on Curb Your Enthusiasm.
That's actually really funny. It's like Home Depot.
Yeah. Wait, there's a whole season where Rosie O'Donnell and Larry David are after the same woman. Anyway. Yeah, it gets really, really sped up, the whole relationship, and then the third act like changes everything.
Yeah.
There's no going to Brooklyn to hunt down the red dragon painting. There's no
a lot was left out.
There's no fake out ending with the faking of the death.
Dude,
it just turns
so good in Red Dragon.
Yeah, it just turns into like it's the 80s. They shoot them a lot.
Yeah.
But set to the song Inagata Davida. Like, it turns into a... By the way, that is like a 20-minute song, because I'm watching him like, wait, he's on the plane? I'm like, oh, I remember, that song is super long. So, realistically, you probably could go on like a fast plane. But, I guess because it's weird what they wanted to take from the ending in this. Since they changed it, they're like, well, we still want Will to confront him. And I think even Jack Crawford's like, why are we going? Like, the SWAT team, what do we have to be there for? It's like, he needs to be there. He does get his face cut up. But yeah, he needs to be the one to kill Francis, even though he doesn't do that in the book. Yeah, the whole music video ending is pretty funny. You notice they were cutting frames out of shots? It was chopping.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's pretty casual with that shotgun, by the way.
He's just bam.
Those cops.
No recoil.
Yeah, no recoil. Those cops make no attempt to get cover. They literally open up the door. They're like, ah! So yeah, the ending is not as good as the book, because it is sped up. We don't really,
and things are omitted.
Things are omitted. It just seems like Francis now, he gets jealous of the guy and then decides he's going to kill Reba.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. There was like a little bit more to it in the other version. And then the movie just kind of abruptly ends. He's like, well, I'm better now. We're hanging out on the beach. And then the song played. What does the song say? Heartbeat, heartbeat, listen to my heartbeat. Oh. There's another song when when he's
same pitch.
When he's spying on Reba, there's that song that's like strong as. You were joking about the 80s song. They're so overbearing. Not enough power ballads in the rest of the series, I think. We need more power ballads.
Well, remake it,
all right?
Stupid.
I will say Will's family is kind of a bigger part in this.
Yes.
Him and his lady are getting...
Basically, it's the right amount of Hannibal.
Yeah.
Like how it would be in the book.
Yeah.
And you get more of the family. Like even that nice little scene where he's talking with his son in the grocery store.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and they actually had the conversation about mental health and stuff and like what happened with him. But then the other one, the family's like barely there, but you still see that there's, you know,
Ed Norton's not getting laid enough in that one. This one, Will Peterson, he's getting it on.
Yeah.
I love the shot of just his like chiseled body in the reflection, but then the Washington Monuments kind of like in line with him. Like,
anyway,
I'm like, that was a choice. That was a choice.
But not enough family.
Yeah.
A lot of Hannibal.
Yeah, they switch it. Let me see.
Which I mean, it's Anthony Hopkins, Silence of the Lambs. Like, of course you're going to use Anthony Hopkins more. Like, why not?
We mentioned this in Silence of the Lambs, but yeah, the cop looking up the employees' names goes on to play Barney in the other films.
Yeah.
Another thing he gets rid of, the Red Dragon tattoo.
Yep.
But they did do it. They use it in all the promotional stuff. It might even be.
Is it on the front? Or is it
No. There are covers where they have it. So they actually did do. It's interesting. So there's two paintings that are the Red Dragon and the women clothed in sun. One is a front angle and the other is a behind angle. This movie uses the front angle, and that's the one that they had painted on his chest. It was like a whole thing.
It's like the curly part, right?
Yeah, and then apparently Michael Mann, they just thought it was too much, and they decided just not to include it.
The point of
him, because I guess they were like, well, I mean, if they're getting rid of like the grandmother backstory and stuff, then I guess they thought it was just explaining too much. But I will say though, we mentioned it in the Hannibal review, but me and Trisha reviewed a movie called Dario Argento's Opera. And that literally uses the end of the Red Dragon book, where the killer fakes his death with like another body and then comes back to attack the person and then gets killed.
That's actually really funny.
Dario Argento plagiarizing. As far as I know, got away with it. Some people get away with it.
Can't all be winners.
Some other people can't get away with it. Anyway, the Patreon is where you can find the review of Dario Argento's Opera. It's a very fun episode. Anyway. So yeah, the overall Manhunter, I think it's a fine film. It's very stylistic. It's very dreamlike.
It's good.
I think I would have liked it more if Michael Mann did it like 5 or 10 years later. Like post-Heat Michael Mann, I think really would have like nailed it. Because this is like an early film for him.
Yeah.
But other than that,
yeah, it's good. I don't think I would go back and rewatch as much as other movies, but if I see it's on or something.
Yeah. It does have third act issues where they just speed everything up and just ends on a shootout. I mean, it's an awesome shootout, but it's just kind of like, the book was a little bit more than this. Yeah. Did not do well. Even maybe they should have called it Red Dragon. Maybe it would have done well. Did not do well, and we explained in our Sounds of the Lambs episode that movie decided not to reference it, and that movie is not a sequel, even though it's based off a sequel. But yes, years later, after Sounds of the Lambs does super well, and Hannibal, really divided audiences. We got a review of that. I personally like the film.
I like Hannibal.
But it still did really, really well. They're like, well, we can do a third one.
Anthony Hopkins.
They're like, we can do a third one. There's still room for more. And Silence of the Lambs and Red Dragon are kind of similar. Whereas Hannibal is Thomas Harris being like, I don't care, whatever. An eel goes up a guy's ass or something. No. The eel goes down his mouth. They shove the rod up his end. Yeah. Anyway. Red Dragon, 2002, I think. 2002. Directed by Brett.
What do you got up here? I didn't even
It's an Entertainment Weekly from when it came out.
Oh, this is actually a really good condition.
Yeah. I have a lot of my old Entertainment Weeklies. I don't know why. I put them around the set.
$3.50. Oh my lord.
Yeah. Came out in 2002, directed by Brett Ratner. Allegedly did some things. Allegedly.
Who did the music?
Danny Elfman.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who did the one in Manhunter? It was... Do they not have music? Sons of bitches. They don't have music.
Oh, well.
Put the name up there, Jess. So this is after, Hannibal divided people. They're like, hey, let's get back to basics. We'll do this prequel because prequels are the thing now. Thanks, George Lucas. Phantom Menace episode. Which we love. We love that movie.
It's a great movie.
We love Phantom Menace. It's great.
Jar Jar Binks is in it.
That's right. And it had a Sith speeder. Now.
Sith speeder.
So they were writing this movie. Apparently, they couldn't get people to really sign on until Ted Talley, who wrote the first movie, came back to write the script. Okay. And then people were like, okay, we'll come back if that guy's on board. Because the previous movie, they're like, if it's going to be like that, we're out. We're out. I'm not doing that. This time, Ed Norton as Will Graham.
Yep.
Anthony Hopkins returning as Hannibal, a younger Hannibal who looks older. This is before they could digitally.
It's before they could
digitally de-age.
It wasn't that distracting.
He did lose 12 pounds for the role, but when I'm looking at him, and then watch Silence of the Lambs,
don't worry, it's fine.
Should I aim for
15,
15, 20? Anyway, Ralph Fiennes Ray Fiennes as Francis Tyler Hyde. Harvey Keitel as Jack Crawford. They couldn't get Scott Glenn back for some reason. Philip Seymour Hoffman, the late Philip Seymour Hoffman.
He's yelled at you on the phone before.
He has yelled at me on the phone before. As Freddie Lowndes and Mary Louise Parker as Molly. And I forgot to write down who plays Reba. It's... God damn it. Of course, we all know the person who plays... It's not on here. So, hold on. It's not on here.
Is it on the phone?
No. Of course, that lady that we all like. It's not.
Emily Watson?
Oh, that is her.
Huh.
Where is it?
It's on the phone.
Oh!
You told me no! I'm
okay.
right, again.
Emily Watson.
I'm going to knock it over.
Emily Watson plays Reba. Mary Louise Parker as Molly. They really played up Hannibal's importance in this story. Starting from scene 1, we had heard in the previous film that he killed one of the flutists for a symphony.
Yep. Benjamin
Raspel, which apparently is a popular name in the Hannibal universe because that's also the name of a guy's head that they found in the jar. That's what you really should watch the previous movie and take notes before you write the sequel. But anyway,
it's fine.
They actually show him I do like him in the symphony, just cringing at the guy's flute. He's like, oh, God damn it. They show him feeding Benjamin to the rest of the board. And then they actually show the scene of Will confronting. I think it's a pretty good scene. Mm-hmm. I do like, he's just like, how did you not think about this, Hannibal? And Hannibal's like, I don't know. I was working on my ponytail. He had a ponytail. That was very upsetting.
Why?
I didn't like the ponytail.
You were to judge other people's hair.
I didn't picture pre-jail Hannibal rocking a ponytail.
Well, it's fine.
I'm thinking about... You dropped that C-3PO from Phantom Menace. All right, put it down. I'm mad we didn't get to see Hannibal be a ladies' man. Because in the Hannibal book, they mentioned, he used to hook up with a lot of hot babes. And it's we didn't get to see any of that. So yeah, the opening is exciting with him and Will fighting and him getting shot by Will and whatnot. But I think it was also effective.
He got shot a lot.
He did get shot a lot.
How did he survive that?
He did get shot a lot. I don't know. Look, Brett Ratner, he was high off those Rush Hour movies. He's all about action and outing people, apparently, and doing inappropriate stuff, allegedly, enough to make Warner Brothers sever ties with him. That is the thing.
They keep other people, though.
The thing is, Brett Ratner is not known for being a great filmmaker, and this movie's really good, and it's well, yeah, he had the blueprint from Michael Mann, a talented filmmaker. I'm like, I could have made a good remake of this if Michael Mann was the previous guy and I was allowed to do almost everything he did. He had a blueprint. The script is similar enough. It's like, it was really hard to fuck.
Have you seen the 2 scenes with when he goes to talk to Hannibal in his cell?
Yeah.
If you like pair them together, it's maybe like 2 or 3 things change, whatever, and it's mainly like the wording.
Yeah. Well, a lot of the dialogue is from the book, so it's just like, that was the thing. People are like, why did they get Brett Ratner to do this? It's like, because literally anyone could have done this. With this book and this script, anyone could have done it. But no, I think he does like a fine job. It has a really good opening with like the Dollarhide's book that gets you up to speed. I thought that was really cool. Danny Elfman's score is good.
Yep.
They don't go into the specifics of Francis's backstory, but they give you enough. Like you get the creepy grandmother. You get enough of that. You know who did her voice? Ellen Bernstein.
Oh,
shut up, you filthy little beast. I should have put you in an orphanage, grandson or not.
From The Exorcist and other films. Requiem for a Dream. That's another film. What else is she in?
Oh, that movie.
Jared Leto's
Soundtrack's really good.
Jared Leto's in that movie. Anyway, yeah, Ellen Bernstein is the voice of his grandmother in the flashback, and she like tried to chop his dick off because he wet the bed.
Yeah.
Take him to a doctor. Some people have urological. Yeah, some people have issues. Don't threaten to cut their dick off. That's gonna make things worse. The kid's gonna end up being a murderer. In the book, he gets all like messed up and he like slaughters like a chicken house. Like he goes into like a chicken coop and just slaughters the chickens and whatnot. He's a little messed up. And then he lives with his mom afterwards, and her new family's like kids like mess him up and beat him up and shit. Poor Francis. He eventually joins the military and then gets discharged honorably though. They leave all that out. There was going to be another voice in this.
Yeah.
You were actually going to hear Francis talk to the dragon persona, and they actually recorded it, and it's Frank Langella.
Huh.
And you can see the deleted scenes of it. They tried it like multiple ways, I think. I think they tried Frank Langella, and if I remember right, they did one where he's talking to himself. And in the end, I think they nailed it. They're like, it's actually creepier if there's no voice.
Yeah.
So it's actually cool to see like Francis like reacting to things that you can't hear. I actually like that a little bit more. Yeah, he's a little bit truer to the book because he does live in the family mansion. He is jacked. So in the book, like Francis is jacked. They make a point to say like he could be a bodybuilder in his 40s if he wanted to. And Tom Noonan's tall, but he didn't look jacked.
Yeah, he looked lanky.
Yeah, and Ray Fiennes looks really good at this, but he's still not like, he's in good shape, and he's not bodybuilder. You can see his dick flopping around. I thought that was funny. We all laughed in the theater when that happened.
Of course you did.
I saw this in theaters when he runs up the stairs and you see his dick flopping around. We're like, me and my mom were like, ah!
It's just a penis.
It was just fun. We didn't expect to see it, though. That was the thing. Because movies always hide penises.
We should see more.
It's a double standard, I feel.
We should see more.
We should. We should. You know the movie I'm working on? Gonna add a lot of penis to it.
Whose?
It's not cast yet.
Can I cast? And part of the casting stuff, whatever, we can have him show. I'm kidding. I would not do that.
Are you going to be a Brett Ratner?
Yes.
Apparently Brett Ratner like took pictures of Brendan Fraser and like didn't tell him he was going to use them in a book and didn't get his permission to use them in a book. Brendan Fraser feels like really misled. That's a little weird.
Why did they torture that poor man? Oh my God. Leave him alone. I need to see that new movie he's in. Brendan Fraser, the whale.
Oh yeah, I hear that's good. Will Graham, I think is more likable in this version. You prefer the insane Will Graham.
Yeah, I like the unhinged.
Yeah, I think that was like a choice. They're like, can you not play him like a weirdo? And they make sure to have him talking into a recorder. Because the Manhunter one, he's just talking out loud.
Yeah.
He's like, you son of a bitch, you touched her, didn't you?
Yeah.
I'm gonna fucking...
You took your gloves off and you touched her.
Could you imagine like someone walking by like, hey, Will, are you okay? What's going on? But they make sure he's like...
No, he's not okay.
Imagine whoever he has to send those tapes to. All right, God, Will's in a mood today. But yeah, he doesn't come off as a creepy weirdo. We don't get a lot of his family too much.
You get enough to have an established thing. Like
you have the beginning when they go to the farm when they're in hiding. a little bit toward the end.
And then, yeah.
But they don't have slow motion sex in this one. I think that was a letdown. No blue lights or slow motion sex. Bill Duke is in it for a second. I love Bill Duke from Predator.
Mm-hmm.
He was Mac in Predator. Did you notice he had a tiny noose in his office?
No.
Yeah. So when Bill Duke is in his office talking to Will, like behind him, there's like a flag in a case, you know, the flags that you get.
Yeah.
And then there's just a tiny noose. And I kept looking at him like, why does he have that? So where can I get that? I want a tiny noose on my desk and be like, what are you coming in to complain about? Anyway. Okay.
Yeah, it's him.
What did you think of Philip Seymour Hoffman's Freddie Lowndes?
I like him better than the other one.
He's so scummy. He's so scummy.
But I also just really like Philip Seymour Hoffman anyway, so like...
He was a good one. He was a good one. God, that last Hunger Games movie. The digital smile they put on his face. Yeah, that was weird.
Whatever.
Remember they had that scene of who's the guy in the Hunger Games movies, the funny guy who helps them? Woody Harrelson.
Oh.
He has that scene where he's all like, Philip Seymour Hoffman wrote you a letter. I'm gonna read it now. It's like, oh god damn it. Poor guy.
He was supposed to be in that a lot more.
Yeah. Oops. Great actor. He is so scummy in this. He's like, he really captures the douchebaggery of the character, which is why it was confusing in the show when they turned that character into a hot redhead.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, what? I'm like, this is confusing me now. This is confusing me. I'm gonna be a dragon. This version of the script takes its time, and I don't mean because they definitely add in extra scenes of Hannibal, but it actually is like, I feel like it's better paced.
Yes.
Where we actually get to see the relationship between Francis and Reba establish it a little bit more.
Dee and Reba.
We get to learn a little bit more about them. We get to see like the conflict with him. They do the Brooklyn thing. Manhunter completely got rid of him going to Brooklyn to eat the Red Dragon painting at the Brooklyn Museum. I went to the Brooklyn Museum. That is a very nice museum. You ever been there?
Mm-mm.
I went to a museum in Brooklyn. I believe it was the Brooklyn Museum.
I feel like you would know.
It was very big. I can't
feel like you would know.
I think I went to the Brooklyn Museum to see the David Bowie exhibit. And that was a wonderful exhibit. And they had a lot of stuff there. That was a fun time. Yeah, he goes there and he eats the painting because he thinks that'll stop the dragon. It doesn't. But he only eats the one painting. Where was the second Red Dragon painting? He's got to go hunt that down too. He's got where do you think they have that? They have the Thinker statue in the Brooklyn Museum there. And I'm like, wait a minute. I thought that was in filming in France. Then again, it does take place in the late 80s. So I don't know where it was in the late 80s.
I don't know.
Anyway. They have that whole subplot in there, which I thought was funny. When he just hits that lady, and then the other lady catches him, and he like chases her away. One of the big changes is Chilton.
Chitlins?
Yeah, Chitlins. He is way respectful of Will and like admires him, and it's like
it's because it's not a woman.
Yeah, he's fangirling over him, and he's not real sleazy. Where the contrast to that is Hannibal is really rude to Will. He's just like, he's
I do like the difference in the scene where like Will first goes in to talk to him in the Manhunter and already just looking at him, having the conversation, whatever.
Yeah.
In this one, Hannibal's just like, I'm gonna lay on this bed and not even really acknowledge your presence, whatever, but I'm still gonna talk to you and everything. Eventually I'll get up and I'll do my thing.
But it's funny, you know, it's typical man. A guy shows up wearing something, he's like, oh, that smells like shit.
Axe body spray.
A lady shows up. He's like, "Oh, you're wearing this and this and blah blah blah. It's really nice." Typical man. A lady I like. I'm like, "Oh, you smell really nice today." I don't know what any guy.
Why are you smelling women?
They wear a lot of perfume.
They?
Yeah, they usually do. I can't smell you right now. Let me see here. Yeah, so they add more of him. Do you like his exercise leash?
I do, actually.
You know what's funny?
He can like lean forward.
Yeah, you know what's funny?
Play airplane. Whee!
I was reading, they mention this character in Manhunter. They mentioned him in this, but I was reading they gave a lot of his dialogue to Hannibal. The character Dr. Bloom is left out of both of these adaptations. And then you get to the Hannibal TV show where they're a major character and turned into a woman. Woke. So I thought that was pretty funny. I'm like, wow, it didn't make it into either of these. And then it's like, oh, now they're a major character. Yeah, overall, I think the movie is really, really good. They do the red dragon tattoo. Apparently took 8 hours to apply.
Oh, wow.
Jesus Christ. And they use the book ending, which I remember at that point when I saw it in the theater, I did not read the book. And I had only seen Manhunter. So I was expecting the same ending.
Were you like blown away?
Yeah, I was like, oh, shit.
And then they realized that like, oh, yeah, that's the other dude he already shot outside.
By the way, that is a change. Because in the book, he does kill that guy, but he kills some random guy at a gas station and uses that body. I actually like the change that the movie did where he killed the guy he was jealous of. I'm like, that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Although someone should have been... I think the problem there is like, those are not the same people. Those are not the same body type. But yeah, I really like Reba in this one. Mm-hmm. I really like, she's like, you really connect with her and whatnot. We were talking about Francis. If this took place today, and this is the problem with the Hannibal TV show, he would clean house. Like, he's got a scar, but it's fixed.
It's there.
But. Yeah, but depending on what version he is, he's either really tall.
Fine as hell.
Actually, in the book, I think he grew a mustache to cover it up. He's either really tall or like really in good
fine
shape
as hell.
and looks like a Harry Potter character. And women love that for some reason. So like the Red Dragon today, he'd be like, oh, I'm such a loner. I'm going to be a dragon. And someone's be like, hey, get on Tinder. And he's like, oh my God, all these people with Deathly Hollow tattoos are following me.
Oh my God, wait, Scalies?
Oh yeah. Jessica, please Photoshop Francis Dollarhide in a dragon furry costume at a furry convention.
He wants to be a dragon. He could have been a dragon.
We could have saved Buffalo Bill too, because there is the alt fur community. Jessica, please Photoshop Buffalo Bill into an alt fur picture.
Oh my God.
What would Hannibal be? Hannibal would be doing mukbang video. Jessica, please Photoshop Anthony Hopkins Hannibal into a mukbang video. Anyway, we saved it. We saved all those people.
We found them hobbies that are normal.
Mesa Verger, we can't help. Mesa Verger, he's good. Yeah, we'll circle back to him at some point and try to help him out.
Yeah. Anyway.
But yeah, I really like Red Dragon. It's a great adaptation of the book. They couldn't help but put more Hannibal stuff, and they had to do the prequel teaser.
What is her name?
It's like, oh, I get it. So it's like so it's like Silence of the Lambs is gonna pick up like right after this, and Hannibal's gonna de-age 10 years.
Benjamin Button.
But people really liked it. I think all the actors did a great job in it. It's not as well remembered as Silence of the Lambs, but I think a lot of that might have just been because the previous movie was so... That happens a lot. I think we talked about it before, where like the previous movie was such a big disappointment that people didn't watch the follow-up, even though it was good. Famous example, Exorcist 3. Exorcist 3 is a great film, but Exorcist 2 is god-awful, so no one went to see Exorcist 3 when it came out. I'm going to talk about Exorcist 3 at some point. Yes, so that brings us to the final one.
Oh, don't forget, in this one, they don't cut up Will's face.
They don't cut up his face in this one. He's looking real pretty at the end. Mm-hmm. And he's on a boat, having the time of his life. Hannibal TV show. Now, I avoided this TV show initially.
Why?
I didn't like that it wasn't a direct prequel to Red Dragon. I didn't like that it was like a reboot in its own continuity.
It's fine.
I've since, and I mentioned the Silence of the Lambs, I've since gone back and rewatched it. And I like, because I've said this a few times, like, because the movies were such good adaptations, I was fine with all the liberties that Hannibal took.
Yeah.
Because it got to work in stuff that got left out. Like, I think we mentioned Jack Crawford's wife having cancer was left out. Yep. That was put in. They put a lot of other stuff in. So the second half of season 3, the first half of season 3 is the book Hannibal. They went out of order. And the second half of season 3 is Red Dragon. And they were using elements obviously beforehand. But this is the first time they were adapting it directly. And I even like that in between the seasons, there was like a 3-year gap that they said. So in the show, if you're not familiar, Hugh Dancy plays Will Graham. Mads Mikkelsen, I didn't like him at first. His accent was too thick.
No, Mads can do anything.
I grew into it. Mads Mikkelsen as Hannibal. Richard Armitage as Francis. He was the
Thorin.
He was the Hobbit with dragon sickness. And he gets dragon sickness again.
He's a dwarf.
He was the dwarf in The Hobbit is what I meant to say. I'm the guy who called the Cimmerillion the Similarian. Oops. Lawrence Fishburne as Jack Crawford. Laura Jean Korostecki as Freddie Lowndes. Nina Arianda as Molly. And Rutina Wesley from True Blood as Reba. Woke. So anyway, no, she does a good job.
I was very happy when I saw her. I was like, Tara!
Yeah. I say here, like, despite many changes to continuity, it follows it actually pretty well. He still processes film, I think, which seems a little dated, if I remember right.
Also, speaking of cinematography with like stuff, whatever, this freaking show.
I have it here. So in the Hannibal TV show, they really play up Will Graham's imagination stuff, but they do it through like really creepy visuals.
Yeah.
So like, but before he knows who Hannibal is, he's imagining him as like this antler demon.
Yep.
There's really, really cool imagery. And this show takes full advantage of this, where like we actually see Francis as the Red Dragon like several times. Yep. And I'm like, that's clever. That's something you couldn't really do in the other ones, or it would have been too hard to do. So they did that really, really well. I think the characters, the Will Graham in the TV show is weird. He is kind of closer to the Manhunter version, where he's just a creepy weirdo.
Not as unhinged, but he was still pretty.
Yeah, he's got issues. And they never say it outright, but because they couldn't use Clarice, they were like, hey, that whole thing with Hannibal being like real attracted to someone, he might have a thing for Will.
Didn't they technically have her as the girl from
No, well, that was like,
it wasn't her.
It was like a reference.
Yeah.
Because in the book, Will Graham was Jack Crawford's protege. And actually, I like how the movies give him happy endings, because when you read the beginning of Silence of the Lambs, they're like, Will is a sad alcoholic now after his many encounters. Like, oof, ended rough for him. They never circle back to him to see how Will's doing. So that's a really, really downer. So Clarice is like Jack Crawford's like second chance. And in the book, she ends up with Hannibal world hopping. So Jack Crawford's kind of a failure. But yeah, the Hannibal TV show, they reversed it, where he had a female protege first who kind of like Clarice, and then it became Will.
What was the actress's name from?
Oh, Emily Chomsky, who was in the movie They/Them, which I reviewed on Patreon. Check that out. That's a movie. Yes. So in this version, instead of Freddie Lowndes being captured and lit on fire, isn't she like dead at this point? I forget. It's Dr. Chilton. So Dr. Chitlins is the one who gets caught and lit on fire. What do you think of the best wheelchair fire scene? I think it was the one in Manhunter. The one in Manhunter is actually scary.
Yeah.
Because they kind of like Exorcist 3, they do the thing where it's like a long setup, and the security guard looks back and he's like, huh. And then looks back, and then it comes right at the camera. Whereas Red Dragon, it's funny. You see a guy, he's like, huh, what's that? And you just see Philip Seymour like, ah! That's like a whole thing in the book where they analyze the wheelchair, and they're like, where'd the killer get like a wheelchair from the early 1900s? What the fuck? And it kind of leads him on to where he would be. Yeah, what did you think of Richard Armitage as the dragon?
He's fine.
I think it was okay.
I like his voice. So
I like his voice too. I actually really like what you said about the creepy imagery and whatnot, but I like how when he's calling Hannibal on the phone, they hallucinate that they're in the room together. I thought that was really cool. They changed a few things around where like Will is the one who tries to convince Francis to kill Hannibal.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then at the end, it's pretty accurate. And then at the end, it's like, oh, we're just going to fight him at a beach house. Like, oh, that didn't happen anywhere else. Will gets fucked up in that one too. Yeah. So they kill him. And I do like how he has dragon wings when they're slicing him up.
Yeah.
And then they Will attempts to do a murder-suicide with Hannibal.
They're like rubbing on each other.
You know, he pulls them off a cliff and they die, but it's implied that they might not have with the teaser at the end. So yeah, I mean, I'm including Hannibal season 3, although we probably shouldn't, but I thought it'd be fun.
It's fine.
But yeah, I think they did really cool stuff. Like I said, the imagery was really cool. Seeing Reba as the girl clothed in sun was fun. I didn't expect them to nail it, and they did a surprisingly good job. From what I remember, I didn't have time to rewatch it. I'm sorry. But I remember watching it like, oh, this actually works, because I didn't think it could work in a modern setting. But yeah, so those are the adaptations of Red Dragon. Which one is the best? This is tough because you like win either way. For something that's the same story, you get a lot of variety in how it's told.
I'm not counting Hannibal season 3.
Okay.
I think I have to go with Red Dragon.
I know that's like
there's a lot of good things in this or whatever, but I think overall as a movie, I think Red Dragon sells.
I know that's the easy answer, but yes. Although Manhunter, people really should check out. If anything,
good. It's very good.
If anything, just to see an early Michael Mann movie.
But I only think Red Dragon wins by a smidgen.
Yeah. If Manhunter didn't have
that weird
third act, if it was a little bit closer to the book, I think it could have worked.
Yeah.
But Red Dragon, although, like I said, I only think Red Dragon is good because this movie is good. Because there's no way Brett Ratner could have done this from scratch. Brett Ratner had a good blueprint. He's like, I'm going to make it a little less weird for modern audiences. But yeah, if you like Michael Mann, definitely check it out. It is really, really, a really good film. But yeah, Red Dragon wins. It gets the book right. You can't really beat Anthony Hopkins' Hannibal. I'm sorry. You can't.
Brian Cox, I love you, but...
And I know he's kind of cheesing it up in this one.
It's fine.
But they had that scene where they give him a little dinner and he's like, I thought that
also, Red Dragon's Reba is thousands of times better than Manhunter Reba.
Oh, Joan Allen, yeah. One day I got to review Face Off. Joan Allen was like the wife in Face Off. And I remember...
speaking of X2, there it is.
Yeah, and I remember John Travolta being like, I hate to see you go, but I'd love to watch you leave. And it cuts to Joan Allen's flat ass in a pantsuit. I'm like, what the hell? Why didn't you change that line on the set? Anyway.
He's in the flat booty.
That's true. Me and
straight as a board.
Me and my friend Royce, we were talking to the Scarface episode. We're like, butts weren't invented to the 90s. Because every movie where they're like, oh, look at that girl's flat butt. It's like, oh, okay.
Does they make a joke about that in Scrubs?
I think so.
JD talks about Elliot's butt and it's just completely flat.
So, I think we're going to go Red Dragon, followed closely by Manhunter.
Yes.
And like I said, I like the Hannibal TV adaptation.
I love that TV show. It's so good.
It is really good, unlike Clarice, which I think got canceled. Did Clarice get canceled?
I haven't heard anything about it, so I would assume yes.
Yeah. Maybe one day I'll check it out, but... Whenever it
I think I watched the first 2 episodes, if I remember correctly, and I was just kind of like, eh.
I heard it wasn't good. I like the girl who played her though. She was cute, and she kind of looked like Jodie Foster. So Froster, yeah, that's Jodie Foster's cousin, Jodie Foster. And like I said, when I said in the Hannibal episode, Gillian Anderson wasn't allowed to play Clarice because of the X-Files, but then she ended up in the Hannibal TV show. So I'm like, all right, it kind of worked. Yeah, so check those out. What is your favorite Red Dragon adaptation? Let us know in the comments below. Check out, if you're new here, we have a lot of new people to the channel recently.
Welcome.
If you're new here, check out our Silence of the Lambs episode and our Hannibal episode. Those are a lot of fun. Hannibal's a lot of fun. We had Trisha on here talking about Italy and whatnot. That was a good time. Silence of the Lambs was great. I called my mom during it because you apparently have a problem with our relationship. How we bonded over these wonderful films.
I never said that at all. I said the age was a little
Well, we all can't have perfect mothers like Johanna.
My mother's an alcoholic.
That's not funny. You shouldn't laugh at that.
I'm laughing through the pain, Tony.
She back in the wedding this week? It varies week to week. Is she back in the wedding?
For now.
She's still my date?
Yeah. She's really going to be your date.
I don't have a wedding date. I might have to take your mom. Anyway, like, share, and subscribe. Please check out those Thursday bonus videos I've been doing. They've been a lot of fun. Check those out. Follow us on Patreon. We have a lot of content on Patreon. Like I said, we've been working on this Halloween parody. And as of right now, we still have more filming to do. But as of right now, the behind the scenes vlog is like 20 minutes long. We had
longer than the short.
Longer than the short. The behind the scenes vlog is a lot of fun. You guys are
I love that one scene of me and Ian, and we just both piss you off.
You guys are really gonna like the behind the scenes vlog on Patreon for how we made that. We got our $10 tier where I do exclusive streams and we give away exclusive wallpapers. We are going.
One day I'll be in a wallpaper.
You were in the Thor one. You were Lady Thor on the Thor wallpaper. I was real Thor.
It's Mighty Thor.
No, I was real Thor. You were Lady Thor, and then Crystal was Sif. I know it was Valkyrie on the poster, but
yeah, yeah.
You can replace a redhead. You can't go the opposite way. Hollywood just deemed it that way. Yes, check those out. We are going to be at Philomoka on October 22nd, the weekend of October 22nd. Put the date down there. We're going to be at Philomoka for the Crypt video rental convention. Shudder just got announced as a sponsor.
Just looking at that list of like sponsors or whatever, I'm just like, look at us.
So many sponsors there. You know what other show is going to be there?
Movie Dumpster.
Movie Dumpster will be there. So check out Crypt video rental. It's going to be a lot of fun in Philly. I haven't been to Philly proper in a long time.
Same.
Yeah, I missed that place. Other than to drive through to pick people up at the airport.
I was debating going stalking because the love of my life is currently filming in Philly.
Ian's in a movie?
Natalie Dormer.
Oh, not your fiance. Right. Okay.
I wish.
So yes, check all that out and we'll see you all later. Goodbye. Hi, everyone. Tony from Hack the Movies here. And today we're talking about Hannibal Rising. Why? Why? Today on Hack the Movies. Would you like a nice Chianti?
Do you have some liver to go with it?
No, nor do I have fava beans. All I have is this nice Chianti that I got from my local wine and spirits. I looked up what you're supposed to drink it out of. I think it's this.
You want a stem for red wine.
It said it needed a tapered top, and I don't have that. Here you go. Ugh. This is a celebration, Johanna.
Oh.
We finally did it. We're finally going to finish reviewing all the Hannibal Lecter movies.
Yay.
For those of you who have been keeping up, we did Silence of the Lambs, Hannibal, and then we did all versions of Red Dragon, including the season of Hannibal that covered it.
We should talk about the actual show, too. Just all of it.
Maybe one day we'll do a Hannibal versus Clarice and talk about why we like.
Yeah, why not?
I think Clarice is free on the CW app. I couldn't even find a streaming service for it. They never brought it back.
Womp
Anyway,
womp.
Cheers. Hannibal Rising. We did it. We did it.
Yay.
Yes, this is from 2007.
It's not bad.
Yeah, it's pretty good, actually.
I like dry wine, so like.
Yeah. Dino De Laurentiis was like, hey, I haven't made a Hannibal movie in a bit. We should go make that Hannibal movie now. But there was a problem, Johanna.
What was the problem, Tony?
There was no book. Someone said, I guess because the last movie was a prequel, Red Dragon, they're like, you guys should go back even further to tell the origin of Hannibal. And I guess Dino De Laurentiis went to Thomas Harris and he said, hey, tell an Hannibal origin story. And I'm sure Thomas Harris said, I did that in my book Hannibal and your movie ignored it. And then Dino said, shut up. You're going to write another book. You're going to write a whole book about that plot line and extend it. And we're going to make a movie about it. And Thomas Harris said, no, I don't want to do it. And apparently Dino was like, I'll do it without you. And Thomas went, okay. So Thomas Harris literally just wrote this book for it to be a movie. The book came out 2 months before the movie came out.
I'm assuming this was around the time that people were super into like Japan and samurai stuff because
I feel like Thomas Harris was going through a phase.
Yeah.
I feel like that. Maybe some of this stuff was mentioned in Hannibal, the flashback sequences of the book, but he didn't go this hard. From my memory of the book, mentioned his little sister and the Nazis and stuff. I feel like Japan got left out of that. Yeah, there's a goddamn fly in here. Ah!
Oh, it's going after you. It's behind on the claw. The claw. No, it's on not.
Ah! You open up the windows one day because it's nice out, and you got a friggin' fly in the store. So anyway, yeah, Thomas Harris kind of shot this out real quick. So
yeah, can tell.
He also wrote the screenplay for the movie, which I think is the first time he's ever done that. I don't think he's ever written a script before. Of all the books, all Hannibal books I read, this was the hardest. And by read, I mean listen to in audiobook form. Thomas Harris narrated it, and he has the softest spoken voice. He talks like this, Johanna. And then Hannibal said...
I would fall asleep.
It took me the longest to go through that book because I kept falling asleep. His voice just kept putting me to sleep. And then I wake up and 2 chapters went by and I'm like, oh, fuck. Yeah, so they put this out in 2007. Did you see this in theaters?
Hell, I don't even... So, when I rewatched it, I was like, okay, I've definitely seen this before. This is probably the second time I've ever seen this movie.
It's definitely
Or
the
at least
second
in pieces,
time.
because, like,
Yeah.
why?
It's definitely the second time I've seen this movie. Although I didn't hate it. It's just a very unneeded, and it feels like a weird story to tell for Hannibal.
It's like Magneto, but as
Hannibal. It is, but before that,
like,
yeah, it's a very bizarre story for Hannibal, and yeah, I feel like at the time I just wasn't into it. My biggest problem, and I feel bad because he's dead now, but the actor who plays Hannibal, the late Gaspard Ulliel, I can't pronounce his name.
Yeah.
Died tragically a few years back in a skiing accident. I saw a lot of people who said, despite their negative criticism, they liked his performance. His performance is fine, but at no point does he feel like Hannibal. And I get it's like early, but like even toward the end when he's trying to be more suave and whatnot, it just never comes off as Hannibal. And my problem when I saw the trailer for it, before I went to see the movie, I looked at the trailer. I'm like, he looks nothing like Anthony Hopkins.
No.
Not even
but also
a little
like
bit.
his relationships and such, I didn't see as believable either. Like I don't know why people are like, oh, he's a good guy, and like then he has a girlfriend, and it's just like how
his aunt.
Yeah, like how.
Yeah, his performance was a little weird. That's what you kind of needed to make the movie work. And I mean, if you didn't know who Hannibal was, didn't see the other movies, maybe this works for you. But at no point, this is Hannibal Rising. At no point does he get real charming or learn how to converse eloquently. We need another movie called Hannibal Rising, where he learns how to riz. Are people still saying rizzing? Was that just the last summer thing?
Don't talk to me.
Speaking of Z's, Joanna, did you notice I ran out of N's on the sign and I used a sideways Z? Hannibal Rising.
It's beautiful. I did not notice at all.
I'm pretty proud of it. I'm like, how the hell am I going to get another N in here? Anyway, it's directed by Peter Weber, who did Girl with the Pearl Earring and the 2001 remake of Stepford Wives, neither of which I've seen.
Nicole Kidman?
Yeah, the Nicole Kidman one.
Okay, I've seen that.
Yeah, people were hyped to make this movie for some reason. And you know who was eager to distribute this movie? The Weinsteins. Fat Harvey. He couldn't take his hands off this film. By the way, can all the people who own the different film rights get together so we can get an actual collection of these movies? There's a Hannibal Lecter collection, Johanna. It's Silence of the Lambs, Hannibal, and Manhunter. And I'm like, okay, no, that doesn't...
Not even Red Dragon?
No, I guess so. Yeah, Universal and MGM share this one. But I think just Universal owns this one, and this is owned by someone else. And De Laurentiis owns Hannibal Lecter, which is why the Clarice show only could use Clarice and a few other characters. But yeah, there is no like definitive Hannibal Lecter box set yet. So I just want everyone, because I'm like, oh, I would like to get like a Blu-ray pack of these, but they don't exist. However, Hannibal Rising is included in the Walmart Steelbook stuff that they're putting out this year. You know how they do like theme Steelbooks? They're doing that again. Let's get into this wonderful film. Full of this movie is the ultimate. Oh, it's that guy. There's a lot of actors, but I'm like, I texted you about the one. I'm like, oh shit. The movie starts with a pig. Remember Hannibal? Remember how the Hannibal movie had pigs and they didn't really have much to do with Hannibal? It was actually part of the bad guys thing. Anyway, it opens up with a pig. And then we have Hannibal and little Misha. They're playing, they're carving into the pier, and they say M is for Misha. That comes back.
Yeah.
And the castle is attacked by Nazis. Are you okay there?
Yeah.
Are you about to carve?
Yeah.
What are you... What are you doing? Oh, okay. I thought you were just OCD.
No, I mean, yes, but...
But no, because I filmed...
fly hanging, you know.
Oh, yeah. No, that's smart. No, I filmed with Lauren Soda recently, and she's super OCD. She had to, like, play with something.
That's why I have rings on.
Huh?
That's why I have rings on. Continue.
I'm going to wait for you to finish that.
Okay.
The Nazis attack, and the Lecters are like, fuck, we got to get out of here. They're in Lithuania. That's where Hannibal is from. The mom is hiding like pearls in her bag and everything. She has like a stack of letters to her brother, I think, or just family members.
I think it was family
because they come
members.
into play later, and she hides them in the shelf. There's like a secret shelf on this fireplace or something. I guess they have like a lodge somewhere in the woods because they believe the fighting is going to be closer to town. So they hide in the lodge. She shoves all her pearls into a big boar head that's on the wall because, again, they really want you to remember the pigs from Hannibal. It's like, okay, we remember. What they weren't that important.
They come back with pigs later, too.
Yeah, they really go pig heavy. Like, the pigs were specific to Mason Verger's character, not Hannibal Lecter.
I mean, I like pigs, but like, damn.
Yeah. So, yeah, the Nazis take over, and then there's some Lithuanian natives that want to join the SS. And the Nazi dude there is like, you have to prove yourself. Kill this Jewish cook. And they're like, all right, no problem, buddy. But they're still not considered like the same. This is toward, I think, the end of the war.
Makes sense.
Yeah, because the Russian, they mention how the Soviets are starting to like close in. So yeah, then Hannibal and his dad and their servant are hunting. They find out that the Germans are retreating, and they're ready to celebrate. They're like, oh, they're getting out of here. This is gonna be great. They celebrate too early. Russian tank shows up on their door to take some water, and then the German plane just shows up and like just dives right into the tank. This is a really bad day for the Lecters. Yeah. They shoot the plane, and of all the places for the plane to crash land, it crash lands into the tank. But all the Lecters are dead except for Hannibal and Misha. That is a tense scene though, where the bullets are catching fire and they're just shooting randomly.
He's yelling at her to get back in the house.
He's like, get back in the house. She's like, Mama, like, get back in the house. Those guys, the Lithuanian SS, they didn't enjoy being Nazis. They decided to become deserters, and they're just looting everyone. They kill Red Cross people so they can pose as Red Cross agents and just loot and kill people. Like, that's really mean. The main guy, Grutas.
Reese... Is it Ifunds or whatever?
Yes.
He's in Little Nicky. He was also Otto Hightower in House of the Dragon.
Yes. And the Lizard from Amazing Spider-Man and Spider-Man No Way Home. And he was in that movie, I think, The 5-Year Engagement. That was a pretty funny romantic comedy. It was good.
No idea.
It was a fun movie. So yeah, they're like just posing as the Red Cross. I do like that they're like, the Russians come and they like try to play off that they're the Red Cross, but they're caught. They're like, throw that dead body out the back. We got to get the hell out of here. They stumble across the Hannibal's house and they're like, all right, let's get in there. Those poor kids.
Yeah.
Those poor goddamn kids. Yeah, so they come in. They're like, hey, we'll kill your sister if you don't behave. They chain them up. They're taking all their shit. They're really mean. They're burning their family pictures.
Was it because they were like out of wood or something? Aren't they surrounded by trees? Like, can't they just go chop?
I guess they need a kindling. But they're keeping the kids alive. So in case like Soviets or whatever come, they could be like, hey, we're Red Cross. We rescued these kids. The guy who's burning the pictures is, of course, Richard Brake, who plays Enrique Stolrich. We'll just call him Richard Brake. You know him as that stupid blue thing from Game of Thrones. The blue zombie guy. I think he's the blue zombie guy.
Is he the Night King?
I think.
Is he?
I think he is.
Oh, okay.
He's also Joe Chill in Batman Begins. I know. I can't.
What? This fly is ballsy. He's over there now.
He's on the tripod.
Yeah.
Anyway, he was Joe Chill in Batman Begins. He killed Batman's parents. I filmed with him a few years ago. He's a really nice guy. Weird looking dude. Oh, I know where you know him from. Doom, starring The Rock. He's the guy that gets killed in the toilet.
Yeah, my favorite movie.
So yeah, they've taken over the house. There's a problem though. They're running out of food. They mentioned earlier during the hunting trip, the dad's like, there used to be game all over here, but the war is like chased all the animals off. And I have a note here. So Grutas is eating a raw bird.
Yeah, what the fuck?
I'm like, but you have a fire. I'm like, there's a fire right there. You have the means to cook something. Why are you eating the bird raw? And they're like, oh shit, we're out of food. We need to eat. And then they eye the children. More of what happened, but we kind of assumed that they're going to eat Misha. 8 years later. This has got to be a bummer, and even the head of the orphanage calls it out. Lecter is now an orphan in his own home. They turned his castle into an orphanage that's owned by the Soviets. So he's not even allowed to own his own house. Yeah. He's the last surviving member, and he's just like, oh, I can't even have my place? That's my family crest there. We learned that he's mute, but not really. He just chooses not to talk. He meanwhile he like screams for Misha in his sleep.
Yep.
Yeah, and he has like nightmares. I like how he tortures the one bully fucks with him and he like stabs him through the hand with the fork. And then the head guy's office is in his mom's room, and the whole time he's being lectured by the guy, he's just looking at that fake shelf. He's like, I need those letters. So the bully takes him into the basement, into the cellar, and traps him down there. But it turns out there's a secret passage I don't even think Hannibal knew about. So he sneaks out, he gets his letters. He sets a trap up for the bully. I forget what it was specifically, though. Was it like a bear trap or something? What was it?
Oh my God, I literally just watched this.
Me too. All I know is it's a callback because earlier he wasn't singing the song with all of them. And the bully was...
trap?
I don't know what it was. The bully was bullying him for not singing. So he sets a trap. The bully falls, and on the ground it just says sing or something. He's out. He's got to get to the border. So he gets to the border. He finds a scarecrow that he uses as a distraction, which I thought was cool. And he heads off to his uncle's place. Now, this is the one change I do remember from the book. Originally, his uncle picks him up from the castle. He's like, oh, fuck, my nephew's alive? Oh, my God, I got to get him. And then the scene coming up where the butcher's being real mean to Murasaki, like the uncle has like a heart attack. But I guess for like film purposes, they're like, he's already dead. Hannibal just gets there by himself. It simplifies it.
Yeah, it's fine.
But yeah, it's more exciting for him to break out on his own and show how clever he is than just, my uncle picked me up. Let's just punch the goddamn wine glass. So yeah, he makes it, I forget where they are exactly in Europe, but he makes it there, and he goes to the mansion, which has the worst guard dog ever. It's a freaking like pit bull or something, and it immediately wants to play with Hannibal.
I mean, when we were at PAX a few years ago,
yeah,
there was a police dog.
Yeah.
And, like, the dog's supposed to be, like, smelling bags and stuff, whatever, because I had to bring my luggage with me because we were checked out of the hotel, whatever. And that dog wanted pets for me, and I even looked at the cop, and I was like, am I allowed? And he was like, oh, go ahead. And I'm just like, so I was allowed to pet a puppy that's on the job. So that dog wanted pet. Like, it was one of those, like, ah, shit. And then I'm, like, looking at the guy, like, can I? And then I got the okay. So just, you know, some people are really good with animals.
I'm anti-dog for the remainder of the year.
You're an a-hole.
I told you what Bane did, right?
I know.
Can I tell the audience?
Sure. I still think you're an a-hole.
So I dog sat for my sister, one of the two dogs who broke in the store and did that review at Space Cat, the other one sadly died since then. R.I.P. It's real quiet when we go over there now, which is nice.
Stop!
But
no, that's mean. That's quiet and nice. Fuck you.
but the bulldog is so aggressive. It's still knocking over the twins because he doesn't like them. He does not.
Actually, kind of really funny.
Harley loved the twins, or he just didn't care. But he would like take pictures with them. He would like lick them. Bane was the bulldog's real name. If like I'm like coming through the door and the twins are excited to see me, he will be like, "Get the hell out of my way! I need to see who that is." Just run them over.
He did come first.
Yeah, I guess so. I had to dog sit him for hopefully the last time. I love my Roomba. It's technically a Robo-Rock, but everyone calls it a Roomba. It's one of my favorite things.
Maybe you should get an actual Roomba, you cheap bastard.
No, these are good.
An actual Roomba, you cheap bastard.
Roombas came out in the early 2000s. The knockoffs are just as good these days.
I have a real Roomba.
It's one of my favorite things in the world.
Not anymore.
I since gotten a new one. So it turns out, because he won't come upstairs where my bedroom is, because he has to sit in the living room because he thinks
Just saying, last time I was here, he was down here with me.
My sister.
Just saying.
He thinks my sister is going to show up at any moment. So he decided to go into the kitchen as the Roomba was going off. And he must have got scared and shit in the kitchen. Right. So it was still soft. So right as the Roomba was there, Johanna, I wanted to die in the morning. And I can't post the picture because I think it goes against YouTube's terms of service. I could send it to you if you want.
I'm okay. I'll pass.
I
Thanks.
came down and he usually poops in the kitchen because he hates me. And I let him out like 5 times during the day and he just won't do anything. And then he always does it at night. I turned the corner and I was like, oh no. Oh no. Oh no. The Roomba spread it all over the kitchen and then into the living room everywhere. And then it destroyed the Roomba because it all got inside of it. And then I had to call Amazon because I bought the protection plan. And I'm like, I need a new one. And they're like, okay, send us the old one back. And then I had to call them. I'm like, no, I don't think you understand. I can't send this back. I think it's illegal to send this back.
It's a biohazard.
Because you have to send a picture of it, but I guess it's automated and a human didn't check. They're like, send it back. I'm like, no. Look at the picture. It's just covered in shit. So I have a new one. That was actually, you know what's funny? The reason I bring it up is because that's when we were supposed to film the Hannibal Rising review.
Oh, yeah. That was that day.
I had to text you, and I'm like, I can't do it.
Didn't I say I didn't want to come anyway? I was about to cancel anyway. So.
I was like, I can't be entertaining today. I can't stop thinking of dog shit.
Oh, man, I gotta find it.
It was so bad. Dude, I got a migraine from that. I couldn't eat all day. I went and tried to force myself to get lunch, and I just wanted to throw up because I couldn't stop thinking about it.
Oh, no, you called me. I think you called me.
You sure?
I think you called me. It's not text. Maybe you messaged me on Twitter?
Oh, maybe it was. Yeah, maybe it was on Twitter or something. You respond more on Twitter for some reason.
Because I always have it up.
Okay.
I don't know. Whatever.
All right.
It was funny.
Yeah, that was a bad day. That was a bad day, and that's why we're reviewing this late. Yeah, so worst guard dog ever. He meets the Lady Murasaki, who is played by Gong Li, who was in Memoirs of a Geisha. Mm-hmm. It's a very Japanese.
What was her name? She was like the brothel girl that was like kind of a bitch to the main character.
I don't know, but the main character was the Mothra twins from King of the Monsters.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, she played a character in Memoirs of a Geisha, very Japanese film, and here she plays the very Japanese character, Lady Murasaki, played by a Chinese woman. Apparently, Memoirs of a Geisha got criticized for that.
It did.
Yeah.
A lot.
And then the people making Hannibal Rising were like, we don't give a shit. Put her as Lady Murasaki. She took
They're Asian enough.
I mean, they're right next to each other. I mean, hey, you know how many people played Italians who are not Italian? Chris Pratt, Bob Hoskins, Charles Martinet. I don't know why I'm only naming Super Mario actors.
Jack Black.
He's not Italian. Well, he didn't play an Italian.
Played a giant lizard. He's not a giant
He's
lizard.
not a giant lizard. He was in a movie with a giant ape, but he's not. Oh, wait, no, don't mention Jack Black. The Tenacious D episode did not do well. The Tenacious D
Flop month.
No, Boys Month. No, one episode did well.
Wow. One.
By the way, moment of silence for Pedro. I miss you, buddy. Okay. People said he was the glue that held Hack the Movies together.
It's true.
All right.
Look, I thought the Crystal videos with me and her together were like the best, and people always ask for. No, people keep asking for the Pedro ones now.
Oh no, those are terrible. Why do you think I stopped them? So yes, he meets with the Lady Murasaki. He's not really talking too much, but she puts together like, "Oh, hey, you're my nephew, technically by marriage." And she tries to connect with him. She gets him to talk finally. He's got like a thing for her. He's real into Japanese women played by Chinese women. She even shows him like the little area where she prays to her ancestors. She conveniently has samurai armor there. And conveniently, the mask looks like the Hannibal mask. I mean, look, all right, so I'm like two minds of it. One, I'm just like, the mask wasn't that important. I get that it looks iconic, but like, it wasn't that important. It was just something to stop him from biting people. You don't really need to work it in. And on the other hand, I'm like, well, if you are going to work it in, samurai armor is a way to do it, I guess. Did you think it was too much?
It was too much. It was so stupid.
Well, what were they going to put on the poster? Even though a lot of these posters don't have the mask. I feel like every poster for this.
There's the final scene where he has the blood on his face. There's that.
Yeah, but that doesn't. No one knows that's Hannibal. And since it's not Anthony Hopkins, they're like, what can you do?
Oh, cool. Yeah, this young white dude with a fucking samurai mask on. Yeah, that's really Dr. Lecter for me.
Yeah. How many times? I can't count how many times I was watching that show Shogun, and I went, "Is this a Hannibal Lecter show?"
What a good show!
That was a great. Did you actually watch it?
Yeah, I think they're coming out with a season 2. If I remember correctly.
Which is weird because it's only one book.
Yeah, it's one
and the show took
But
weird final episode. Why would they show him in the future and take out all the tension of his? Yeah. Anyway, good show.
Maybe that's what season 2 is for. I don't know. Whatever.
Clunky finale. Great show. Yeah, so he has the samurai armors there. And she also shows him like, oh, this severed head, this is something my people did to their enemies or whatever. And then I have it here. It's now Batman Begins. Because Batman Begins, do you think Batman Begins was on while Thomas Harris was writing the book?
Probably. Who knows?
And he went, okay. What if he goes there and he learns some ninja skill? Because she's now training him on how to fight with swords and katanas and all this other stuff that we never see him use in the other movies.
Again, I'm pretty sure this is around the time that it was that weird, just like Japanese like fetish throughout Hollywood.
I know this girl in high school was just way too into like anime shit, and she's way too into it. And when she would date guys, she would make them watch anime shit like Blood Plus.
It's a good thing that she got married and now watches Blood Plus with her husband.
She found another anime loser.
And we're going to Japan together.
Oh my god. Stupid weebs.
keep an eye out for the Godzilla room tour. I'm gonna make a video because no one else, like, there's just, again, small little tours, but not like full like detail of where everything is and what everything looks like. So,
and I hope
that.
you honor the sanctity of that room and don't do any additional content that is
no, I'm totally not planning that at all.
And you better not upload it to the internet.
No, I'm not gonna upload it to a place where fans, just Lee,
You better not.
Yeah, I'm totally not going to do that.
However, a few months back, I showed off my Wolverine suit. And if you want to see those pictures, they're only on sites for special fans.
Oh, fuck. I have to do it right now. Oh, God.
Do you share a bank account with Ian? He'll be like, honey, what's this? $5 for OnlyFans?
No, because I'm not stupid, but also he'd probably be about it. He'd probably be like, you know what? No, I'd give him $5. Yeah, people who do the shared account, you're a fucking idiot.
If he just asked, I would send it to him. You, I'd charge extra, but for him, I'd say, no.
Ask Tony. Don't question anything. Just ask Tony for his sexy Wolverine pictures with no context.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
I'm going to send the one with me shirtless to me unzippered.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah, it's Batman Begins. He's learning samurai skills for his mission, or it acts like she's training him, but then she's not on board for this revenge.
No, she's not.
So I'm not really sure what this has to do with anything. The next day, a butcher harasses Murasaki, and Hannibal viciously attacks him. The butcher is someone I would play in a movie. Well, maybe not anymore because I am getting buff and sexy now. But I feel like this is a character that I would be like, yeah, I could be that butcher asshole. I could play the shit out of that part. My favorite part is that the cop that's there is like, yeah, that guy was pro-German occupation. We all hate him. So everyone hates the butcher. They're like, Hannibal, don't worry about it. Guy's a dick. Get out of here. And also, this is where we find out Hannibal's training to become a doctor. But not a psychiatrist, like a medical doctor. Which I guess is fine because he did know a lot of medical stuff. I guess at some point he switched to psychology. So then he's playing with a katana and he's thinking of revenge on the guys who killed his sister and then that guy. And then he puts on the samurai mask. And now, since he did this, we could put it in every teaser and every trailer for the film. So people go in the theater and go, that's Hannibal! I know him because of the mask. Look at the mask. It even has the little lines.
Yeah, I know.
It didn't even...
Media literacy's dead.
Oh, you're one of those media literacy assholes.
Well, I mean, you also were like nitpicking Romulus when it's just supposed to be fun.
No.
So.
No, all the people say media literacy. It's always just like, I'm mad because a guy didn't like a new Star Wars show. And they're like, you don't know media literacy.
No, I'm mad that they have a fucking Japanese samurai mask with the fucking bars to show that this motherfucker's Lecter. Like, that's what I'm mad about. I don't give a fuck about Star Wars.
No, I'm saying all the people.
I mean, I do give a fuck.
All the people on
I do
Twitter,
give a fuck about Star
all
Wars.
the people on Twitter are like, you don't understand media literacy. It's always in response to some guy who doesn't like a new Star Wars thing. It's like, oh, fuck, you guys are all losers. Shut up.
Yeah, you like Star Wars.
Yeah. So the fat butcher is out fishing. Fat butcher is out fishing. He catches a really good fish. Really nice big fish.
And then he guts it.
Yeah. Then he runs into Hannibal, who's playing a lute. I don't know what that is. I don't think it's a guitar. It's a lute.
I don't know.
Yeah, and he's like, what are you doing here? I hate you. And then he threatens to pinball him. I got to think of a word for the R word.
People say grape.
He threatens to grape him.
I think it's so cringe, but like to get around censors, that's what people say.
Pinball makes
just like
more...
that people say unalive.
Pinball makes more sense because Jodie Foster was in that movie, and this is a Hannibal film. What was that movie? The Accused, right? Anyway. Yeah, he's like, I'm gonna do this. Like, buddy, why don't you just go to your car? Why are you so fucking hostile? But yeah, Hannibal slices him up and then straight up decapitates him.
He shows him the picture. This is what I'm gonna do to you.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah. And he's just like,
yeah. And then he takes his fish. What an asshole. I'm starting to think this Hannibal guy, not a nice person.
He's clearly the hero of the story. What are you talking about?
And then Dominic West shows up from 300 and The Wire and the Tomb Raider reboot no one saw except for me. He shows up as Inspector Popeil. And he's investigating the murder, but he's more known for investigating war crimes. That's like his claim to fame. And I felt bad for Popeil the whole movie because he knows exactly what happened. He's like, well, clearly Hannibal did it. Like no fucking duh. Like clearly he did it, but he has no way to prove it. So he's just like But he knows Hannibal's killing assholes that he would put on trial. And he's like, buddy, could you just not help me? I'm good. Hannibal's learning etiquette. He's learning about like taking the cheeks off of something. That was like a big thing, was removing cheeks.
Yeah, that comes up a lot.
Yeah, it has something to do with the dish. It's explained in the scene, but I wasn't paying attention. But he puts the head on display for Lady Murasaki. I don't think Hannibal knows how to talk to girls. It makes sense. You know, he was a kid. He didn't interact with them. And then he was at an orphanage. I don't know. Maybe would you, if you go home and Ian has a severed head on a plate for you, how do you respond?
Whose is it?
Okay, well, I guess you're married. You're in it pretty deep. Say you and Ian just started dating. Or you're actually... Say Ian is your nephew by marriage who you haven't done anything with and he just started living with you. You go in the basement and see that he put a head on a platter for you. What's your reaction?
Oh, good job. Good job. Call the fucking cops.
Okay. Well, I thought you were just going to stop at good job and I was going to be like, oh, hold on.
No, because I'm not trying to get killed by him. So I'm going to be like, oh, that's awesome. Look at you. Good for you. And then call the fucking cops.
It's like that the Twilight Zone episode with the kid who can make things with his mind. Everyone's scared of him. They're like, it's good that you did that. It's good. Oh, Ian, great job. Does Ian ever watch these episodes where we talk about it? I feel like it comes up a lot.
I don't know. I'm going to ask.
He's going to be like, yeah, I love all your episodes.
I know he definitely wants to review Austin Powers, so.
Austin Powers keeps coming up all year long. I really need to get and do that.
I'm sorry, they still hold up. Like, yes, it's dated with some things. Or
the first two.
Yeah, but
Goldmember's
but I still like it.
Yeah, the first two are solid.
But yeah.
So the police go to question Hannibal. They're like, hey, you did this, right? And he's like, no, I didn't do that. He's like, come on, buddy, you did this. You did this. You took that guy's head. But while they're interrogating him, Lady Murasaki puts the head out in the town square.
Just sitting there.
And the motorcycle's off, and then Popel's like, well, I guess you didn't do it, because apparently accomplices don't exist in this universe. All right, so apparently Lady Murasaki is being kicked out of the mansion. Whatever she had with her husband has expired, and she needs to get out of there. And her and Hannibal head on to Paris, France.
I don't like France. Also, can I use this lotion? My hands are like really like dry.
Yes. That's some pretty good lotion there, Johanna.
Ooh, this is nice. Where'd you get this?
I'm glad you asked, Johanna. I got it at Buffalo Bill's house. That's right. I stayed one night in the actual Buffalo Bill house from Silence of the Lambs. And this is the lotion that they provide for you there. Yes, Johanna, the Buffalo Bill house was one of the most amazing experiences I've ever had.
Yeah, must be nice.
Yeah, sorry. I have one time. I could only go away once or twice a year, and I picked that time. Yes, real quick, the Buffalo Bill house was amazing. If you're a fan of this franchise, you will love it. They have references to all the films all over the place.
Even this one?
Actually,
oh my God, do they have the samurai mask? That's my favorite thing about this movie, Tony. I love that samurai mask.
I'm going to call this guy and be like, you better get a fucking samurai mask.
Call him right now.
You actually,
Buffalo Bill.
Do you know what they do have now? And I hope they hang it up somewhere.
Hack the movie something?
They have a signed picture of me in the tiara. And I wrote, love your suite, because in Silence of the Lambs, he goes, love your suit. Actually, both TVs in the house have all 4 movies spread out on different mediums. So, like, you can watch it in VHS, DVD, Blu-ray. Actually, Johanna, I did a little tour. Let me play a clip of it right now. Hi, Tony from Hack the Movies. Nice to meet you. We're here at the Buffalo Bill House in beautiful, what's the name of this town again? Perryopolis, Pennsylvania. Over here we have Dr. Lecter. Dr. Lecter. Look at this beautiful rug. They have beautiful bedrooms here. I might just sleep right here tonight. We're gonna go to Buffalo Bill's game room. Let's see what this is all about. I feel like if Buffalo Bill was born just a few years later, he just would have been like a nerdy game dude. That's how he would have got his frustration out. So next, let's go into the basement. But yeah, they have his sewing table. Poor Benjamin Rasbell's head's there. Poor guy. You gotta put the lotion on your skin, or you'll get the hose again. You can even get in the well. It's so cool.
All right, Tony, you're on your own.
Oh no! And yes, that was our brief tour of the Buffalo Bill house. I had a great time, and I hope you will too when you stay here.
Wow, I wish I could have went.
Yeah, I wish you were there too. Well, maybe not you. But yes, it was a great time. However, if you want to go, you can check out their website and learn all the information there. I highly recommend it. You can stay there a night. I think they just do tours also. I got to live stream from the well that they built, which was a very unique experience. Yes, highly recommend it. Also, there's a lot of cool things around that area where they filmed the movie. And yes, one of the best things they have there is the Buffalo Bill branded lotion.
Would you like to stay here? I'd stay here. I'd stay here hard. I'd stay here so hard.
In the well that they have in
product of the US of A.
The well that they built in the basement, they had the lotion in the basket, and I made I made the fans super chat me $10 to put the lotion on.
I'm putting the lotion on his skin. It puts the lotion on the. By the way, this smells incredible. Oh my god! I'm putting the lotion on his skin.
It was fun. It was fun. They also built Buffalo Bill's sewing area. A little bit of an inconsistency.
I did see your picture.
I danced there. I got my tuck on at the Buffalo Bill house. That's their tagline. So yes, shout out to the Buffalo Bills house. I loved it. You should all go. It's a great time. Okay, back to this. All right, Hannibal is studying bodies all day long now. He was accepted as like a medical intern or something, and he's loving it, Johanna. He's like, wow, look at all these dead bodies. That's a liver. I should eat that. With beans. What beans? I don't know yet. Maybe I'll find out one day. And I'll chase it down with a drink. What drink? I don't know. Maybe I'll find out one day. You know, I will give it this. Besides the mask, this doesn't do a lot of annoying prequel stuff where he's like, these are fava beans, you say? Like, there's nothing weird like that.
No, but they do like incorporate him trying to like make like good meals with things.
Yeah, but you would naturally assume he went through that. There's nothing like really stupid.
Nothing like, ha!
Yeah, there's nothing dumb like that. Like when he's listening to the song that they play in the other two movies, you would just assume he likes that song. It's not like he's like, what is this song? I hope to eat faces to it one day. There's nothing dumb like that in it, which I will reward the movie for. I'm like, all right, other than the mask, you didn't do anything really stupid. It's not like, oh, what was your name, sir? And he's like, my name's Jim Starling, and one day I'll have a daughter named Clarice.
God.
I think was the writer of the book actually wrote the script, and he wouldn't do weird prequel shit like that. So I think that helped. So yeah, he's loving it.
Stuck in my head now.
Huh?
Goodbye Horses is stuck in my head now. Yeah.
Anyway, so he's loving the dead bodies and learning about anatomy, but he needs revenge.
That's the one thing where, like, I want to be a mortician, but I don't know if I can get over the dead body thing. I mean, I'm sure I'd probably get used to it, but, like, do I want to get used to it? Because you're probably going to see some, like, fucked up shit, because, like, you know, people are murdered.
Yeah.
But.
Would you go mortician or undertaker?
Mortician.
I'd want to be called an undertaker.
You'll never be him.
Dong. Dong. I marked out so hard when he showed up at WrestleMania. It was right after.
Who's the one they call the bisexual Undertaker?
Oh, Damian Priest.
Yeah.
I got to see him win the title at WrestleMania. I made fun of my little cousin Frankie because the whole weekend he's like, I hope I see John Cena. I hope John Cena came out and he was like nerding out. I'm like, look at this guy. And then the lights went off and I went, oh no. I'm like, oh shit, I just did the thing I made fun of him.
I regret not going. I should have just been like, whatever.
Yeah, apparently you get great tickets last minute. Anyway, we're not talking.
Love you, Crystal.
Anyway.
I miss you.
He runs into Pope Hill again. And he's like, oh, fancy meeting you here. Oh, don't mind me. I'm just investigating a war crime. And he goes, don't repeat anything you hear here. And it's like, you probably should just kick him out. Why does he have to be here? They give the guy a bunch of truth serum. And we find out that he didn't kill kids, but he led the Nazis to someone who knew where the kids could get killed. But I did like that he calls out the cop. He's like, oh, where were the police? Kind of like talking about like local law enforcement didn't do anything when it happened. So yeah, I like that Hannibal puts the cross in his head because he knows he's about to get his head cut off and he wants to have his crucifix with him. Oh, that was pretty brutal. Also, I guess that's all you need. You just need a confession, then your head gets chopped off.
You know, you didn't really do anything. You're like an accomplice to it, but like...
I guess that was enough.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hannibal listens to his favorite song. And then he draws all the deserters who killed his sister from memory, which we know he can do from Sounds of the Lambs. He can draw from memory. He flashes back to more memories of the men killing his sister. I think they mentioned like his sister had pneumonia. She was going to die anyway. He also remembers them running away from bombing. So like the Soviets came and were bombing. And there's the one guy who had all the, the dog tags. And he's like, we got to bring our dog tags. And he gets killed. So Hannibal's like, oh shit, I can get all their names if I go back to that house. So yeah, he flies all the way back to Lithuania. And when do you know it? Richard Brake recognizes him.
Yeah, what the hell?
He's like, oh shit, it's that guy, Hannibal Lecter? Oh no, that guy doesn't like me. I do like that Richard Brake is like spying on him at the lodge, but then Hannibal gets the drop on him. This part is pretty brutal. Well, first, Richard Brake doesn't want to give up all the other guys. He gives up the one who lives in Canada.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, that asshole lives in Canada. Everyone else is dead. I promise they're dead. And he's like, no, where's this guy? And he's got him tied up and he's got the rope attached to a horse. The horse is like pulling on the dude and like crushing him. It looked pretty brutal. So he finally like gives them up and freaking Hannibal makes him sing. He makes him sing the song they sang to him and the horse fucking pops its head off.
Then he licks the blood.
Yeah. Well, remember, it was mixed with mayonnaise because there was a big mayonnaise sandwich and he put it all over the rope to make it extra.
Doesn't he say like, oh, it's a little too much mayonnaise?
Yeah, the blood splatters all over Hannibal and then he like licks it up. He takes the cheeks off because then the cops realize, they're like, wait a minute, there's some mushrooms here. I'm like, he like cooked this dude. Like they're like real taken back by it.
They said it was a certain dish too. I forgot.
Yeah, it was like a specific dish. They're like, yeah, he removed the cheeks and then he did the mushrooms. Like he ate this guy. So back home, Murasaki confronts Hannibal. And then he takes her out to lunch. And that's when he stalks the leader of the desert. Well, not like I think he was technically the leader, but the other guy's like more evil.
Yeah. Lucius Vorenus.
Yes, which I texted you. I'm like, I forgot Lucius Vorenus was in this.
It's Lucius
Vorenus, who
it's Kevin McKidd.
Kevin McKidd, and here he plays.
Maybe with a G.
No, it's it was like Colonel, I think. Petrus Kolnas. That was his name. If you never watched Rome was a great show. Only 2 seasons. You can get through it pretty easily.
And like, you know, season 2 is a little like weird because like
the last like 4 episodes, they're jumping like decades between episodes. Like, oh, he's older.
Not their fault, but it's still a good fucking show.
Yeah, no, it's a great show. He's there with his kids, and I like this moment where like Hannibal puts the dog tag in her pocket and he finds it. And he's like, oh shit, like that should not be here.
Why would he keep the bracelet and give it to his own daughter?
You didn't think you'd ever see them again?
No. Not even that. Wouldn't you not want any type of memory that you've ate a little girl?
He's an asshole.
And like to give that to your child that you care and love about, clearly, because like he has a meltdown like later, spoilers, but like.
Yeah, he's an asshole.
That was fucking weird.
I don't know if you know this, but he was trying to be a Nazi and didn't make the cut. These aren't nice guys.
Clearly, he's not that big of an asshole if he wasn't a Nazi.
No, he was too bad for the Nazis.
I know.
Remember when Canada congratulated the guy for fighting the Russians in World War II? And everyone clapped, and I'm like, wait, do you not know what side that was?
That reminded me of the Smiling Friends episode. Have you seen Smiling Friends?
Only the scene with my good friend Doug Walker, Nostalgia Critic.
Okay, yeah, you should watch Smiling Friends. But there's an episode, probably the weakest episode of season 2, but basically like the president's supposed to like condemn this like war criminal basically, but he goes out talking about how he's a great guy and everything, and I'm just like,
Was that a reference?
I don't know. Maybe.
Those of you who don't know, Canada was like trying to prop up this Ukrainian guy, and they mentioned that he fought against the Russians World War II. And like, you see the guy reading it go, like, you see him like think, like, wait a minute, what side were they on? Oh no! He goes to warn Grutas and the others about him. They don't seem concerned. Also, Grutas is an even bigger bad guy now. He now runs a sex trafficking ring. He's like kidnapping girls, and they're like, he's like, Hannibal's gonna come and he's gonna kill us. And they're like, yeah, whatever, dude. I don't care. But I like that he's like, Hannibal Lecter, do we know him? And he just goes, you could say we had dinner with him once. And I'm like, oh man, I know you're the bad guy, but that's really bad.
They make him like progressively worse as this movie goes on.
He really does get worse and worse. You'd think eating a little kid in the beginning and shooting innocents would be bad, but then he's like,
no, he gets progressively worse.
So Grutas sends one of his guys to kill Lecter and to pick up a piano. He's like, hey, you should pick up a piano while you're in town. Kill Hannibal Lecter for me. Then Popil questions Murasaki. Also, he's like, do you know this person? She's like, what? He like pulls up the picture of the severed head. It's like, dude, could you not? Like, can you work up to that? Don't just whip out pictures of severed heads. And again, he clearly knows what's going on. He like goes up to Hannibal's room and sees a drawing of the guy, and he's like, how much more fucking evidence do I need?
I mean,
is this where Hannibal learned to cover his tracks better? Because he's really bad at it in
probably.
This movie. Hannibal gets the drop on the one guy and tortures him in like a tank of corpses. What was that he was in?
I think it's embalming fluid.
They just throw you in a tub full of embalming fluid? Maybe they did back then. I don't know.
But I'm pretty sure it was embalming fluid.
Okay. Yeah, so he throws him in there with a corpse, and then he just locks him in, and so the guy can't hear. So yeah, he basically before he dies, he gives up Grutas. He's like, he's here, and he's doing this, and he's doing that. And then while that guy is slowly dying, Popil's up there, and he's like, "Are you killing people?" And he's like, "No, don't go in that room."
Me? No,
Me?
I would never. Why would I?
What?
Yeah. Yeah. Me killing.
Are you also eating them? He's like, cannibal? Me? Hannibal? Oh. Like, oh, that rhymes. I hope the newspapers don't ever catch on to that if I get caught.
Oh my God.
So yeah, Hannibal's still playing coy. He's like, was me. I don't know. But he tells him, he's like, hey, look, I know you're going after Grutas. I had him at Nuremberg, but the only witness we had acid poured down her throat. So he's like, I need you to give a statement. And to his credit, Hannibal actually gives him like a statement of everything that happened. He still denies that he's killing them and he's going to kill them.
He tells him exactly what happened with
Yeah, he tells him, I guess in the event.
Not every detail, but.
Yeah, I guess in the event that they do catch him, there'll be some kind of record. So yeah, he does all that. Then Hannibal, he is playing with chemicals. He's burning corpses and shit. He makes that explosive that he's very proud of with the plastic glove. And then he hitches a ride with the piano lady. He's like, hey, can I ride in the back of your piano truck? She's like, yeah, sure.
Yeah, like no fight, no like what's going on.
Here's
like,
some
what's
money.
The plan? And it's just like, okay, well, see ya.
But yeah, he gets to Grutas's house, and Grutas is having a slave shave his chest. She nicks him, but he tells her he's not gonna hit her, but he's gonna fix her teeth.
Yeah.
Makes me seem like he's gonna punch her in the teeth, right? How often do you shave men in a tub?
I have never shaved a man in the tub. No, it's all. Oh! Actually, that's a lie. He wasn't in the tub. He was standing there in the shower, and I was getting his back for him. My husband, everyone.
Oh, we're like, I've never. Well,
I forgot I did that. But it wasn't a razor. It was just like a regular, electric one.
Hannibal interrupts this. He's already said
he's a fucking idiot.
He is.
He's a fucking idiot.
He didn't see the side of that place and be like, oh, maybe there's like multiple maids or something.
Also, just fucking shoot him. Just fucking shoot him. Just do it and be done.
Hannibal is theatrical.
Shoot him and be fucking done with it. This is why you almost get caught and get killed.
Exactly. In Silence of the Lambs, I don't think he needed to hang that guy up to look like an angel. I think he could have just took that guy's face, switched clothes, and got the fuck out of there. He's theatrical, okay?
Okay, but to be fair, when he did that in Silence of the Lambs, he didn't get caught.
That's true. He did get away.
Yeah.
But he would have gotten away quicker if he didn't do that bullshit.
Yeah, but he also made sure he could actually get away.
Also, circling back to Red Dragon Hannibal, if you have a recipe you like in a book, use a pencil so you can erase that you circled over it. Because people be like, wait a minute. That's how he got caught. He really liked that recipe and he didn't want to forget it. Even though he has everything memorized, he could draw things from memory. But that recipe he needed circled. The security is alerted by the maid. His bomb turns the power off to the house. I do like that the slave is like, kill him right now. And then the, Grudas kills her. Poor girl. So yeah, but Hannibal escapes. He returns home and finds out that Murasaki has been kidnapped. And Grudas is like, Grudas calls him a fuckboy. Mm-hmm. When did the term fuckboy become like popularized? I feel like that was like 2 years ago or something.
No, it was a few years back.
This guy in the 40s or the 50s, he's trailblazing. He's setting the trend of fuckboys. Is Hannibal a fuckboy?
No.
What's the definition of fuckboy again?
Basically like an asshole.
He is kind of an asshole.
Not in that context. There's like a whole thing. I don't, whatever.
They mentioned in the book that he went on dates with cute girls, but he never got tied down. Probably because he was doing fuckboy shit. Anyway, he tells him, bring all the evidence you have on us, and we'll give you Lady Murasaki back. And then he instructs his man. He's like, by the way, kill Hannibal as soon as you see him.
What the fuck was that line that he said to her?
Oh, you will give me bliss or something.
No. I bet your asshole looks like a violet.
Oh, that's right.
I know you're an asshole. Will look just like a violet.
Thomas Harris is a weird dude. He writes some weird shit.
What butthole looks like? I can understand a vagina looking like a flower.
No, they look like that thing from Return of the Jedi that ate Boba Fett.
Anyway, I can see vaginas looking like a flower. Like some flowers are very vaginal looking and everything. But a
vaginas
butthole?
are you looking at?
You want to go there? All right,
no, I'm kidding. Keep going.
Mm-mm.
What are you doing?
Vagina flowers.
Oh my God.
See, that's a vagina.
Okay. When you clicked on the Hannibal Rising review, did you expect vagina flowers?
There's vagina. No, they expected your vagina eyes.
Oh, fuck you. Okay. Yeah, that is a weird fucking line he says to her.
Oh, my butthole looks like a flower. Seriously, when he said, I'm just sitting there like, I'm never watching this movie again.
I've heard it referred to as a starfish.
Yeah.
Or a brown eye. I've never heard of it referred to as a flower. Anyway, oh yeah, so he gets on the boat and they're about to take off. Hannibal confronts Colness at his restaurant. And he claims that he's killed his kids. He's like, no, why would you do that? And they fight a little bit. And then he finds out the kids are alive. But yeah, he tells him about the boat. He's like, he's on a boat. He's going to leave. You better do this. And I feel like he could have been let off, but he goes for that gun.
If he would have just minded his business, here's the information.
Yeah.
You didn't kill my kids. Okay, we're parting
Hannibal
ways.
probably still would have killed him, but he could have bought himself some time. Instead, he gets a fucking knife to the fucking skull. That was pretty brutal. And then Hannibal sneaks onto the boat like Batman, and he takes out the guards like Batman. Again, he must have been watching Batman Begins. It was like, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. So Grutas shoots him in the spine. And he's like, I've immobilized you, and now I'm going to assault your aunt right in front of you.
Bruh.
That was pretty brutal. But it turns out he had his sword in his back. You know, the famous Hannibal sword. So known for using swords. And the sword took the bullet. So he actually is okay. And he ends up slicing his fucking ankle, his heel. I hate when they do that in movies. I feel like it would be super painful.
Yeah.
And I don't get in movies where it happens and they fall and they're like, oh, I'd be like, ah, the whole time. I wouldn't stop screaming.
Yeah, we know you're a little bitch.
No, I'm a manly man. Boys month.
Yeah, boy.
I miss boys
month.
I miss boys
Flop month.
It was so good. You know, that Spawn episode was so good. I extended boys month by 1 week to have Prison Mike talk about Alien Romulans. Without you.
I'm there, kind of.
So yeah, he slices up his ankle, and then he's gonna kill him. He's just like, if I tell you where the last guy is, will you kill me quickly? He's like, sure. Lie. So he tells him he's in Canada. Turns out that other guy wasn't lying. He tells him where to find him. But then he reveals, like, because Murasaki's like, stop doing this. Don't do this. And he's like,
we'll
but
get the cop, like, he'll go away,
Yeah.
blah, blah, blah.
And he's like, they ate my sister. And then Grunos is like, oh, you haven't been telling everyone. It's like, you also ate your sister. We fed her to you, and you were like half alive, and you did it, and you can't live with the guilt, can you? You don't want anyone to know.
He has like a fucking mental breakdown about it.
Yeah, he starts like losing it. So yeah, he's not happy about that. He carves an M into his chest.
M for Misha.
And I wish he was just like, is that a callback to something? I wasn't there if you're referencing something. I don't get this. A guard comes.
Then she's looking on horrified.
Yeah. But not too horrified that she doesn't stab the guard in the throat who's coming in. And she feels guilty about it. I don't think she's really a killer. But yeah, she begs Hannibal. She's like, please stop this. And he refuses. He tells her that he loves her, but she's like, I can't be with you. You're a fucking mess. As she's leaving, he's like, my heart's broken. Anyway, I gotta eat your cheeks. And he starts ripping his cheeks off. Popil finds Murasaki, and then Hannibal blows up the boat to fake his death. Problem with that, he's in Europe.
Yeah.
And we know that he will continue to go throughout Europe and America with the name Hannibal Lecter. He doesn't even, it's not like in Hannibal where he had like a fake name. He took that guy's identity or something. Like, no, he's Hannibal Lecter. Popo should be like, hey, have you guys heard of a Hannibal Lecter? It's like, yeah, he's that guy over there. He's weird. He's always eating weird shit. But nope, he escapes. He goes to Canada to a taxidermy thing, and he's there for some head. He doesn't say. I mean, he makes a head joke, but not that head joke. The guy should have been at like a gay bar, and he should have been like, I'm here for a little head. And the guy was like, oh, honey, what do you mean? And then he cuts his head off. That would have been in Hannibal rimming.
All right, I'm leaving.
No, come back.
Sit like this.
Thomas Harris, if you're out there, come back to writing. We're gonna fix this franchise.
Why don't you just make Hannibal rimming? Just make a porno.
Well, I gotta go to Dino De Laurentiis. I gotta get his thing. I'd want it based off a book. I'm gonna go to Thomas Harris.
Just get Hannibal Buress.
No, I'm gonna go to Thomas Harris. And I'm like, you better write this book, Thomas. But I don't want to write about that. You better write it right now.
Oh my god.
There has to be a girl named Johanna on it who gets killed and mentions she's a virgin loser who likes anime. Do it, Thomas.
Virgin loser who likes anime.
It's like, what? Okay. Yeah. And then the movie ends with this car just driving away. Not really a fun final scene. And that is Hannibal Rising. Do you appreciate the trilogy more now that you know his rich backstory?
No.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
No.
It's not terrible.
Yeah, it's not awful. It's just, it doesn't make sense for this.
Yeah, the anti-hero, knowing what he becomes, the whole anti-hero aspect of it doesn't work. And it didn't really work for me in the book either. From what I remember of the book when I was trying to stay awake because I couldn't, his voice is just so, I would really love a Thomas. He seems like such a sweet, nice guy. I would love if he would just come over and read to me. It doesn't work. I think we learned with the series, too much focus on Hannibal is a bad thing. To its credit, the Hannibal book is about multiple people. The movie only really goes in on Hannibal. But yeah, the more focus on him, the less exciting it is. Even like the Hannibal TV show.
Kind of reminds me of Pirates of the Caribbean.
With Jack Sparrow.
Too much Jack Sparrow. Doesn't work.
Yeah.
Doesn't work.
Even the TV show, I like Will Graham and all those characters and stuff. And they worked a lot of this into the TV show. Murasaki, I think, is included in the one. Was that the last season where it's half the Japan story? Or no, that was the second season. There was the one season where it was like they do Hannibal Rising and Hannibal the book in that show, and then they end with Red Dragon. But yeah, I thought it was fine watch, I guess.
As a movie, not as...
It's okay. Yeah. It's just... It's not enough to hate. Like, no one actually... I don't think anyone actually hates this movie. They're just like, oh yeah, and then they did a prequel and it was dumb. But yeah, I guess if they were to make a collection, I would include this in the collection. But I don't think I'm going to go out and buy this individual movie. I don't think I'm going to watch it again. Whereas the other 4 counting Manhunter, I'll watch a bunch. But yeah, we did it. Every single Hannibal movie. And I forget if we mentioned this in the episode or if it was before, but maybe we'll come back and we'll talk about the Hannibal show. Should we do Hannibal versus Clarice? There's only one season of Clarice. It didn't make it. It's on CW.
I do really want to watch Hannibal again, though.
Yeah, Hannibal was a good show. It
was really good.
Yeah, like I said, I
love Mads.
Yeah, I said it in previous episodes. It has everything that the movies left out. So if there were storylines from the book that you liked and you're mad they never got to it, they get to it. They had a little problem with the Mason Verger actor, but they recast him because he turned out not to be a nice dude.
Fine.
But yeah, I maybe I should give Clarice a chance. I just don't like the guy who show ran it because he did a bunch of those reboots and they all ended up sucking. Kurtzman, he did like Star Trek, Transformers, yeah. And Jack Crawford, the character, isn't in the show. I'm like, what the fuck? That seems like an important character for her.
Whatever.
The girl was cute, though. I finally looked up a picture of the girl. I'm like, she actually looks like Jodie Foster. But yeah, maybe we'll come back and we'll do like a versus there. But as far as I'm concerned, we are done with the movies. Joanna, any last words or anything to plug?
No. Eventually I'll come out with a video of the Godzilla Hotel.
Actually, I think as this is airing, you're in Japan.
Ah, cool. So I'm in Japan right now, probably at the Godzilla Hotel. In the room, I got the room. I'm making a video, like a full tour, because apparently no one online has done a full tour of the whole thing. It's only like bits and pieces, but like I want to show everything. Like there's like a animatronic head on display in there, but like I only saw like a glimpse of it in like one person's video.
Are you gonna go look some samurai suits up and go, that's from Hannibal Rising?
So there is a samurai museum, like that's right there. So I'm gonna go in and be like, I need to see the Hannibal mask. That's the only reason I'm going. Even to Japan. I don't even care about anything else. Godzilla's secondary.
Maybe you'll run into actress Gong Li in Japan. She could be visiting. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe she goes to Japan frequently, and that's how she got the part.
Yeah.
You know what other film series we need to finish?
What?
The Scream sequels.
Oh.
Look for that episode coming in a few weeks. Crystal will be in that episode.
Yay.
Yay?
Yay!
Yay! It's a Crystal Joanna episode after like 2 years.
I know already, though. I'm so tired. And that, I don't know if you could tell when you're editing, like I was so tired. This is also like when my mom was in the hospital. Like I was so drained. So I'm sorry I'm not very like, I'm like Crystal.
What do you mean? What the fuck? It's a great episode. You're very energetic in it. What the hell? I got a business to run here, lady.
You can edit it to make me look energetic and
awkward, like CGI face and smiling.
Throw like an AI filter.
Just AI your face like,
the entire time. Just
yeah, go back and watch our other Hannibal reviews. They were a lot of fun. And yeah, let us know what's your favorite Hannibal Lecter movie
or piece of media in general,
or book. Let us know. Did you like the book better than the movie? Again, all the movies are pretty accurate except for Hannibal. Hannibal's third act is very different, and I don't blame them for changing it. But yeah, let us know what you think of those. And yeah, I think this is a late September episode, so get ready. I guess early spooky season. Get ready for more Halloween-y reviews coming up. And also, I want to say I'll never forgive you for ruining my birthday. Okay, like, share, and subscribe.
Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Check out our other videos and Patreon page.